Yo, welcome. How are you there, Dynamic?
Hello.
Yeah, what's up,
Hey,
man? How are you, bro?
hey, how's it going, brother?
I'm doing well, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah.
So,
So
you have any questions?
you guys talking
Oh,
about that?
yes, sir.
All right. I'm always interested in it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting topic, that's for sure. Did you have any questions or comments about the flat Earth?
I mean, I'm always have customs, but right now, I mean, what you guys talking about? Is it talking about the Earth flat? Or I mean, some different topic?
Oh, no, yeah. This room is specifically for the discussion of the Earth as flat.
All
I guess I
right.
can give our position. Um, we say the Earth is flat because it's measured to be flat, utilized flat. There's no measured motion of the Earth, and outer space is fake.
All right.
Yeah, so if you have any questions or comments about what I just said, I mean, yeah, you're more than welcome to ask about it.
I wanna, I want your review. What do you think? Is it flat or is it low?
Oh, it's flat. It's measured flat.
And what about the different planets? If you don't mind,
Yeah, so
can you
those planets, quote unquote, those are just lights in the sky.
like
We
the
have
moon, something
no,
like
hmm yeah, like the
what?
moon,
Yeah.
yeah. They are just lights in the sky. I mean, even if I were to grant you that the moon is like, spherical, um, that doesn't make that the Earth to be spherical as well. Because I can give you an analogy, for example, if we were to be living on a pool table or billiard table, whatever you want to call them, and we happen to look up from that pool table, you'll see a bunch of balls. That doesn't mean that what we are standing on is then therefore also a ball. So it would make sense to just measure what we're actually standing on rather than look up and say we are standing on that thing because when we look up, we see that thing.
All right, I got you.
Yeah, so at this point right now, anybody that wants to claim that the Earth is curving, we're just looking for any measurements of actual curvature or drop over a distance from a set horizontal.
Mhm.
Because so far all we have is flat, straight measurements over the Earth. But yeah, we don't even have access to outer space either, because one of the main rebuttals that we get is that we go up in a rocket ship, we turn around, and we get a God's eye view of the Earth. That's actually impossible. We can't actually leave either, so we're all stuck on Earth. Yeah, man, we were all just like you before. We were all brought up the same way, taught that the Earth was a globe. A lot of us just never bothered asking how or why. we were that young, we just accepted, we believed without question. I wouldn't say all, but most of us thought that flat Earth was done when we first heard about it. But when the question is posed to us whether we actually know if the Earth is a globe or not, uh, a lot of us actually didn't know. And when we looked into it, into the measurements of how the Earth is actually measured, the Earth was actually measured flat this entire time. It's been used flat, navigated upon flat the whole time. Outer space has been fake this whole time. Yeah, man. Feel free to pose any other questions if you have anything else. Be more than happy to answer anything. Yeah, welcome. We are welcoming any questions, comments, concerns on the topic of flat Earth. Feel free to speak up if you have anything. Yo, welcome. All right, just kidding. Man, these dudes joining, they just joined for like not even 3 seconds. I didn't even get a chance to say hi. My goodness. Anyway, I hope everybody's having a good night tonight. Hope everybody's doing well. I want to shout out Platter, Lads. I mean, Lads, that's me. T, Gemsy, Crit, everybody else on 24/7. Y'all are awesome. Yo, what up? Welcome.
right? So it's like I think it's something that's true for both sides, not necessarily something that's true only for the people that have mainstream ideas.
Well, yeah, but there's a difference is that the blue sky is a tangibly accessible common experience, right?
No, I'm
So
not.
it's not
My point isn't about the validity of my statement. My point is about how people form ideas and how that, like, even if you're someone that doesn't believe in mainstream ideas, you're still getting your ideas in the same way as someone that has mainstream ideas would, right? Because you're still looking up to an authority figure for your ideas. Do you get my
yeah,
point?
to a degree.
You
To a
disagree?
degree, but when it comes to kids, a lot of what they learn about is there's like stages of development where their mind and their brain are working together to give them certain informations. At that point in their developmental stages, they could be imprinted with a falsehood. And it's not so much that that person they see as an authority, it's that there's just this natural inclination to believe they don't even understand the concept of authority. They're just their mind just does it
Yeah,
naturally.
yeah, no, fair, yeah, but that's not really in opposition to my point or anything. I mean, yeah, that's not, yeah.
Right, but there'd be a big difference between telling a kid about something that's outside of their common experience, like the Earth being a globe, which a kid has no way to understand that, right? As an experiential level, versus telling the kid that the sky is blue and your sneakers are blue. It's like they can clearly see the blue is on both objects. Like it's natural to make that conclusion. And for the parent to say the sky is blue, the sneakers are blue, but the sky isn't blue because I said so. Like that would be a big difference, wouldn't it?
No, my point isn't related to like the shape of the earth at all. Like it has nothing to do with that. It's just like a general observation I have. Like yes, okay, sure. If you want to talk about about this in the context of the shape of the earth, sure. Yes, people that believe the earth is round do look up to an authority figure and then just accept that idea. But at the same time, people that believe the earth is flat or whatever, any other shape or model or whatever you want to call it, they also in turn look at someone with a bit of authority in that community and then accept their ideas. Like, yes, the
No,
only
I mean, yes and no. They don't accept it simply
they
because the
no, they don't
person
accept
has
it.
a
No, I'm
perceived
not.
authority. They accept it because they look at the evidence and the reasoning, and then they see that
Yeah,
the conclusion makes sense.
yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same thing. Like, yes, you're someone is just making a more convincing case for you, but there's still someone in a position of authority.
No, but the thing is they never made a convincing case to the children. They just told them this is the reality you live in. This is the truth.
And that's convincing enough. Because, like, what do you mean? That's a convincing case. Being convincing doesn't really have any relation to the truth of the matter. Being convincing is just like literally that. Like they're convincing, sure. They're really they're forcing their ideas, sure. They're just saying something is true and they're without really justifying it, sure. But that in turn is convincing. And that is why people believe it. It doesn't mean like it doesn't really make any
Yeah, well,
difference.
it's like does anybody ever convince a child to use their mother tongue? So if you're raised, in an English speaking household, at a certain time in your stage of life, you're going to start speaking English. Like you're not actually taught it; you just naturally learn it from being exposed to the tokens, and your mind already puts it into where it needs to go. So like nobody's convincing you; it just happens.
I, I think that's quite different. Uh, Seeing how you wouldn't really have any other options in regards to your mother tongue. Like if you're like if your whole family speaks English, you wouldn't really be able to start speaking Spanish, would you?
Yeah, but
Right? So it's
my
the same.
children watch TV and they know some bit of English as well. So even though they're taught their native language, by watching and observing information from the TV, they can understand and learn English words, you know?
Okay, I think we're
So I
getting.
agree with Ardent, like nobody's teaching them English, they just absorb the information and they just speak it.
Mm. I think a language is very different from an idea. Like some the main way in which you communicate is definitely inherently different from like an idea, like from a scientific idea. Like those are two very different things. I don't know. I think we both probably agree on the same on what I'm saying. I think we just kind of got lost in the whole discussion, probably.
Yeah, it's fair, but see, the thing about children is they don't have primary access to any of that extra data or the idea of what science is or how it works or anything. They're just in an absorption mode, and they absorb certain truths about the nature of certain parts of their identity, and that's like who I am, who's my family, all these types of things, and the nature in which I live, my safe spaces, all these things. So by giving that quote unquote alleged facts to the kids at that point in their developmental cycle, it's imprinted as part of their identity. In fact, this is well known in psychological circles that children of that age, the young age, they imagine the world just as they see it, which is flat and stationary. And then they're told that it's not like they see it, it's contrary to their common experience. And then they have a conflict inside. And then they create in their mind a two model system where they recognize that the earth presents itself as flat and stationary. And then when they imagine the earth from the outside, they imagine it as a floating ball because they've been shown a bunch of fantasy images of it as a floating ball. And so they actually are having this dualistic a reality where one is their real common experience and one is pure fantasy.
Okay, sure. Right. I don't really get your point. Like, yeah, okay, probably. Right.
What I'm saying is they're intentionally taking advantage of children at their most vulnerable time to usurp these developmental stages and implant their ideas into their heads.
But I mean, you can't really not do that though, because that would just have children that aren't part of your society. Like that isn't, I don't know, the shape of the earth isn't the only thing we instill in children. Like there are a bunch of other stuff you tell children
I
just in
agree.
hopes that they'll be part of your part, like
Yeah,
functioning in your.
that's fair and all, but when you look at the media that children get, it is disproportionately focused on the cosmos and the ancient past, such as dinosaurs, etc. It's unbalanced in the amount of time they focus on making sure that they say globe, globe, globe a million times, that they say stars, that they say cosmos, that they say dinosaurs. We just look at kids stuff that you can buy.
So
Like a
what?
large portion of it is covered in dinosaurs or space propaganda. Like
Wait,
it's not even up for debate that is what the majority of kids stuff is covered with.
right. Two questions for you. First, what would you want to see on TV? And second, do you not believe in dinosaurs?
It doesn't matter, dude, whether I
No,
believe in them or don't believe in them.
I'm just
Why is it
asking.
so important that young kids who can't even think and understand time on that scale, have to be told dinosaurs, dinosaurs, dinosaurs?
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm asking then. What would you want a kid to see on TV then? Like, what would you want a kid to be shown?
Well, how about living animals that are actually alive that can be actually seen and touched and felt, and not fantasy animals?
Okay, okay. Besides
'Cause
that,
rest assured, all of the depictions of dinosaurs on they don't they're constantly changing what the dinosaurs look like, what they were doing, when they lived. It's all fantasy. Like it's pure fiction, the majority of the stuff about dinosaurs, when you could really teach them about actual animals.
I mean, they do teach them about actual animals, though. Like, a big part of kindergarten education is literally just teaching kids animals. Like, I don't think I don't, I hope you guys remember kindergarten, and I think you guys do, but I
No,
don't
no, no.
personally.
See, you're missing it. It's the damage of the exposure to dinosaurs in space has already been done before you even get to kindergarten, dude.
But what's so bad about learning about dinosaurs?
Dude, it's not per se that it's bad to learn about the concept of dinosaurs. That's not the point. The point is they're cementing in these kids' head a cosmological scale of time and creation, in that they're synergized together in this worldview. They're basically indoctrinating them with a worldview. It's not
Okay.
about dinosaurs. It's not about space. It's about
No,
the
I get
worldview
that.
attached
I
to
get
it.
that. I get that, but first of all, if you were to, like, I don't know, have your ideal way of raising a child, you would still be indoctrinating them in a way, because like raising a child is inherently indoctrinating them. Like when you're teaching them a language, you're technically indoctrinating them. You're teaching like that's the only thing that you could speak now. If when you're teaching your child what's left and what's right, that's technically indoctrination. You're making them assign to a part of their body a name and to the other part of their body another name. Like, that's indoctrination. It's not an objective truth. It's something we use as a society to work better. We just work better when we both have a common left and a common right. But at the end of the day, it's something completely arbitrary and therefore it's inherently like indoctrination. Like, education and like raising a child is inherently indoctrination. It's not bad to indoctrinate a kid because that's how you make them be able to like question their ideas at the end of the day. If they wouldn't have that basis of like what you call indoctrination, they wouldn't be able to question stuff. Like, if you don't,
Yeah, exactly. So, right. So if kids aren't inundated with space and dinosaurs before they're in kindergarten, oh my goodness, society would fall apart. You're right.
no, I'm not saying that. That's really not my point. I don't think you understand my point. My point is, if you don't teach a kid about space and time, and like dinosaurs or whatever, why would they ever have an interest to question that? Why would they ever even know about that? Like, why would they ever even think about that if you don't ever speak to them about it? Do you get my point? Like,
Right.
if
So then parents should tell their kids, hey, this is a bunch of mumbo jumbo that isn't actually scientifically proven at all. It's mostly fantasy and worldview and philosophy under the guise of science, which you're going to be taught is one of the most ultimate arbiters of truth. And then they're going to try to trick you into this worldview. And so you should be suspect about it because none of this is primarily accessible. And you'll notice that everything that you see about it is pure cartoons. Yeah, you're right. Maybe the parents should teach the kids that.
sure, I'm not necessarily saying that. I don't think you're getting my point. My point
I
is,
am getting your point. Why is it the case that if somebody says they want to homeschool their child and teach them flat earth and not teach them the quote unquote mainstream, why are they considered a pariah in society and that maybe there should be legal rules to prevent them from doing so?
because that's not the standard. Like, it's normal for that to
Who
happen.
cares? Who cares, dude? So if you just invent a standard, then you can impose it on parents and usurp their natural right to raise their own children.
Yeah, we have standards in general that people have to respect in order for us to work. You, for example, would be arrested if you didn't feed your kid because it's a standard to feed your kid. Like, that doesn't make it.
That's
No,
not
no,
a
no, no.
standard.
It's not
That's
a
a
standard
requirement.
to feed your kid. Holy crap.
Yeah.
It is
Holy
though.
crap.
It is though. It fits the definition of a standard. Why would that not be a standard? Yeah, okay, it's a standard because of very obvious reasons. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make it any less of a standard. Like, it's still a standard in the semantic sense of a standard. Like, yeah, okay, people need food. It's a very reasonable standard, but it's still a standard though.
Yeah, people need food. They don't need to imagine Uranus smells like farts and it's raining diamonds on Smegma Prime.
What? Is that what you were taught?
No, dude, that is literally the news that comes out all the time. They sent a
Well,
probe to Uranus, the planet, and they found out that it lets off a gas which smells like farts. Literally can't make this stuff up, dude.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. It's a gas giant. Sulfur. Sulfur smells
Yeah, I
like.
wouldn't be shocked if knowing any of that had any relevance to my daily life whatsoever, especially not some planet allegedly a trillion miles away that it rains diamonds on, which no one will ever be able to mine. It's like, who cares, dude? Stuff is so irrelevant, yet it's propped up as if it's somehow important.
I mean, yeah, a big part of science is that, I guess.
Yeah, a big part of science, falsely so called, is making a bunch of outlandish claims about things that they can never prove or make valuable to anything we ever are going to do in exchange for prestige and money. Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Science isn't paid that well. You'd be surprised. We're not paid that good in science. Like,
But hey, listen. Somebody in a field which is absolutely unproductive getting paid at all is too much.
You just called it prestigious and a waste of money, though.
No, I
Yeah,
said some people do get prestige from being a scientist. In fact, scientists are revered in society
we're
as
not.
being the upper echelons of sincerity and truth.
I don't know where that's happening, but no, we're not. I don't get paid literally. I get paid a shit. Like, I'm paid awful. Like, what do you mean we're revered?
Okay, cool. What type of science do you do?
I'm a chemist. I have a PhD in chemistry.
Okay, so what products do you make?
What do you mean? What products do I make?
Well, like in order to get paid well, you have to provide a good and service to somebody who's going to pay you for it, right?
Yeah, I do
So what
research.
do you make with your chemistry? Like, do you make
I do research.
chemicals? Do you make pills?
No, you don't. Yeah, okay. So research isn't just like making stuff. Like when you do research, it's way more niche than what you'd imagine it to be. Like it's not I make drugs or
Okay, yeah, I'd agree with you. So what you need to do, friend, is you need to start getting grant money to do research on exoplanet chemistry and trying to recreate the raining diamonds on planet Snoofa
oh,
Prime
yeah,
10,000, and then you could make a lot of money.
sure, cool.
So
No,
instead of actually doing real chemistry on the Earth that might get me a better polymer for my earphones that's microbial and won't actually scratch my ear and leave me a rash, you could pretend that you're doing science on another world.
I don't get if you're angry at science in general, chemists in general, or just people that like doing stuff about planets. I don't really know who you're angry at.
No, see, your chemistry doing actual research in real chemicals is something real that should actually be remunerated with reward
Thanks.
versus other dudes who are pretending that they know the chemical makeup of a object trillions upon trillions of miles away as if it's relevant, and money's being funneled to them instead of to you, which could actually get me a phone case that wouldn't slip out of my hands.
Okay, okay, sure, I get your point. Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels distant when people talk about that type of stuff. I personally don't see the necessity of that type of stuff, and that's why I wasn't ever interested in that part of chemistry, and that's why I never, when I
Yeah,
was
bro, that
deciding,
stuff that stuff has no necessity. I'll tell you. So here's the necessity of all of that
it
quote
does,
unquote research.
no, it definitely does
It
has.
don't, dude. It has zero. The
No,
only necessity it has is into backing up the materialistic, secularist, atheist worldview nonsense. That's the only
no,
thing that it's ever done for anybody.
you'd be surprised how much of research seems very meaningless and then it turns out to be really meaningful in the end. Like research isn't something that's like, okay, you study something for a few years and then okay, boom, you've discovered something that's like life changing and has really like in good applications in very many like different fields. It doesn't really work like that. How research works
Yeah,
is
fair enough. Well, let me ask you
very
this question, brother.
specialized.
Let's do some research. So, on the Earth, they've
Okay,
only dug down 8 miles approximately.
okay.
So they weren't even accurate with their predictions of what they would discover for 8 miles deep on the actual Earth we're standing on. Yet they want to tell you what planets that are trillions of miles away are made of. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine that be true, seeing how
Yeah,
like
no, it's not hard to imagine. It's hard that anybody takes it seriously.
no, it's very no, I get your point. It's not intuitive at all, but a lot of science isn't intuitive. Like there are a bunch of things that are intuitive.
No, it's not that it's not intuitive, dude. It's that they have no evidence for their claims.
I mean, I don't know if they do. I haven't really checked their papers. I'm not
Dude,
sure.
listen, friend, they couldn't even get right what is below the surface of the earth we're literally standing on, yet they want to tell you what other worlds that they have no tangible access to are made of. Are you kidding me, bro?
I mean, we can't get a lot of stuff on the earth, right? Like for example, you know how when you like you know how when you're going for a surgery, right, or when you go to the dentist, they inject you with something with lidocaine to like numb you to not feel anything. You know that, right? I assume you've had that happen already.
Yeah.
Um, we don't know how that actually works. Like we don't actually know how lidocaine works, and I mean,
Exactly. So they don't know how lidocaine works on the
no,
earth and the
no,
interactions between the body and the
no,
chemicals
no.
and all of
My
that.
point
Yet
is,
they're going to tell you how the chemicals work on a world trillions of miles away. Like, get real, brother.
no. My point is there's a bunch of stuff we don't understand, but that doesn't mean it makes it any less true. Like we don't understand how lidocaine works, but it doesn't mean we're gonna stop using it. We don't understand the molecular like pathways and the whole signaling that goes on for that specific drug. Sure, we don't understand that, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna use it. Same with how we don't understand specifically what's in the earth, even though I don't know if we do. I haven't really seen a paper on that. I need to research that a little. But yeah, we probably don't understand that, but we understand something that's way more complex because it's probably easier to analyze um, because
Yeah,
of like
yeah, I'd agree with you. So let's set the baseline. It's easier to analyze the composition, structure, mass distribution, and elements to the core of an object trillions of miles away that we can only see with light versus the actual composition of the Earth we're standing on. Do you realize how stupid that sounds?
It may sound stupid to someone that hasn't had
It
any
is stupid.
It may
It
sound
is
to someone
stupid.
that doesn't have any formal training in the field, but I'm telling you, I can understand the structure of something that's only a few electrons long, but at the same time, I couldn't really tell you how a car works, right? Like, it's something that's very hard to understand when you don't have any formal training in the field, and when you haven't really had any that much interaction with the field, like with science in general, from a very like formal
No,
sort of
dude. Often I find that I know more. So, for example, we had an astrophysicist in here
cool,
specializing in discovering exoplanets, new planets.
right?
And he showed us an image of one of the things that he was doing, and it was basically like a 16 by 16 pixel grid, where some pixels were in the bottom left corner and some pixels were in the upper right corner, and they had different intensity. And he was saying, "Oh, this is the host star, and this is the planet, and it's rotating like this, and it's made of this, and it has this mass." And I was like, "How could you
Right.
know that from those 16 pixels?" And he's like, "Oh, well, you take the way they're moving, you assume an elliptical orbit, then you apply the assumption of the gravitational model, right, of the ellipsi and the foci, and then you do all this math and blah, 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 blah." And I go, "Well, what's that math based on? Because all you see is these pixels and the scales." And so we went back through the cosmic distance ladder. This guy didn't even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. Yet he's going to tell me that he can tell from 16 pixels that this is, 3 planets and this one is a star. I mean, get out of town,
Yeah,
brother. Get
we
out of town.
I'm not shocked. A lot of science is that. I can tell you, I don't know, what can I tell you right now? I could probably tell you right now, if you were to give me like a random solution, I could probably tell you what's in it just by looking at it. And it's not a lot of information, but to someone that has a lot of training in that field, you'd be able to do that. Like, if you were to give me right now, I don't know, just a few lines. Do you know what an NMR spectra is? Whatever, it's a thing in chemistry. If you
Endometriosis?
No, no, NMR spectra. It's something like whatever. It doesn't matter. If it's very when you look at it, it's not. It looks weird. It doesn't look intuitive at all. It's just a bunch of lines on paper. When I look at that, I can tell you what molecule I have in front of me. I can tell you how the atoms are linked to one another, what the charges are on them, how the electrons are distributed. Stuff that's like at a molecular level. You don't see
Can
that, but I can
can
tell.
you
I can
do it from
tell that.
16? Yeah, yeah. Can you do it from 16 billion miles away from the sample?
If I have the sample, it's a very different thing. In order to do an NMR, you need the
I
sample.
know. That's what AI is trying to tell you, is that they don't have
AI.
access to
Oh,
the
sorry.
sample that they claim they know the composition of.
I
They
don't.
they don't have
I
access, and
don't.
they've never had access.
I can't. I don't know if I can give any truth to that claim because I haven't seen anything in relation to that. I need to see like a paper or something that says they didn't have a sample because I don't know how they do that stuff.
Has
Like I just don't have any training in that field. I don't know how they personally measure
Oh,
the
dude, the only way for them to have a sample would be to have a vessel that can travel billions upon billions of miles and then return to bring it back to them. No such vessel exists. Okay, let's rest it right there. So they don't have a sample. Period. End of story.
So how did they determine like what how did they make their claims then? Like what's the basis of their claims?
Conjecture.
Like so you're telling me they just wrote a paper that says, "You guys, we think it smells like sulfur because it looks like sulfur." Like, is that it? Is that what they're saying? Like, or we think it's gassy because it looks like gas, or like what's I don't know. Like, what's the claim they're making?
I think they use probably like reflection spectroscopy or oh, hold on, I have to look it up. For the Uranus smells like gas. It's something novel. Hold on.
Well, that before we go on, while you're looking that up, I just want to make sure everyone understands that when I first came up on that article. So here's the article. I'm just going to say it as I read it. Organizational name: Penis.
Wait, do you have it in front of you? Do you have
Just
to?
hold on, brother. The organizational name was called Penis. It
No,
was
but
an
do you have?
acronym.
Wait, do you have?
Hey, let me finish. Let me finish. You're
Okay,
ruining my joke, dude. Holy crap.
okay, go.
Do I need a banner that says "Joke incoming"? Do not ruin.
Yeah.
So now I had to say. Now I had to say the word penis 2 times without any context because of you. Now I said it 3 times.
Say the
Holy
third.
crap.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so the organization's name is PNAS, pronounced penis. And it says, from that organization, your anus smells like farts. So that's a joke that writes itself, brother.
Yeah, are you sure it isn't a joke? Like, where'd you find that?
No, they're deadly serious, dude. That organization actually has all kinds of literature that comes out. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it might be the P in the end stand for something, and the end might be
Wait, I'm gonna look that up.
astronomical sciences or something. I can't remember.
Wait, let me look them up on Google Scholar. Google Scholar. Cool.
Look, I posted a link to the paper. They use, it's
Wait,
called
is it?
Near
Wait,
Infrared Integral Field Spectrometer.
oh, is this the one detection of hydrogen sulfide above the clouds? That?
Yeah, the one I just posted.
Okay, perfect. Oh, wait. Okay,
I know
wait. I might actually be able to do something with this because this is chemistry. Hold on.
Now, if I remember right from the first time reading this, they claim they detected
Oh, gosh.
0.3 parts per million
Okay.
of hydrogen sulfide.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the gas chromatograph spectrometer?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the sensitivity of that?
The sensitivity of what? Of what'd you say? Gas?
The
Sorry.
gas chromatograph spectrometer.
I mean, it really depends on what you're doing because you can select it usually, if I'm not mistaken. But I've no
Well,
idea.
you talked about nuclear resonance imaging
Yeah,
that you've seen.
that usually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah. No, but that
that's
no,
not as
no,
precise as a gas chromatograph spectrometer. That doesn't.
no, but no. But NMR usually goes. So it depends on what nucleus you're analyzing, right? So if you're analyzing proton NMR, that you would usually go up to a 20, if I'm not mistaken, 20 ppm. Or if you're doing like carbon NMR, that can
Yeah.
usually go to maybe 200.
20 now 20 ppm. They claim they're sub 1.3 from 16 billion miles away.
No, but ppm in this situation doesn't. It's a very different. Wait, let me look at this article.
How many different meanings are parts per million?
No, wait, let me look at this article. It depends. It means different stuff in different contexts.
No, it means parts per million, bro. It's like
Yeah, it means
it's
yes,
a
that is
ratio of a
true.
number. It's not
It is
subjective.
true. But when you're saying ppm in the context of NMR, that is related in the way in which, like, how do I explain this? Like basically, it's a coupling constant. That's what. Have you heard of coupling constants? Vicinal coupling constants.
Yes, I know what coupling constant are.
Oh, you do? Wait,
I
you don't?
graduated
Wait.
university like 20 years ago, bro. Okay.
Oh, really? Wait.
Longer than that, 40 years ago. Holy shit, I'm old. 30 years ago.
What'd you study?
Computer science.
Oh, computer science. Oh, cool. Oh, they taught you that? That's okay. Cool.
Why wouldn't they teach me that? Is there a rule against it?
No. I mean, it's not. They don't usually teach NMR in a CS degree. That's usually for
I know a lot of shit about a lot of shit, bro. You'd be surprised.
Good for you. Okay, wait. Let me look at this. Indicate.
I am an endless store of useless information.
To represent and select your detection.
But gas chromatograph. The reason I know about it, because I did a deep dive research on crime scene investigations.
Oh, crime
Some
scene.
of the techniques they use. Yeah, so
Yeah.
CSI type stuff and how garbage it is. Pretty
Yeah.
garbage. But the point is, gas chromatograph spectrometry, at least at the time that this paper was published, had a sensitivity of 3 parts per million. That's when you have access to the sample. They're claiming 10 times an order of magnitude better than that from 16 billion miles away.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm not interested
Why
in.
wouldn't I be skeptical of that? I'd be a
No,
fool not to be skeptical.
wait, let me read it a little bit. I want to see.
You got to understand, there is no fact checking in astronomy
Wait, let me see their discussion. If we could be sure.
or astrophysics or anything in that field. It's just like they can literally
Wait,
say
how many
fucking
citations
anything.
how many citations does this have? Wait, metrics. Sorry. I mean, it's in Nature. It's good. 108. Yeah, sure. This is a good article. Okay. Which is
We need some elevator music.
So analysis to model the observe.
Listen,
No, let's just listen. Did they make an observation, or did they just have a model that said it could be that? To model the observed
no.
spectra, we use the Nemesis nonlinear optimal estimator for multivariate spectral analysis retrieval model using the correlated K approximation with K tables generated from the monthly published KLMC at 8K went blind. So it's another published paper,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah, hold on. No,
you
hear
do
me out.
chemistry,
No,
right?
I'm not here to prove this article
Do
wrong.
you
It's
do
in the way.
chemistry?
Yeah.
Okay. So the techniques you use in chemistry are sound. Okay. The techniques they use in astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, they are not sound
Hold on, wait, I'm trying to
because
read this.
all they have is observation. Listen, you can actually, in chemistry, you can do the experiment because you physically have samples. Okay. Now imagine you published a chemistry paper and you looked across the room with a telescope at some bubbling fucking liquid on the other side, and then you started saying you know what the composition is and what the chemical reaction was based upon you looking at it, staring at it. That you'd never get published. That is fucking no chemist would ever take you seriously. You'd never get published. You'd probably freaking I don't even know what. They would laugh. They'd be laughing forever. He fucking wrote a chemistry paper with it from the telescope. Right, but they claim, but this is the difference between what you're doing and what astronomy doing. They claim they know causes. They claim they know the causes of effects. They claim that they know the chemical composition, how old it is, how hot it is, how far away it is. They claim that they can know all these things just by looking at light, which is crazy. That is a crazy claim.
Right. Hold on.
And who's checking? The same fucking people that are making the crazy claims are checking the crazy claims.
Wait. For fraction, okay.
Like LIGO. You ever heard of LIGO? The gravity wave
Sorry, wait, are you talking to me?
observatory? Yeah. You ever heard of LIGO, the gravity wave observatory?
Gligo?
LIGO.
No,
LIGO.
no, I haven't heard of that, no.
It detects gravity waves. Allegedly detected gravity waves.
I have not heard of
They
that.
claim that that instrument can detect a displacement of their little measuring mass that is 1/1000th of a proton diameter. So if a proton in the mass moves 1/1000th of its diameter, they can measure that motion.
Yeah, I mean I'm not shocked with that. I can, yeah.
That's a 1/1000th of a proton.
Yeah, that's not, yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
A proton is 10 to the negative 37 meters.
I don't know the length of it, but yeah, it's really small.
Yeah, it's really small. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, it's really small. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
thanks,
definitely
dude.
small. Yeah, no, I don't know why you're laughing. It's definitely a small thing, yeah.
Well, they're saying they can measure some subdivision of that. What are they measuring that with?
We can measure a bunch of stuff. Like that's not shocking. I can measure, what can I measure? I can tell you, like, just again, looking at something, shooting light at something very easy to do in practice. I can tell you how stuff is linked to another thing. Like something that's like submolecular, you don't see on a microscope. You can't see that shit. But I can tell you that a carbon is bounded to this and that and that, that, that. Like I can tell you that just by shooting
I
light.
can get you to doubt your faith in light giving an accurate measurement right now. Watch. It's very simple. So when you take a laser transit methodology and you apply it to the surface of the Earth over 25 miles of water, you debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, proving the Earth is flat. Because if water's flat and it covers 70% of the Earth, ipso facto, the Earth is flat. Proven by laser measurement methodology.
Laser measurement. What specific laser measurement methodology?
Laser transit, you level a laser, right? Just like you do on a construction site, and then you put a storyboard on the other side and you get the differential, right? And if the Earth is a globe, it's going to be one thing, and if the Earth is flat, it's not going to be that thing. Guess what? It's been done, and it's not a globe.
Right. Do you have a paper for that?
Yeah, I got a documentary and an associated 120-page PDF leading up
See,
to
I
the
can't. No, I can't.
25-mile
I
shot.
can't. No, man, I can't work with that. I can't work with that. Like, I will read a paper happily. I'll happily read a paper that's like well reviewed and like okay.
Well
My
reviewed.
concern is
What
that-
does that mean?
Sorry, peer reviewed. Is that better?
You know,
Okay,
most
so the
peer
first
reviewed.
paper.
No, but I
Well,
can look at a paper. Look, the thing is, I can
Yeah,
look
I'd agree
and
with you. I agree with you, brother. So the
ask.
first paper I'm going to give you to read that's peer reviewed. It's called the peer review crisis. Once you understand that, then we can move on.
I mean, I'm not gonna doubt the peer reviewing system. That it's like central to the research I do. It's like
so you
it's
do
not
realize
a hard-
that most citrus fruit. Why don't you know that most peer reviewed research is wrong? Why don't you know that?
Why don't I know that? Because it's not. That's the whole. That's the whole point of it. You make other people read it.
It's most of it's wrong. Most of it, like 90% of it.
How can you prove that? That's I can know.
Indio, we got to be
Uh,
gracious. Indio,
Like,
real quick, got to be gracious because his field is actually a real science. And so he's thinking that the real science scrutiny that he does in his field applies to all these other pseudoscience fields,
I
which is
mean,
his
look,
error.
no, that's the thing. I can't. Again, I don't know a bunch of stuff about astrophysics. I'm not.
go
I
on
mean,
Google, type in most peer reviewed research wrong, and see what happens.
is this the thing from
Yeah.
Santa Dagaz? Okay, this why most published. Okay, so this is an article. How many citations?
All right. So speaking of peer review, a guy, PhD in optics, Dr. John D. He came across this idea about using measurements of the Earth to determine whether it's globe or flat. So he used a dual band laser system and he reproduced the test. He didn't just review it; he reproduced it. And according to him, and he actually published it on YouTube, and you can watch it. He found that after accounting for everything and using his dual band laser, which he did for a reason, which is so that he could get the accurate refraction index because different wavelengths refract at different rates. And he basically concluded, after being a globe earther and applying his physics knowledge to measuring the Earth, that the Earth is indeed flat. It's not a globe after all, because just like the other laser test, the Earth measures flat.
And you said he's a science. You said he's a physicist.
Yeah, PhD specializing in optics. And not only that, but there's been numerous other tests. People have done it over 35 miles on land, et
But
cetera, et cetera.
I mean, I'd have a
You
question.
can do it.
Why do you choose to believe that certain physicists and not every other physicist? Like, don't you think that's cherry picking a little bit?
Because none of those other physicists did any tests.
So, what would you consider a test to be then? Like, what would qualify as a test for you?
He just described it to you.
Yeah, okay, that's a type of test, but like, it's not a test in general. You have multiple types of other tests. Like, why that test specifically is the only valid one?
Oh, because
Okay,
it's a direct measurement of the surface. That's why.
It's what?
It's directly measuring the surface.
Okay, so wait, is it measuring the surface or is it measuring the curvature or is it just like not measuring anything, it's just determining if a curve exists?
Yeah, dude, it's the same type of methodology that you use in building things when you want to make a level
No.
surface with a laser.
But like, yeah, but the
Right?
point.
You get the laser.
Yeah, no, I get that.
You level the laser, and then you get the differentials between the parallelness of the beam and the surface. Right? Pretty
Okay.
standard method.
Wait, what is this? Sorry. Right, yeah, no. But I mean, like, what's okay? But my question is, why do you believe this certain physicist, not every other one? Like, what makes
What
this?
other? Because they haven't done anything. I already answered that.
But that's my question. Like,
There's no contrary data, brother. Don't you understand? There's no contrary data that anybody's gathered to say, "Hey, this is wrong."
What do you mean there? But, no, there is though. Because if there wouldn't be any contrary data,
Okay, then show us. Post it in the chat, dude.
No, I can't
Post it.
post anything in the chat. It's not like I have.
Of course, because it doesn't exist, dude.
No.
6 years ago, we had a guy come in here with 3 PhDs that said,
Yeah.
it stands to reason that because there's more globe earthers than flat earthers, there must be more globe earth laser tests. And as such, that means, and he went to go look. And now
No,
it's
the thing
6
is,
years ago, and he's never been back.
look,
So
I
listen,
just really want a paper about this test specifically, like this globe test, like not a YouTube video or a documentary, because I'm not gonna watch that. I just want a paper, like an article I can read. Like
I
that's it.
just posted one. These are the
Where is
measurement
it?
results.
The
Are you under the impression that peer review replicates the research?
No, I didn't say that. I've never said that.
Okay,
Wait,
then
is
what
this
is
is
the
it
point of peer review? What is
sorry,
the point of peer review?
is it
What is the point of peer review?
I don't get why you're being aggressive with me. If you're gonna talk to
What
me
is
like
the
that,
point of peer review? Why can't you just answer?
I'm
What
not
is the
gonna
point?
I'm not gonna speak to you if you're gonna be
I
aggressive.
just no. I just listen. I
Look,
want to
if you
know
wanna be
why
nice,
you're appealing to peer review because it seems very cowardly.
no, it's not. I don't think it's cowardly, but again, I don't want to
It is
talk to you.
cowardly because you don't want to address any evidence by just saying it's not peer reviewed. Should we
Look,
publish it in an open access journal and then just go put a flag up and say, "Hey, now we got something peer reviewed"? So what? Then you'd say,
Are you gonna
"Hey,
let me
this isn't
speak?
the right journal."
Are you gonna let me speak now? Is it okay if I speak?
Yeah, you're just trying to make it impossible. You're just trying to make it impossible for us to present any evidence
Oh
by
no,
having an
I
impossible
literally
standard that can't be
no.
met.
No, I literally didn't say that. Okay, I'll accept a non-peer-reviewed article. If it's an article that's published somewhere
Would
with
you
an
accept if
abstract,
you did it?
Published.
if I did it,
Define published. Hey, bro,
Would-
define published.
we didn't define published in a journal, in a scientific journal. Is that good?
Does that make it correct?
I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just saying I want something
Then
that
what
is
good
at
is the
least.
peer review if it doesn't mean it's correct or not? Why are you using that as
I
some
never said
gatekeeping
that.
device?
I never said that.
Why are
Sorry.
you using it as a gatekeeping device?
We're published in a scientific journal.
No,
Period.
here, let's
Why
do
do
peer
we need
review.
that, dude? I'm going to ask
I,
you like for the 10th time. Why is
sorry,
that important?
I'm not gonna respond to you if you scream at me. I'm not gonna do that.
Dude, then answer. You're not responding
Hold
when I
on.
asked you
I'm not
nice.
gonna be doing that. I'm sorry. I'm
Hold
not gonna.
on, citrus fruit.
You didn't
I'm gonna
respond
take
when I
care of
talked
this.
politely to you.
I
No,
didn't scream
hold
at
on, citrus fruit. I'm gonna handle Indio real quick. I'm gonna peer review whether he's yelling at you is justified. I reviewed it. Yes, his yelling is justified. Now that it's peer
No,
reviewed and published, you can accept it.
I don't get why you guys are acting like this.
Can't you do the
I've
peer
not
review?
said anything mean to
Citrus
you.
Yeah,
fruit. Can't
we're
you?
listen.
No,
Go
look,
ahead, bro.
I'm really open to discussion. Like, I really want to talk to you guys. But if you're gonna scream at me, we're not gonna go
Doesn't
anywhere.
sound like it.
Yeah, listen, brother. I'm going to ask you now for the 11th time. What is the importance of peer review? Why is it useful? Why does it need to be applied?
If I answer that, do you promise you're gonna stop screaming at me?
Okay, I'm going to ask
Sure.
you for the 12th time. Peer review. Why is it important? Why do we need that? Why is it the arbitrary truth?
All right. I never said it's the arbitrary truth. First of all, peer review, yes, can sometimes go wrong. That is a fact. Some articles are peer reviewed, but in those cases, sometimes it just doesn't work. That's why we also look at other parts of an article in order to evaluate its quality. Like when you're looking at an article, the first thing that you look at is you look at the journal that it's published in, right? You look if it's peer reviewed, you look at the number of
Why?
citations, publishing date,
Why?
and methods used.
Why?
Because that's the
Why?
way in which you can assess an article. For
Why?
example,
Why do we do this?
sorry, to determine I told again, if you're gonna be aggressive with me, I'm not gonna talk. So can you let me finish? Is that fine?
Yeah, I
Look,
want you to tell us.
I'm
I
getting
want you
to
to
it. I'm getting to
justify
it.
why we should.
I'm
Brother,
getting to
brother,
it.
brother,
That's how I speak.
brother,
You have to
brother.
understand okay,
You know what I want, and you're being obtuse
okay.
on purpose.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm gonna
it
mute
isn't
you.
going to work.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You
I'm
know you're
muting you.
being
I'm sorry. I'm not
obtuse.
gonna listen to
Yeah,
that.
we can hear you giggling.
If
Don't mute
anyone else
me. I'm a
likes to
mod. I'll
speak,
ban
sure,
you.
I'm
Okay.
down, but I'm not talking to the other
I'm
guy.
going to ask you
Yeah,
again.
if you're gonna mute
Why are
me,
we
just
using peer
I'm
review?
sorry. I'm
You're
not
still
gonna be
just
screamed
talking
at.
over me, so you don't have to listen. Is that your plan?
Okay, cool.
I'm going to
I'll
ask you
continue
again.
the article someone sent.
I think this dude muted me,
So
so
I think
he's
someone
going
said
on.
that this fee core thing is published somewhere, right? Is that
Dude, unmute me, or just stay the way you are.
Hey, citrus fruit. We don't take kindly to people muting each other because then you just talk while the other person's talking. Doesn't work. So unmute Indio, right? And then instead of being obtuse about answering his question, just give him a straightforward answer. And then you solved your problem. You can continue the convo. Plenty of people listening right now that are wondering why When asked, since you're supposedly the scientist, you can't just give a simple answer why peer review is necessary. And to say that peer review is necessary because the first thing I have to do to legitimize something is see if it's in a peer-reviewed journal, that's just circular reasoning. That's not answering the question. And for goodness sakes, and for the love of God, please just answer the question.
Yeah, we just want he's probably not even listening. We want a justification in case I'm going to assume I'm unmuted. We want a justification for using that as some step in the process. Why should we use it? What does it say about? Yeah, we know you can't talk. So why is it important? Jesus Christ. Now you're unmuted. Am I muted? Did you mute me?
No, you're not
Yes or
muted.
no?
It's fine. You're good.
Okay. So really simply, I'm going to state it kindly, and I'd
Go
like
ahead.
you to answer. Why are we using peer review? Why is that an arbiter of the truth? You know, peer review is a new invention. It's only been done since about the 1970s. Prior to that, there
Okay.
was no peer review. They didn't
Sure.
do peer review. Well, it's true.
Okay. And was that
If you want do you want the history of peer review and how it came about into the modern era? It was actually Ghislaine Maxwell's father, his name's Jordan Maxwell, that monopolized all the journals so that he could sell them to the government. And that's how he became a billionaire. He owned Elsevier,
Wait, so is
right?
that
So
okay?
that's a whole nother story. The point
Cool.
is, peer review is a new thing, and what is its utility? I just gave you an article that said most peer-reviewed research is wrong. So if you are going to have some gatekeeping
No,
thing where I'm not going to consider it unless it's peer-reviewed, I'd like
no,
you to
it's not my
justify
thing.
that.
No. Again, I didn't say
Still
like
talking over me. I'm going to ask you what I just said to you, okay?
I won't be treated like a child. I'm sorry. Why are you treating
Yeah,
me
I'm
like?
going to ask you what I just said to you to make sure you just heard me. Well, I won't be interrupted rudely either.
You did that already to me multiple times, though.
I'm not going to be treated like a child, but I'm going to ask like a child. But you did it first.
I'm sorry. I don't. If
Grow
you
up,
want,
bro. Like, seriously?
I didn't. I'm sorry. If you
Why
wanted
are you
to talk to me
laughing?
about it, we can talk.
He's
Like I'm
laughing
gonna
because he's a
talk.
child. He thought he's going to bullshit his way. You don't have a degree
A
in goddamn
child?
anything, okay?
I'm sorry.
Well,
Okay.
to be fair, you're supposed to know this stuff because
I
you said you appeal to it in your field, and so everyone's listening is hearing you not just
Do you
answer
want
the
to let me
question.
speak?
You're a
I can answer
university
this
student
question.
that thought you could bullshit your way through this, and you can't, okay?
You want to let me
Listen.
speak? I can answer
Yeah,
your
so,
question
okay, so give us a justification.
as to why we think peer review is important. Like why we
The justification on why
No,
you won't look at the research that we're providing to you because it's not peer reviewed. That justification.
First of all, I didn't say that. I'd happily look at anything that's not peer reviewed if it's an article. I just said I won't look at a fucking documentary because I don't have that time. That was my whole point. One, two, peer review is important. Yes, we look
Why?
because it's other scientists in your field reviewing your article. Like that's the whole thing.
That's not a why.
It's important though. It's important to have other experts in your field look at your
Yeah,
evidence.
that's your claim. Why? That you're just restating the same claim. I'm asking you why. The justification.
Because, for example, if you went wrong in your work, you can have someone else say, "Okay, you went wrong there. That's why what you're doing is wrong." Like it's someone else looking at your work over again and just like saying, "Okay, sure, that's where you went wrong. That's where you did good." Like that's it.
And what are they looking for?
They're usually looking at your methods. So your methods specifically, like what's most important? Is it coherent? Is it in line with your topic? Does it actually prove a point? And then they're also looking at other like minor
Does
stuff.
it prove a point?
Yeah, like
Really?
does it prove what you set out to prove? Yeah. Like if you have, does it prove what you're trying to prove?
First of
Like
all,
I can,
science doesn't prove things. Okay.
it does though. Like that's the whole, like that's how a research paper works. You have a title, and
So
your whole paper proves that that's
you graduated university but never took philosophy 101.
yeah. No, we don't do that where I live. We don't have philosophy classes and
You
stuff.
don't take philosophy 101. It's pretty
Yeah,
much a required course in every university going back probably
not
Yeah, and
200
anymore.
years, if not 500.
every
Not
science degree, as far as I know.
Not in France. I did my whole
Oh, no
Not in
wonder, dude.
France.
Oh my goodness, there explains it all.
yeah, no, I did
Not in
my
France. So they don't
no,
have
you don't
philosophy in university in France.
yeah, no, you don't do philosophy on a STEM degree, you just do STEM courses.
So the starting point of Descartes' skepticism and all that crap, which led to the problem of induction, which is plagues every scientific endeavor. Somehow they don't teach that in France.
Yeah, they
I
don't.
just find that hard to believe.
You can look it up.
No.
I can give you the name
Okay.
of my
Well, science
university.
doesn't prove things. You can Google that too. Just type in "does science prove things?" No, it doesn't because it uses induction, which contains the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay, so it doesn't prove things. It actually most
Oh,
science, other than natural science, can't actually prove anything because it's theoretical. So you can have a
not all
hypothesis.
science is theoretical though. It's not all theoretical.
You
Like
can't
yes,
eliminate alternate hypotheses, dude.
no,
This is
no,
the
but I
problem.
mean, you can't say science is theoretical. That's not true though. You have stuff that is like actually practical. You can look at it and say that happened. Like if I put a shit ton of ethanol over a bunch of cells, they're all gonna die. I can tell you
Okay,
all
yeah,
the
but
cells died because
citrus
But
fruit, real quick, brother, real quick. You're making a classic mistake. And that is the mistake of I'm a scientist. I'm a real scientist doing real science with real tangible results, samples, and experiments. Therefore, other people who are called scientists are doing the same thing. That's not true. These astronomers and astrophysicists are not doing science, brother. That's what
again,
we're trying to tell you. They're making it up.
I don't think you're getting my point. I never said I'm trying to like say their work is good. What they did is correct. What they did is like the like complete truth. I never said that. We're just talking about science in general. Like I'm not specifically trying to defend astrophysicists. I'm not trying to defend their work and say it's good. Like I never said any of that. Uh, yeah, I guess this has just turned into a whole discussion about
okay,
my
so there's
knowledge.
two parts of okay, so you should know there's two parts of a published paper. There's the experiment, and then there's the explanation part, right? Why you
Um,
got that result. Now you can
not
you can
really.
do
Like,
your chemistry experiment, right? And you can have no clue why that happened, and you can do it over and over and over and over again. And I do agree with you. That's the actual science part. But the part they call science in modern day is the theory on the why that happened, right? The how and the why. And they come up with, mathematical models and, claim cause and effect relationships, yada, yada, yada. The peer reviewed part is only the explanation part. And they'll look at the experiment for sources of error, confounding variables, shit like that, right? Which is the actual only utility of the peer review process is just like, hey, man, what is something maybe they didn't take into account? And what is the source of error? What are the starting assumptions? These types of things. That's all peer review does. But you don't
not
need somebody else
really.
to tell you that. You can evaluate that for yourself.
Not really. Peer review doesn't. It's not peer review. Isn't people calculating like statistic constants on your paper? It's not really what they do.
No,
Like
what I said is they'll evaluate the experiment, right? They'll go, what are the sources of error? What are some confounding variables? What are some variables that they left out for some reason, right?
yeah,
Did they apply the right statistical method for processing the data? Is the data over processed?
sure,
Do
yeah,
they have
yeah,
all these freaking floating parameters that they can just freaking move like little slider bars to fit whatever theory they have into the observation? So this
yeah,
is the stuff they
yeah.
review,
Fair,
right? So this is the stuff they're reviewing, but this is a straightforward measurement. All we're doing is measuring something. Now anybody can evaluate the methodology of measuring. Hey, what was the equipment they used? What was the distance? What does the goal predict? What was measured? Like you don't need it's not a complicated thing. It's simply a measurement.
right.
Right? You can you go to the doctor's office, anybody in the doctor's office, the receptionist, the nurse, your doctor can measure your height, right?
Yeah, sorry. Wait, I don't think. What's your point? I don't get it.
Because we're just measuring something. We're just measuring the distance that a laser increases or does not increase from the surface of the earth. Because with distance, the further the laser goes along the surface of the earth, the farther away from the surface of the earth it should get.
All right.
right? Because the Earth's supposed to be curving and the laser's going straight, right? So they should separate.
Can someone send me a link to what you're talking about, like the experiment thing? Maybe someone sent it
I'll
already.
show you I'll show you a diagram so you can visualize it. Okay, how about that?
Yeah, or maybe that's like article or whatever you're talking about.
I already posted it a while ago.
Can you send it again? Because I kind
of lost it. Shit. Wait, so look at this diagram, right?
Right.
See, as a laser goes along the surface of the Earth, it should increase in distance. So now all you have to do is measure its height from the surface of the Earth to see if the distance is increasing along the height of the laser. Now, the globe model is going to make certain predictions. For instance, at 40 kilometers, a laser should be if you start at 2 meters above the surface of water and you shine a laser 40 kilometers, it should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. At the other end, 40 kilometers away.
Yeah. Wait, is this
Does that seem like a lot to you?
Wait, no, sorry, wait. I think I know what you're talking about. Is this the experiment they did like a while ago and the guys got proven wrong? Is that it?
No, not Netflix, dude. Come on, man.
Okay, like YouTube's any better? I'm sorry. Wait, no, is this... Wait, I think I found a video of it. The one where they put, like, they flashed light between two, like, boards with circles.
Holy crap. Hey, brother. Hey, citrus fruit, real quick. Okay, laser, flashlight. One starts with L, one starts with F. So if you're bringing up something about a flashlight, it's not what we're talking about here.
Great. Thank you. I would have never known.
Okay. Okay. So this was done in the Netherlands, right? At Lake IJsselmeer. It was done, if you read the report, which I just posted.
Okay.
They had meteorological stations at both ends. They took all the weather data. They just did it once. They went back 3 weeks later and did it again. They have 5 measurement results, right? So they did horizontal pans of the laser. They did increasing distances. And the thing is, the globe makes certain predictions on how high the laser should be. The results here are not within the range of what the globe predicts. They're off by 2 orders of magnitude. It's not close. That's why we use this as an example, is because it's not close.
But who is this company, Ficor?
They were a nonprofit.
Okay, and who are they exactly? Like, who's
why does that matter? Why does that matter?
It's relevant.
That's a genetic fallacy. That the information is right or wrong based upon who it comes from.
I mean, don't you think that's straight up? But you're contradicting yourself, though. You're saying the articles.
What are you talking about?
You're saying the articles written by physicists are wrong because other physicists in the field review.
I never said that. I never said anything like that.
Yeah, that's bogus, brother.
I never said anything like that.
What was said is that some people.
I'm fully convinced now.
Check this out, brother. Check it out, Citrus. We said that some people are wrong because these measurements disprove their claims. Had nothing to do with who they are whatsoever.
No, but I'm sorry, but you're saying the results, like, scientists post on, like, in known journals, you're saying those are fake because they're posted by scientists.
No one said that. Why are you saying that again?
We were talking, like, a few minutes ago about how the data they found on Uranus is false. And now you're saying that the data posted by a company that's visibly, like...
No, I didn't say it was false. I said there's no way it can possibly be true. Because we know that on Earth, the max precision that we can get from elemental analysis is 3 parts per million. Okay? And they're claiming an order of magnitude greater than that. Okay? Which is capped,
what I'm looking at right now... Wait, I'll just show you guys what I'm looking at right now, just so you... Oh, okay, wait, I can't share screen? Oh, okay, fuck. That's awesome.
Funny how you keep
address the laser, dude.
I can...
Before you address the laser, Citrus, it's just funny. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
I'm very down to talk.
No, I'm going to point something out. And I want you to reflect on it.
Go ahead.
Everything we have said is about particulars of the tools being used and the scope of their abilities, where you keep bringing it back to the people. Why is it that you're so focused on the people and not the accuracy of the tools?
Because it's relevant. It's part of the scientific process. Like, I can look at your data. I can look at your data and make, like, a conclusion based on it.
Yeah, but you're trying to look at their biography.
I'm just telling you.
You're trying to look at their biography, though.
The data can be
skewed. Yeah, that's a good one.
You're proposing.
Yeah, brother, you're not talking
a certain conclusion that isn't necessarily true because the data in itself isn't true.
Yeah, but you're not talking about data. That's just a lie. You're talking about their biographical fucking information.
Because it's relevant. If I were to post a
So
study,
No, it's not.
Their biographical information changes the test results.
you can't.
What if it's you and me that go and do this,
data.
Citrus?
Sorry,
Citrus. What if it's yourself and myself that go out and do this test? Is now it null and void because we're freaking nobodies?
No, if it was between me and you, sure, I'd believe that. But since it's something from the internet, I don't know who made it. I don't know the source. You have to analyze.
Well,
that
how
stuff. You can't
about
ignore
instead
it.
of poisoning the well, you assess the information first, then get back to us?
Okay, sure. Let's look at the information you're proposing. Let's look at this 121 slide thing. Cool. Okay.
It's in big type. I think you can read it quickly. There's lots of pictures. You can do it.
Yeah, there's a preface and initial data, and then there's 17 tests. So you can just skip to the end of the last test, and then you don't have to read all the previous 16.
Okay, they're using a camera and a telescope. Okay. Cool, closer distance, blah, blah. Measurement procedure, so...
All right, while you're reading that, just read to yourself calmly while I help the audience understand what the scientific method is. So, step one of the scientific method is establish who it is that's conducting the experiment. Until you establish that, you can't go any further.
It doesn't work like that. It's about the validity of stuff you're saying. You're saying they can't prove certain things, like in other papers, because maybe they have a different agenda, because they're paid by someone to do that research and like
Dude, how long is that straw man bullshit you're gonna make?
It's not straw
Nobody
man.
said anything. That's the third time.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
the third time.
So does that mean you don't believe
Nobody
that?
said anything like what you're saying.
So
Not
you don't
even
believe that,
remotely close.
So you
We did
don't
not
believe that,
appeal to who they are. We did not. We talked about their data and the instruments they're using and their methodology. Why are you over talking me? We talked about the There we go again. So with the instruments they use, their methodology, what they claim they measured is out of whack with what we know is possible terrestrially by an order of magnitude. They don't actually have a sample, and it's a model. It's a model of what the spectrum should look like instead of actual. Why are you constantly over talking, dude? What the fuck is your
Because you've been
issue?
over talking me multiple times, by the way. I don't get it.
So you're doing it for revenge?
Sorry?
Are you doing it for revenge then?
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
You're a dishonest
No wonder
fuck,
it can't
bro.
track India.
Just go on mute, bro. Just fucking go on mute.
Dude, what we're talking about is that you can't get your head out of the fact that the personalities aren't relevant to the veracity of the data. The data is either true or false. And for some reason, you keep projecting that onto us as if that's what we're doing. But really, you're just admitting your epistemology is based on faith and personalities rather than the veracity of the data. I mean, that's my conclusion. I think that's pretty well founded based on what you keep saying. It's like you can't get away from it for some reason.
It's not a company, dude. You can try that again. It's a nonprofit. It was paid for by donations. Good try though. So I already told you it was a nonprofit, Citrus Fruit, and so now why are you lying?
Oh no, I'm done with this conversation. I'm sorry, I'm leaving. I'm just saying, if you guys are gonna look at data,
Let me help you.
look at it.
Let me help you.
Hold on.
boy.
Listen, out of the kindness of my heart, I'm going to finish his sentence. So what I wanted to teach you guys is that if you're going to look up data, the most important thing you should do is verify who the person is and whether or not he cheated on his wife.
Seems
How come
legit.
it doesn't list what they had for breakfast in there? I want to know, because that's important. Because it's an important meal of the day.
Yes, it is the most important meal. And if they didn't have Wheaties and it's a high performance experiment, they probably didn't do it because you got to eat your Wheaties. Oh, do you guys got Wheaties in Australia? Do you even know
Yeah, I
what
don't know if
that
they're
is?
the same thing or not.
Well, they always have athletes on the cover.
Wheat Bix, yeah.
Yeah, we got Wheaties. I always get a kick out of seeing the old Bruce Jenner ones when he was like a decathlon athlete. And he's like all buff, like with a javelin in his hand.
That must be worth a pretty penny.
I know, right? He's probably trying to buy them all and burn them.
You remember that clip where he was manhandling Ben Shapiro?
Oh
He was,
yeah, that's right.
he was like, if you say that again, you're going to go home in an ambulance. And Ben Shapiro was like, "Oh, how very tolerant and peaceful of your view."
That's so funny, man. I forgot about that. Dude, he's huge too. Even as a woman, he's like a fucking beast.
Yeah.
Dude, like seriously, when I was a kid, dude, I thought that was like the coolest thing. I wasn't like when I was like 4 or 5, like I wasn't into like professional sports or anything like that. But the Olympics I thought was cool, and that he was like, the best because he could do it all, right?
Yep.
So anybody else catch the Shiva debacle?
Only the title.
Oh, dude, it was so bad. I mean, holy Jesus! First of all, McToon's in it, and right there, right off the rip, and he said he was banned from here, which is false. And he said there's a video on my channel showing me being banned. So I went and watched the video, and he clearly clicks the disconnect button. So after muting the entire room, so it's really funny just to blame. Anyway, the point is that my God, dude, it is just like an embarrassment that this guy ever took it is in academia at all. He's an embarrassment, quite honestly. There's no way to even describe it. It was
Well, let
basically
me
like
guess.
a 3-on-1 Glober debate of 3 people telling the flat earther how he's stupid and how they need to do this. We have to do this experiment this other way. It's just so fucking. It's so bad. But
So yeah, so it said on there.
Let up from go.
What was the title again? It was like flat versus round.
Flat versus round summit.
Summit. Yeah, flat versus round summit. Applying the scientific method. So like right there, it's like, okay, how to apply the scientific method to just a measurement of a shape? I mean, good grief, dude. How much stupider could you be?
He said you have to express your hypothesis into a mathematical equation.
What the heck?
Yeah, bro. It's a freaking train wreck, bro. And he used the example of F equals ma.
Holy crap.
Yeah, dude. Dude, that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. It was so much worse than I thought.
So basically, dude, we should retitle this video examples of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah, and his example was 2 competing hypotheses, F equals ma versus F equals ma squared. And it more closely fits F equals ma.
Oh.
Well, how did you get those variables? What did you measure to get any of those variables? The values, to know if it fits in the first place. How'd you measure the mass? How'd you measure the force? Acceleration seems straightforward. But then you would need to know what are the other 2 variables. Well, where'd those come from?
Just read the first comment. These people are retarded.
It was so much worse than what I thought. I was actually in the chat for a while.
It's like the first comment. I caught the live event. It was such a rich exchange, teaching and learning.
He kept saying the flat earthers. He has to teach him like he's in kindergarten. So the person that was the flat earther, I think it was Kevin Samuels. That's his name. He's not a native English speaker, so he's talking like him. But you can tell that he's having trouble speaking because he's not a native English speaker. And Shiva kept saying, "Do I have to explain it to you like you're in kindergarten?" He said that. He said that like 6 or 7 times, and that was like very irritating to me because it was obvious he was having troubles not only expressing himself but understanding what was being said because he doesn't speak English. Which begs the question: why was he involved in that anyway? And where were the other flat earthers? And I thought they were all supposed to fly out and go in a conference room and write it all on a whiteboard. And like everything he said would happen, none of that shit happened. There was 3 Globers because I'm counting him as a Glober. There was McToon, another anti-flat earther that did radio, so some sort of he did radio, some sort of radio stuff in the military. And Shiva, the radio dude that was McToon, just sat there doing nothing. The radio guy kept talking about, well, there's no mirages in radio waves, and if the Earth was flat, there'd be no radar horizon, and so it's basically almost like a debate. It was almost like a flat Earth, one flat earther with broken English versus 3 anti-flat earthers debate, more than actually collaborating to get some freaking test done. But the radio guy just kept saying shit which is just blatantly wrong. Oh, water doesn't really have an effect on UHF. You could just like Google it, dude. Water is like the only thing that affects VHF, which is crazy, dude, that this guy's saying that shit. Water increases the absorption and attenuation of VHF, and he said the exact opposite of that, and claiming he's an expert in radio. UHF, rather. He said there'd be no radar horizon on the flat Earth. Oh, yeah. None at all. Just go forever. It was bad. It was bad, dude. If
posted
you
my
value
comment.
your like literally, it's like puke in your mouth level bad.
Dude, I posted, why would anyone need the scientific method to simply measure a shape of an object? Perhaps we need a summit on teaching how to measure for children. Holy crap. I
Yeah,
had a
and
feeling it was gonna be bad.
they're butchering like they didn't. What were they saying? They were like, instead of using the term for the imprecision of a measurement, like the uncertainty of a measurement, they were using a completely different word. And Shiva was using it too, and I'm like, how the frick did this guy get into like in the university? It's called, there's 2 measurement things, right? There's the precision of the measurement, and then there's the uncertainty of the measurement result, which would be a bounded range. They were calling it something completely freaking different. And I'm like, man, but this guy, he's an MIT graduate with freaking 3 degrees or whatever. Like, why doesn't he correct them and tell them these are the anti-flat earthers, mind you, and correct them and tell them they're using like the wrong terminology. Like it was just I don't know. I don't even know what to say. It was so much worse than I thought. This guy is like, no matter how bad I think it is, this dude's like going down fast, in my opinion of him. Like fast.
He might have to have a special meeting with his employer.
He is
Be
his
like,
own
hey,
employee. He's got a lot of grips going, I found out. He's
oh,
got a lot
really?
of like donate to this and donate to that and donate to this other thing. And I'm sure it's a legitimate employment thing in Massachusetts to start a nonprofit, make yourself the head administrator, and pay yourself basically the proceeds of that nonprofit administering the penny that's left.
Yeah. There's one corporate structure, which I don't know if it applies to nonprofit, where you as the owner are entitled to 10%, and then after that, the remaining 90% is then considered the shares. So what was one of their ideas?
I think the Globetards want to do another sun observation, which is I don't even know, like predict where the sun is based upon some model, but they're so stupid. And I've told McToon this already. That in like another thing where he starts some shit in an X thread and then bails on it. That they don't use a globe model to predict where the sun is. So that will be quite a litmus test to Shiva's veracity, quite honestly. Because if he doesn't look at the math and see, hey, in the math, there's no globe model, there's no globe in there, then it's not a globe, and that it's not actually a globe prediction. Then that what this dude was proposing, and he said it wasn't even his idea. It was to get the elevation of an airplane when it's coming down on its glide slope at 20 kilometers away and making a elevation prediction, flat Earth versus globe prediction, which is convoluted, and they didn't like that one. And the reason they gave is because the radar measures the arc length, or the radar measures the straight line distance, but it's supposed to be the arc length. And so basically, the radio guy was coming up with all these reasons why you can't do it. One of them being the imprecision of the measurement, that it was accurate to it was only accurate to within like 0.6 of a kilometer or something. I mean, that was for the distance, but that the difference in drop would be 20 meters. And then he was like, "Hey, well, you can just do it farther." And then they're like, "No." Then Shiva just literally just shut that down. As soon as he said farther, he just shut that shit fucking down right away. And of course, the other guy. And so the whole time she was lecturing this dude Kevin Samuels. Like the whole time he was lecturing them. But when the Goldbergs can say any fucking stupid thing they want, and he doesn't say a goddamn word to them, he actually lectured. Well, where'd you get that from? You have to give a citation. So in science, we give citations. When the Glober right before him, just spouted a whole bunch of nonsense claims, and he did not demand a single fucking citation for any of that shit. Anyway, that's not the point. So they were like, okay, well, you could use UHF in a freaking airplane and get a receiver at some lighthouse far away. And if the Earth's a globe, there'll be a radar horizon where you won't be able to pick up the UHF signal. But on a flat Earth, there'll be no radar horizon. And so then they started arguing about that. Well, we don't. If this is kind of like the seeing too far thing. This is what the Glover said. This is kind of like the seeing too far thing. But there's no mirages in radar. Yeah, there is. Fucking simple Google search. Yeah, there is. They're not visible mirages. They're just not qualitative, but the same effects, right? The reflection, right? So the radio waves will reflect. You'll get multipath interference. All these things, all these problems with UHF that you'd have, that you would have a flat Earth radio horizon. And he even said, he's like, well, sometimes the radio horizon is real far away, and that's ducting. That's ducting around the globe, right? So he already made it so that no flat Earth observation can disprove the globe, because he can say, well, it's ducting. It's ducting for fucking 500 miles. So, you can't, dude, it's such, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, kind of have to see it for yourself. I don't recommend it, but it's pathetic.
It sounds like ducting is what he had to do to pass MIT.
This is like, they had two Globers. They had McToon and some guy, he worked in radar, or not radar, but radio transmission in the military, or as a hobbyist or something like that. I can't remember exactly what his um background was. He was clearly an anti-flat earther, and clearly knew what he was talking about to a degree, but he was making claims that are just baloney, dude. That you literally can just Google and see that his claims were just baloney. Like I said, the water absorption, the attenuation, the lack of mirages, the no radar horizon on a flat Earth, just all sorts of crap. And then after he did all that of going back and forth, now Shiva's buying this supposedly as if he probably is buying it. Well, I brought this guy here, and he's an expert in the field, and why don't you just go with his experiment? Why, like, because they poo-pooed the one he wanted to do with the plane glide slope, and then he's trying to go with and then he's trying to push his lighthouse experiment, and then Shiva's trying to push that on him, right? Based upon all these other things, but like I said, right at the end, he says, "Well, sometimes the radar horizons far, and then you have ducting because of a temperature inversion." Well, you just said you're supposed to be doing an experiment that's a positive flat or globe, and then you just eliminated the globe as being falsifiable by this experiment by saying, in some instances, there's no radar horizon, right? And that's ducting. So if you have a no radar horizon, it's not a flat Earth, it's ducting. And if there is a radar horizon, it's not absorption or attenuation, it's a globe. It's so scummy. I don't even know it. I'm sorry. I'm ranting. It was irritating to watch that shit.
Hey, when they were talking about the glide slope, I mean, somebody could have just said, "Hey, how about we just get the pre-fusion algorithm Adiru rotational attitude data?" Yeah, for you Globers
Then
out there who don't know what I just said, supposedly there's a system on the plane that measures the reference frame of the plane relative to the Earth and its initial attitude and its flight, and it would prove that it would be rotating or not rotating as it travels in an arc or over a flat, parallel line to the Earth. So supposedly that already exists in the airplane's subsystems, and if you just can get that pre-algorithm, you'd have some data that might be useful. Too bad they hide it and then put an algorithm on it and then make it to where you can't tell what's really going on. And so the end result, the end data of the plane, this is their own language. The plane recognizes it as a static reference shift rather than a dynamic rotation. So that means that the plane is fully capable of flying exactly congruent with flying over a flat Earth. So the data is 100% congruent with a flat Earth and shows absolutely no curvature whatsoever. And they should have had Wolfie 6020 on. He would have set him straight. He said, "Hey, it's all in the black box, brother." Yeah, we all know it isn't in there, though. That's the
why not just
problem.
have Will W? I want to know how McToon fucking weasels his way into everything. Fucking everything, dude. When Witsit
Coordinators.
went on Infowars, the Harrison guy,
Mm-hmm.
that dude Harrison said that McToon was fucking like in his DMs, like blowing his shit up, sending him fucking emails. He like weasels his way into freaking everything.
Yeah. You know what's funny, dude, is remember back when McToon debated Brian's logic? Part of it was, I think they were talking about some of the aircraft data. Supposedly, he was personally invited by Duffy to debate McToon. But yeah, they all work together. And wasn't it McDuffie that was on McToon where he lied about not knowing him?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not suspicious.
Maybe they all have the same agent.
Well, I just told you, dude. The dude's a blatant liar, dude. You can go look in
Satan?
that video, look in the chat. He says multiple times that he was banned from the server. He's not banned now. He's never been banned, ever, since the server opened. It said you can go look at it on the live stream, and it clearly shows him disconnecting from the VC because he couldn't answer a question about where he got the distance to the sun. Meme was asking him, where'd you get the distance from the sun? So what he does is he goes on mute, tells his audience, "Oh, they measured it with radar, blah 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 blah," and then he disconnects from the VC. So he muted the VC, our VC that he was in, to monologue to his audience, and then disconnects and claims he's banned, which is a lie. Never was banned.
All right, listen, I'm back from the future, and McToon has a public announcement that although it may appear that that's what happened, he was actually hacked by the expert Flat Earth hackers to make it look like he was lying. It's funny how you can just make up excuses after the fact to explain anything away, kind of like their stupid globe. Unfalsifiable gibberish.
DJ sent me a DM because Fight the Flat Earth was in that VC or in that text chat that he wants to debate me. I don't think so. I told him maybe I'll debate him. I told him where I am. I said you can come debate me anytime you want. I just don't want him to make any money off of it. I'm not gonna make that money. I told them both. I'm like, like, I told them both. Demonetize your channel if it's not about money. Real simple. Your response: you can't tell us what to do. Okay. Not gonna debate me till you demonetize your channel, or at least demonetize that video if you're gonna stream it.
You know what, dude? That's a very, very interesting way to put it. Because there's been other flat earthers who've said, I won't debate you unless I get paid $5,000. But then it turns out that they ended up debating those people. So then I'm kind of scratching my head. Did they get paid for that debate?
Maybe.
Interesting. So Will Duffy's out there offering flat earthers $5,000 to come debate McToon because nobody wants to.
Yeah, he's been he's been on all the platforms trying to get people to debate him. Probably broke. Probably needs money.
Dude, Brenda was out advertising for McToon. Hey, McToon's there and you can't get no flat earthers to debate him. Is that because you're all scared? Maybe you should come over.
Yeah, he has people that go out all the time. I mean, it's a common thing for him. He sends people out to look for people to debate him. Must be nice to have
Friends.
lackeys.
What's going on, friends?
What's up, Vlad? How are you?
Another day, another dollar.
Is that Canadian or American?
Can you debate Peterson?
Crypto. It's crypto, baby. Fuck all that.
Did I debate Peterson?
Yeah, and he posted on his channel. So, like, what's the thing? Yeah, so what?
Yeah. I didn't know he was streaming at the time.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
the Blitz PhD guy, I didn't really real. I mean, I knew he was going to be streaming, but this is different. That dude makes like he's got a million TikTok subs or something. Like it isn't going to make it. It isn't going to make him any money. People like McToon fight the flat Earth. They live off that shit. Okay, it's a different situation because Blitz PhD he makes other videos that aren't flat Earth. What flat Earth is just part of his stuff. McToon and fight the flat Earth. That's their whole thing. If they weren't getting super chats from other globetards, they'd starve to death. I'm trying to help them starve to death.
Yeah, some of them, like I did, some of the episodes that I watched, they got like $1,000 in super chats.
That's
And
what I'm saying, dude.
if
I'm
they
not
do
going
it
to be
every
responsible
weekend,
for that.
that's like four grand a month just off of bitching about flat Earth for a few hours every Saturday.
Yeah, go on there so he can monologue and don't provide evidence, lie, talk shit about you, and and make $1,000. I don't think so, dude. Get another fool.
Maybe that's why they're unwilling to actually participate in a definitive test, because then their grift is gone. If they prove the Earth is a globe, then their grift is gone. If they prove the Earth is flat, then their grift is gone. So either way, they lose.
No, they can milk. No, they can keep their channel alive for a couple of years, saying about how they were wrong, right, and arguing from the other side, like Jaren is.
Hey, from what I hear, Jarenism's channel got fucking nobody listens to him anymore. Ever since he switched, it's like the Globers are like, oh, this guy's just echo chambering our fucking shit. So the Globers don't listen to that guy. And all the flat earthers just said, this guy's a fucking moron. And so Jaren's fucking failing completely. That's what I'm hearing from fucking Geo's channel.
Same with Wits It Gets It.
Yeah, Woods is also on the fucking spiral downwards. That's why he's on Geo's channel every day now almost. But friends, how about this winter, eh? I mean, fall. It's still fall, but yeah, it's getting colder. Ooh.
It's global warming.
I'm outside. I'm in New England outside, fixing my tools in my van, and it's actually quite nice out.
Yeah, well, I'm up here up north in Canada, and it's like close to fucking 1 degree.
I'm in
Yeah, but
60
wait,
degrees
is it
here today.
Celsius? Hold on, are you Celsius degrees over there?
Yeah, it's Celsius, not Fahrenheit. Celsius, obviously Celsius.
All right. So
1
right above
Celsius.
freezing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like maybe 5. I'm just exaggerating because I just stepped out, and when you just step out, oh, it's only 3 degrees outside. My bad, it's 3 degrees. Holy fuck. So it's kind of right. So it feels colder when you just go from warm to cold. But as I'm walking and I'm warming up, it's getting better. It's getting nicer. Just the 5 minute of just pure fucking fast pace, speed walking. Get the blood flowing. Friends. What a fucking life we live, eh? You guys, what's happening in New York, eh? Friends, the Muslims are taking over. Is that it? What's going on? Friends, it starts with one, and then it spreads more. But then you ask yourself, what's better? Is it the Muslims or the Jews? Oh, are we recording? My bad. Sorry, I shouldn't be talking like this. I'll go quiet.
Yeah,
Sorry.
quiet.
My bad. But that's a real question, though.
He's a flat earther Jew. I mean, Muslim.
Who? Mamdani?
This new guy. Yeah.
Who cares? Flat Earth isn't a virtue. Doesn't mean you're a good person just because you accept the Earth being flat.
Yeah, none of these people that work in government are good people.
Well, I mean, plenty of them are just doing their jobs as best they can. Like, government is one of the largest employers in the United States. So, you're going to have a myriad of people. You're going to have some dirtbags, some scumbags, some good people, some bad people.
I just don't like the fanaticism, the fanaticism from any fucking side and then pushing their shit on people. That's what I really don't like, Them screaming in the middle of a fucking Times Square about how everybody should be a fucking Muslim, I saw that video. I was like, yo, this is fucked. Sharia law.
Bro, isn't half your country like India now?
Hey, buddy, don't get me started, bro. Holy shit. Bro, don't get me started.
This isn't the late night politics hour.
Yeah, this is speculation Sunday time, baby. It's almost Sunday, friends. Well, it's Sunday
45
somewhere.
minutes.
Sunday
45
somewhere,
minutes.
buddy. Only where you are, bro.
Yeah, but I'm the clock.
Who the fuck made you the clock?
I called it first.
Nah, man. I think.
Listen, you. By the rules of firsties and no takebacks, I'm the clock. I win.
Oh man, take that shit back, bro. I think the time starts in China. Right? Isn't it like on the 0th degree? Somewhere around China in the east?
Dude, I'm in the EST time zone. That stands for Established Standard Time.
No, but isn't that UT Universal Transit Time? Isn't that the better one? Isn't it the universal one?
Listen, I don't go by that UTI time, okay? I'm not into that.
You just haven't had enough fun, that's why.
Oh,
You don't know
Shiva,
what it's
did you watch anything about Shiva's summit?
What the fuck is that?
So Dr. Shiva, some dude, got a PhD supposedly from MIT, and he was trying to do this thing where flat earthers and globe earthers would come together and use the scientific method to do an experiment that proves the earth is flat or a globe, which really isn't where you apply science anyway. But anyway, it just happened today. It's been going on for months where he's trying to get flat earthers and globe earthers to show up. But he had really crazy demands from the flat earthers, like they had to dox themselves, essentially. He blocked Indio and some other guys who were trying to communicate with him from us because they were basically like, hey, we're not gonna dox ourselves. Why can't you just accept our statements, based on the facts rather than our personalities? But anyway, it happened today, and it was a train wreck. McToon was there, like one flat earther was there, and the two other stupid globers were there, doing their stupid globe stuff. And Shiva making an embarrassment of himself, of a MIT education, making MIT look bad.
Right. So there's no conclusive anything. They didn't conclude anything.
No, well, the only thing they were trying to do was to agree on a test that would decide the situation. And I guess the concept was the flat earthers and the globe earthers agree on the test, and then Shiva uses his oversight and financing ability to help fund it so the test can get done. And to
So I
make
guess
sure that
nothing
it's on
happened.
the up and up. Yeah, nothing happened, exactly.
No surprise
Because
there.
Shiva was supposed to be the I'm a scientist and I can make sure they follow the scientific method to make sure everything's on the up and above board. So in other words, he just made fun of the flat earther the entire time, like a pedantic a-hole.
That makes sense.
Classic Glober bait and switch. Hey, let's have a summit where we really come to grips on what's going on and a meeting of the minds. But really, I'm just here to make fun of you in public.
Man. Why don't they just come here if they want to talk with us so much? She said, hey, come here, friends. We're recording here, friends. Let's do it, friends.
And this funding method, was it like the Greater Sapiens funding method?
Yeah. Shiva needs a new pair of shoes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, friends. We all know that the Earth is a flat station, extended plane with topography, obviously. Mountains, hills, valleys, lakes, and all that shit. What else is new? Oh wait. That stupid comet that they're like, oh, NASA discovered this one-eye atlas coming. Oh, can you show some fucking pictures? Oh no, we don't got any. Fuckers.
Hey, brother. Props on the triple entendre joke.
Did I make one? I just didn't notice. Oh,
just trust me.
3i.
Move on.
3i atlas. Yeah. The 3i. Now I got it. The 3 eyes. Or 1-eye atlas. What the fuck is it? Is it the 1-eye atlas or a 3-eye atlas?
I mean, I guess the name of it is 3/I Atlas or something like that.
Yeah. Some dumb shit.
You guys.
So when they make the fake AI videos talking about it, the videos go like this: "Oh man, it's coming! The 3I divided by Atlas," because there's the sign in there, and the AI is too stupid to know. You're just supposed to use it as a pause.
Yeah. Fucking another thing, AI, fucking stupid fucking AI. What a fucking joke, you know? Man, what is, I'm just on the sidelines now. I just love sitting on the sidelines and watching the catastrophe from both sides, you know? Everybody's fucking retarded. It's just, everybody is just fucking retarded. The only one that makes any fucking sense, and this is the worst thing probably, the only one that makes fucking any sense is Nick Fuentes. and he was the Tucker Carlson Nick Fuentes interview. That shit was awesome. And then fucking what's his name? Tucker Carlson with fucking what's that bitch name? Interview after the Nick Fuentes and how the girl's trying to grill fucking Tucker, and Tucker's like, you know what? You're a dumb bitch. Oh, I love it though. Everybody's fucking infighting. It's crazy. Fuck. The cover-ups, man. The cover-ups, bro. The crazy shit. Everything, bro. This is nuts. It's the fucking left hand washing the right hand, and the left washing the right after that. It's just, fuck me. I'm just waiting for the crypto boom, friends. And make sure that you guys are loading up, because it's going to be a crypto boom and a dump. Oh, yeah.
No, always is.
Well, yeah, man. They always fucking... Oh, man. Just waiting for that boom, bro. It's the boom.
I'm not a trader, I'm a holder. That's why it doesn't matter.
Hodl.
Yeah, me hodl too. I hodl. No, I'm an accumulator. You know, I buy the dips. Every time there's a nice dipski, I fucking, whatever change I have, I buy in. Literally fucking this dip, I ran right to the bank. I went, all the money I could. Right to the fucking Bitcoin ATM. Take my money. And that's it. And now I'm holding again. Yeah.
Maybe that's part of the scam. Maybe once it gets everybody in, then dump it.
No, well that's the thing. No. It's gonna pump after, like right now is the dip, bro. It's gonna pump and then it's gonna go crashing. Everybody the major institutions want to make a profit. They all bought in at the top. Well, technically at the top right now, right? So every fucking financial institution that's buying crypto, they're still buying like this top, right? This is gonna be a bottom soon, but still.
Yeah, I know. I watch it go up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. I never trade. I never sell. I never do nothing. I have a fat sack. I'm just waiting for that
Just take
retirement
some
day.
profit. Just take some
Yeah,
profit, and every time take some profit, bro. Trust me. I took profit. It was the best thing you could do. It makes you feel better because
capital gains, though.
I don't really know
no.
how I take profit
Well,
when
listen.
I'm ready to retire.
No, man. What I'm saying, you take profit, and then when it dips again, you buy in, and you're gonna double your money, man. You know what I mean? It's like shit. I took profit, so that at least I evened out. Like all the money that I ever have put into crypto, I got it all back. You know, now I'm fucking, what do you call it? And just all the crypto that I have is pretty much free. Hello, you know? And now I'm buying more in,
I know. I used
right?
to do that. I used to do it for a living. Me and you guys probably know him, AV. I think his name is Miggy. To some of you, we used to do this for a
Yeah.
living, man. And now I'm burnt out on it. I have a big bag. I'm just going to sit on it until it's time to retire. And if it's never time to retire, then I'll just be fine thinking it was a fun thing to do.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, when you see peaks, you know, when you see a top, everybody takes profits. So you might as well do it because it's going to dip right after. You know, it's only the most logical thing to do. People that don't take the profits off the tops, they're losing out.
I
You know, you don't have to you don't have to take all of it out, bro. You just take a good chunk that, like, maybe fucking 25%, you know, 50%, you know, cover your losses and get some extra on top, and then you're riding free, you know, free fucking ride.
I realize that.
Yeah.
I think
Buy
that it's
low, sell high.
fun to watch. It's fun to watch.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I bought Solana at fucking like, you know, fucking like, what is it, $12 to $20? That's when I started buying Sol. You know, I started buying XRP when it was like fucking really low. You know, that's what I'm saying. I got a lot of fucking free rides. You know what I'm saying right now, I'm riding for free on a lot of fucking coins. It's great. It's amazing. Life's easy. You know what I mean? It's easy street. Plus, I work on top of the fucking all that shit. The easy job too, just fucking free food and fucking just chilling at work all day having fun. It's great. Oh, friends, I think I see coyotes.
I think it's
Holy
fun.
shit. Yo, oh man, I can't turn on the camera, man. I have wild coyotes right in front of me. This is great.
Just make one of your
Wish I had
a pet.
Yeah, I need a fucking shotgun. I'll shoot that motherfucker right in the head.
Oh no,
Fucking coyotes. No, these fuckers. I have a hot dog at home, you know, and these motherfucker one time almost fucking snatched my hot dog off my lap. I'm sitting there in the park, my baby doggy's sleeping on my lap, and I see this fucking coyote straight up fucking prowling, like stalking up on me. I'm like, holy shit! And I started throwing rocks at it and shit. We have to fucking kill that fucking thing. No, because they snatch up little puppies and eat them. Fucking coyotes.
Where?
In Canada, bro. In the city, on top of that. Yeah, man, in fucking Toronto, they have wild coyotes. It's fucking
Canada.
crazy. Yeah,
Give your
Canada.
balls a tug. Canada's awesome. Give your balls a tug.
Oh, man, Canada sucks, bro. Too much fucking communism in this motherfucker. And they didn't want to take more of my taxes. Shit, it's not enough. It ain't enough, bro. They want to take more.
The big coyotes or little coyotes out there?
I mean, they look like fucking baby wolves.
All
Good,
right, so
nice German Shepherd size. Yeah, two of them. Just hey, what's funny is I saw a skunk fucking about to spray them. They ran away. It's funny. A skunk in the middle of the field. They were prowling at it, and it fucking started like rose its tail, and they fucked off. That's funny.
South of
But yeah,
Where
there.
in
it's,
Canada are you from?
I'm in Toronto,
Yeah.
bro. In Toronto. Right on the Great Lakes. If I, oh man, I should show you guys my view right now. I'm right on the lake, you know? And I can see across 30 miles of nice flatness. Oh, I love this fucking view.
That's
Wait,
awesome.
wait a minute. You're saying you could actually be on top of
Oh yeah. I can sometimes if you need me to be. I mean, who's a glober here? Fuck me, man. If you want me to do globe destroy, I'll fucking, you know, I'm like the final boss of flat Earth, my
Dude,
friends.
take a photo. Take a photo of your thing and post it, man.
I have plenty of
Basically.
photos, man.
And then after that, take a picture of the lake.
Friends, it's
Take a
too cold
picture
to
of the
take out my phone right now. It's too cold to open up my phone. I'm already walking. But I have so many videos on phone. Bro, I have so many videos and pictures of this fucking, the clearest days where I can see, where I put my camera right on the fucking, on the shore where the water's touching my fucking phone. And I could still see the lights across.
Oh, I used to have
So
an
yeah.
aluminum phone case. And in the middle of winter, that was a bad idea.
Oh yeah?
Oh,
Holy crap, that takes to chill right into your fingers.
I can imagine.
take your picture of your lake and post it and say that
Okay,
this is.
here, friends. Watch this. I'm in this wicked spot right now. I'm gonna take a picture right now, friends, for you guys. You guys gonna like this one. Maybe I get night view. Maybe panoramic. Oh
You
yeah.
don't want a picture of D's nuts?
Don't worry, these nuts
Ooh.
are not gonna be in the picture. Can I get night mode in here? 50 megapixels, sure. Yo, no way. No way.
What's up?
Oh.
You see too far? You see too far, do you?
No. It's there's a little obstruction of light that might fuck this up. But okay, here it is. And what's the live stream voice text? Live stream voice text, friends. This is the current view I'm walking by. Look how, and see that light in the distance on the right side, but past the actual light in front of me. Those clouds that are lit up, that's another city across the lake. That's like the ambient light from the city that's going upwards.
If I was to
So yeah,
say, that we see too far, does that prove? That doesn't necessarily prove the flat Earth, but it does disprove the globe Earth, right? Or am I way
well,
off here?
I mean, if it ain't curving, then what is it?
Well, I mean, they tell us where it should curve. They tell us where it should curve.
Right.
But if I was to say that it's not curving where you say it's curving, that doesn't
But then
necessarily.
the ball would be bigger though. That's at that point, right? And then all the geography and all the maps would be fucking off, right?
Yeah, that's
Because
what I'm saying. Like,
you and I can both get into a car, set our odometer to 0, and have an approximate distance across a landmass. You know what I mean? You can drive, and we'll have an approximate distance, give or take fucking 15%. I don't give a fuck. You can have a 15% tolerance with this shit. You know? Don't care. It's still good enough to disprove the globe. I'm
right, I
telling you,
know.
friends.
The globe, it's been disproven. I'm sick of the globe.
Sure. Then what is it if it ain't a globe?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we know how far we can measure. We can measure a flat Earth. We do measure flat everywhere.
Right. So
But
then, what is it?
we don't know. We don't have the capabilities to measure the whole entire thing.
Well, I mean, we have the ability to see far enough to know that it ain't fucking curving, right?
Right, we have the ability to know that it's not a globe. Right. We do
So,
disprove the globe every day,
right.
right? Every day.
So if it's not curving, then what is it?
Oh yeah, no. I would say it's flat. I would
Right.
at least say it's flat.
I mean, it is a dichotomy at this point. It can't be a fucking trichotomy.
Well,
Give
I
me a
know.
third
I mean,
option.
it's just like proven that the ones who told us that it was a globe, that's actually not true. So we've
Right.
proven that. We've come to
Right.
the conclusion that you guys have been lying to us, but what is it? I mean, it's flat for sure. We can measure it flat, but that's about all the further we can go, right?
Well, I mean, okay. So let's say infrared photography that can that can show you like fucking long distances over thousands of miles, right? If you're in a high altitude plane, the horizon's still flat. Where that horizon should be fucking doing some weird shit from that altitude, but it's not. It's just always rising eye level, right?
Very
Almost
good.
eye
Yeah.
level, depending on the atmospheric conditions, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Et
did.
cetera, et
I
cetera.
can get on board with that.
Right. So we can approximate like a lot of things. You know, we can with a certain degree of error, we can still assume, right? It ain't curving at that point either.
Oh
Because
yeah,
if it
no,
was curving at that point, it would be very obvious. It'd be very fucking obvious at that point, especially if you were really high up there. So even though they say,
right.
"Oh, it shouldn't be curving," but we see the curve while we're on the fucking beach as the boat is going over the fucking horizon, bottom first, right? So if they say that that's a possibility, right? Then it should then raising elevations should fucking exponentially fucking show that curvature the higher you go, right?
Very good. Yeah,
Oh,
no, that's true.
straight up another coyote, my friends. Yo, man, am I gonna get hunted by coyotes? This is crazy. I gotta pick up a stick now. Fuck me. Oh,
Are they big enough? Are
motherfucker!
those coyotes? Are those coyotes big enough to kill you, or are they like you
I
kick
don't
them
know.
in the
Maybe,
head? You kick them in the head, right?
friend, I'm 6'5". I'll fucking rape this coyote.
Right on. That was the question. I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry. These coyotes are
The
afraid of me more
coyotes,
than I'm afraid of them.
the
But
coyotes
here,
down
watch,
here,
watch.
and the
Ain't
coyotes
nothing
in
to worry
America
about.
are a little smaller. They're a little smaller than your coyotes. So, I mean, I'd just kick them in the face.
Oh shit! What a shit photo. Can I get a nicer photo? Shit! Night mode, friends. Night mode, friends. Oh, it's moving. It's on the prowl.
I just wanted to say to everybody in the room, I've learned a lot from you guys, like way more than you know, and you guys articulate everything so nice.
Yeah,
It's
we're
made
sorry to
me
hear that.
it's made me such a great flat earther.
Oh, you're welcome, buddy.
Yeah,
Here,
I love
friends,
it.
watch this. Watch this. Friends, watch this. This is crazy. Look at this fucking. This is a shit photo just now. But man, I pressed the wrong button. Come on, don't do this to me now. Shit. Okay, here. Bam, bam.
Yeah.
Okay. 3 photos. Look at these shits. Right in front of me, motherfucker.
You watching
Yeah.
them with hot dogs or something?
Sheesh. Somebody called
With
the
what?
coyote police.
I just hope it doesn't come from the back of me and grab my leg, because I'm gonna really fuck it up. I'm gonna fucking rip its head off. Grab it
Kick
by
in
its
the
tail
face.
and fucking. No, I'm gonna grab by its tail and fucking smash his head in the ground. That's what I'm gonna fucking do. There ain't no kicking. I'm gonna make sure it dies. I'm not a fan of coyotes, like I expressed myself. These fuckers hunt down baby doggies, and I have a baby doggy and almost got fucking snatched. I hate coyotes now. Fucking wild shit. And the thing is the city of Toronto ain't doing shit about it. It's like, bro, relocate the fuckers. Grab the whole herd and fucking relocate them. Or fucking assassinate them all. No, they'll go to a fucking farm full of ostriches, kill them, fucking shoot them, and fucking let the ostriches watch the deaths of the other ostriches, so it's like a whole fucking chaotic catastrophe. But no, let's not fucking touch the coyotes. Motherfuckers.
What?
You didn't know? You guys didn't hear that shit? They went into an ostrich farm just because they pretended there's an avian flu and decided, oh, we got to kill all the fucking ostriches, and they fucking shot them all.
Yeah, I did hear that. I did hear that.
Fucking crazy, bro. Crazy.
They have to do that. Keep the propaganda going.
Right, to keep the propaganda going. I know. Cocksuckers, bro.
It's something we can't do anything about, you know. We can yell about it. We do yell about it. But I mean, the Earth is still flat. I mean, or it's not a globe, at least.
Yeah, there's fucking avian flu. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, so if there's an avian flu, so let the birds die off on their own naturally. Let's just do that. You know, why not just let these fucking birds, if they're gonna die eventually, let them fucking die. Why are you killing all of them? Huh? What
You
the
ever had an
fuck?
ostrich burger? You ever had an ostrich burger?
Ostrich eggs are sick, man. That's what I'm saying. They're good food. They don't
That's
want
good
you to
stuff.
have good food. Yeah. Motherfuckers, bro. It just angers me, man. It just angers me, shit like that. You know what even worse angers me? So there's this fucking vet, right? You know, it's Remembrance Day, right? And this vet it's in the UK, this newscaster, right? And this motherfucker, like 100 years old, he's not a motherfucker, he's a good guy, actually. I like this guy. I fucking literally, I dropped fucking tears as soon as I fucking, because it really fucking struck with me, because it's not just him, right? It's not just him that fucking fought these wars for no fucking reason. It's the Russian people, it's the fucking Polish, the Ukrainians, and all these fucking people that are forced into wars for fucking nothing and all this bloodshed for no fucking reason, right? And so this old man, 100 years old, fought in World War II. He's saying we fought for fucking nothing because what's happening to our countries is fucking what we were fighting against, and yet all of us and nobody wanted this. You know what I mean? Nobody fucking wanted this, and all of our fucking friends and whatever, all fucking died for nothing. You know what I mean? All our family members and shit. It's just a fucked up situation, bro. Oh,
Well,
you know what I mean?
millions of us just like that.
Right. I know. It fucking struck a fucking. I was watching. No, it struck a chord in my fucking heart so hard, man. I couldn't stop crying. It was fucked, man. Because I feel the fucking wound just as much as this fucking old man. You know what I mean? All this fucking propaganda, all those bullshit. Oh, man.
That propaganda hurts my heart.
Oh, fucking ridiculous. And then the people that buy into it, all these fucking newscasters that are pushing it, you know, it's just fucking ridiculous, bro. And then you wonder why. Well, you wonder why some people just go fucking off the rails.
Yeah. I feel your pain. I feel it. I feel exactly what you're saying.
Well, yeah, well, watch that video, man. You'll fucking also cry if you fucking have any kind of soul. No, I couldn't stop. I was like, fuck. I was washing dishes. I'm like, fuck me, man. I had to think about something else because it was really fucking hurting. And this was a fucking an Englishman, you know, fighting for the English people in the war, you know, which has nothing to do with me. You know what I mean?
Looks like a whole bunch of propaganda. Then not just that, like a lot of stuff. I mean, they taught us that the Earth was a spinning ball.
Well, yeah, no, I'm saying it's all related, right? It's all related.
That's what I'm saying. They teach us that the Earth is a spinning ball shooting through outer space at a breakneck speeds. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's easier to control the population, right? When they don't know what we're living on. They're not close to God, right? If all these people, right, knew what we lived under, right, and knew that we're so closely connected to God, right, they'd actually like fight against the system more and all these fucking useless fucking suits that fucking send everybody else to war and fucking make up all this shit, you know?
Yeah, I wonder about that. Like, if the truth was actually told, like, what would the world be like?
All right. The world would be a lot better, trust me, if everybody knew the truth.
Well, there's
and I've been pushing. I've been saying this for 10 fucking years, though. You know what the thing is? I've been saying this for 10 years, and at some point, like recently, like I fucking almost became a pessimist, where I just didn't give a fuck anymore. I'm like, yo, nobody cares, nobody listens anymore, right? Right, but still, even now, yeah, no, but even now, it's like fuck. It's like it's not big. I bear the burden of fucking pay because of this bullshit. You know, it's fucked.
Yeah, millions of us, just like
Well,
that.
less than I hope so. I hope there's more people, but it's just not. I don't see it, man. I don't fucking see it. I mean,
Oh,
there's
there's
small groups of
far
us.
from
No, man, there's
there's far
small
from
groups of
not
us in Discord. Small
there's
groups
far
of
from
us in
enough.
Discord. Listen. There's
There ain't
small
enough
groups of
of
us
us.
in Discord. But if you actually go into the real world, right? And that's what I am. I live in the real world, right? And I talk to fucking people in the real world like every fucking day. And guess what? Everybody, no matter how much I fucking say this shit, no matter how much I speak the truth, all these fucking zombies, like either goes in one ear out the other, or just fucking stick their heads in the ground and pretend I didn't say any of that shit. You know what I mean? And then I'm
Of
like,
course.
whatever, you guys do what you want to do. Live your shitty fucking lives, your soulless fucking godless lives. You know, fucking trying to get rich or trying to get this or trying to get that. You know what I mean? And they're doing it the worst way too, right? I'm gonna get rich, but I'm gonna do it the right way. You know what I mean? If not already, you know, I already have enough fucking just to become financially secure. But I'm doing it the right fucking way. You know, working hard, saving my money, investing my money. You know, not fucking selling my soul off to some bullshit.
It's part of the system, even though it's the system.
Well, no. You gotta listen. We live in the system, right? So I also came to terms with, oh yeah, so if I'm part of the system, I might as well fucking abuse it. You know, I ain't fucking around no more. I'll fucking abuse this bitch. It's meant to be abused at this point. And I hope you all fucking start abusing it just like I do. In your own ways. Be creative, friends. Be
Yeah,
creative.
there's there's not enough of us to there's not enough of us to help. But I agree with
Well,
you.
that's what I'm saying, right? There's not enough of us. That's what I'm saying. There's small groups of us, small pockets of us on Discord, whatever. It's good to talk to you guys, you know. Like share my fucking bullshit so that it kind of like vent a bit, you know, ease my soul a bit, you know. At least somebody understands me, kind of, sort of, you know what I mean? Because nobody else does. Fuck.
Yeah, no, we're here. We're here. We're
I
always
know,
here.
I know, guys, I know. Some of you guys I've known some of you guys for a very long time.
Some of the best minds in all of the world. They hang out in here. They hang out in here.
I know that, friend. That's why I'm still here, bro.
Yeah,
I
welcome.
know. I like fucking some of these guys here a lot. Some of them. Hey, the ones that know me that I know that they don't like, I don't like them. They know that, you know. I make sure they know. Don't worry.
Yeah, I feel blessed to be here. I mean, I feel like because I know some of them, I feel like blessed to even know some of the smartest people in the whole entire world right here in this room.
Right. That's right. Some of the brightest fucking people in this whole fucking plane, the whole fucking extended plane, are right in this motherfucking channel. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's awesome. I think about that all the time when I'm in here. Like when Indio's spouting off or AV is in here or you got AI up there. He's doing his thing. You got
Oh, yeah.
Yoder. If Yoder ever comes in here and he's telling you what's up. Dude, we got some of the best minds in this whole entire world. And they're all sitting in here. And I get to listen to them every day. It's so
Very
awesome.
honest minds in here too.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. And you won't get this just out sitting at the grocery store. You won't get any of this. You got like
Oh,
some
yeah.
of the best minds in the whole entire world right here in a group that accepts me a little bit. I love it. I only talk when I have beers.
Yeah. You know what? And this is my suggestion to all you motherfuckers, guy. Stop doing drugs. Stop doing alcohol. Stop smoking. I did all that. I stopped everything. Friends, I used to be an alcoholic. I stopped that a long time ago. I was a pothead. I recently fucking withdrew from all of that. So now I'm clean and sober. I've been clean and sober for quite some time now, friends. It feels a lot better. It feels a lot better.
I agree
I
with
got
you.
my
I
sleep
agree with
back.
you.
I got my fucking
I
sleep
agree
back.
with
I
you.
had the worst. Oh man, you guys don't understand. I had the worst fucking Holocaust nightmares, and not just Holocaust. Like it's like some serious fucking nightmares. I'm like, holy shit, is this premonition? I couldn't fucking believe what I was seeing. I am a Pisces, which is the fucked up part. So my son's in Pisces, and when I fucking dream, I dream big, and that's why I fucking smoked weed all the time, probably because I stopped all those dreams, right? But now that I stopped the weed, the REM cycle, I get really deep in REM, and oh, let me tell you what I fucking see is crazy. Holy shit! I saw the worst fucking and oh my god, I still remember this fucking thing. It's crazy. It's just fucking nuts what I saw, man.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I don't usually drink, but I have a beer or two on the weekends because I'm a truck driver. I can't drink, but sitting here watching a stupid football game, thinking about how gay this actually is, you know. Anyway, yeah, no, I usually when I'm truck driving, I just turn on my Discord and drive for 500 miles a day and listen to some of the brightest minds in all of the world. And I think that these
Hey,
guys, man,
hey, hold on, hold
they
on, hold on. AI, what would you just send me? What is this? Is that like the degradation of somebody?
Yeah, views waning off.
Good, good. Fuck that guy. Guy needs to fucking wane off to fucking nothingness. Useless fucking waste of space.
was that me?
Good shit.
Who, me?
No, we're talking about somebody. Yeah, though it's between me and AI.
All right.
Yeah.
Usually.
We should talking about somebody. I'm not gonna fucking. No mention names because they're not here. But if he was here, I'd fucking be shitting on him right in his face. Don't worry. And if he was in front of my face in real life, I'd be shitting on him even harder. He's a small little short bitch that fucking yells on the internet. That's all he does.
He just yelled.
Anyways,
What?
huh?
Anyway, back to the topic.
Yeah,
Yeah. Back to the topics.
space is fake.
Yeah. So I'm a Pisces, right, friends? In like the sidereal cycle, right, which is the real cycle. If you guys know what the sidereal cycle in the sky is, right? So it's the actual positions of the stars, right? So following the sidereal cycle, my sun is in Pisces, right? My Jupiter's in Pisces, and my first house is in Aries. So all my houses are aligned. My fucking my strongest the strongest planet Jupiter is the Pisces, which is in its own house, right? And it's fucking a lot of significance and all that, right? And that's what I'm saying. When I saw these fucking dreams, I was like, is this fucking for real? Is this It's like I literally saw Palestine in my fucking head. Like I literally saw Palestine being fucking destroyed and how they were destroying it. And oh my god, that was fucked. And I haven't even seen any of it yet. Because not a lot of videos come out of there. The only videos that come out from anything is like the Ukraine shit, Ukraine Russia, because it's all fucking recorded. That whole fucking war, if you guys know, like from the beginning to the end, the bomb drones have cameras, right? And every time a bomb drone fucking flies in, it's recording, and they have it in fucking on record of what happens. So yeah, so you can, a lot of that everywhere. But if you go to the Palestine side, ain't nothing happening. You can't see shit. But I saw it in my eye, in my head, and I'm like, holy fuck, crazy shit. I'm not saying it's real. It's real what I saw, but I mean like, fuck, it felt so fucking real. I was like, holy shit, I had to wake up. Whew.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
at the same time, we never landed on the moon. That's for sure.
Right. Well, yeah, that's all. It's another hoax, right?
Yeah, and at the
Nassau.
same time, space is fake.
Nassau, right? So right, Nassau means
But I
deception.
like
And
how
who? What language? What language is that? Nassau. Right? And who runs the
they
NASA?
never like make positive claims unless they know that it's a positive claim. So like the ice wall or the dome or the stuff like that. I mean, we can assume there is that stuff. We just don't make positive claims about it, which is something that I really love about it. I mean, a lot of the people that have heard of flat Earth, they come in and they're like, "Oh, you guys believe there's an ice wall?" No. I mean, and when they say we believe, I mean, I don't believe there's a ice wall. I don't really know, or a dome, like a. There has to be something. I don't know that it's a dome. The Bible describes it as a
Containment.
firmament. I mean, like,
Yeah,
but yeah,
containment.
no, we can't really make a positive claim because we've never really had that opportunity to do so. But second law of thermodynamics would tell us that, yeah, we're right about that. We just can't tell you that, yes, there's an ice dome over us and that the ice wall around it's Antarctica and all that. We can assume that stuff. Makes us sound smart, but unless we know, like the group of people in here that talk, they're on point like you would never believe. I mean, it's so awesome too to listen to them because I mean these globers will come in here and they'll tell us what we believe about the flat Earth, and they'll get shut down really, really quickly. It's fun to listen to. I love it. I love it. I love you guys. AI, you're one of them. You're good.
Remember, we
You're a
don't
good.
believe, we know it's flat.
Right. We don't believe stuff. So like when somebody says, "Oh, whoa, you guys believe the Earth is flat?" No, 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 no. Back up, son of a gun. Now, come on, man. Back up, man. We don't believe anything. We're not making positive claims about anything. We know some stuff for sure that the Earth's not a spinning ball shooting through outer space. It's not a globe. We've proved it. The Earth is measured flat. And you just turn on any TV and you can see a high. They're like, "Oh, look at we're live here at Madison Square Garden, and the drone is flying above it." And dude, you look out on the horizon, you can see frickin' forever, and it's flat. And I mean the flat Earth proofs are everywhere in my mind now. I see them everywhere. I mean, it's just like, oh, my wife's kind of getting sick of it. She's a flat earther too, but she's getting sick of it when I say, "Look, that proves the flat Earth right there. Look, we're watching just regular TV. Oh, flat Earth right there." But yeah, no, it's like people come in here just to mock us or to try and like have a good time. A lot of these guys that come in here because they think it's funny that people actually believe the flat Earth, and then they get destroyed in here. And I love it. I love it every single time. I'm like, yeah, he came in here thinking that he was all high and mighty, and he left here with his tail between his legs, and that's funny. Like sometimes they'll just leave. They'll just get out of the room. They're like, oh, he left. Yeah, he left because he was getting embarrassed in here by some of the smartest minds in all of the world. Like they'll tell you, like Hawking's or Einstein, or they'll bring up some fake people, maybe like Newton or whoever. I don't even know if they're fake. I wasn't there, but yeah, people come in here just because they think the idea of a flat Earth is so funny. I'm going to go in here and destroy these guys because maybe they looked at the flat Earth society, or they've looked at some things that they thought that was pretty funny, like the Earth is totally going upward all the time, and that's what they explain gravity as. Yeah, no, they come in here and find out what we're really about, and they run away with their tail tucked between their legs, and I think that's awesome. I think it's hilarious, and it happens every time. No globe earther has come in here and proved the globe ever since I've been here. I've been here for like 6 or 7 years. Been a flat earther for almost 10, and I just love it. I think it's funny. I almost got in a fight in a bar one time with a dude because they knew that I was a flat earther, and they approached me to talk to me about it, and I was calm and nice. I didn't come after them like they were retards or anything. They were coming after me like that. And this dude grabbed me by the shirt collar and wanted to take me outside when I told him that the Earth was measured flat. The Earth was measured flat.
Friend.
Yeah,
I
what's up?
walk around. Listen. I know. I don't know how big you are, or whatever. Listen, I'm a 6'5" motherfucker. I'm trained. I trained all my fucking life. I'm a monster, right? And I go into these bars, right? And I'm the loudest motherfucker in there. And I do the flat earth thing. And let me tell you what. All those bitches, they look at me. They're like, I ain't fucking with this guy. They all fucking walk away. They don't ever fucking do that. So I recommend you. I don't know if anybody did that shit to you, bro. Start fucking training, okay?
Yeah, no,
If somebody did,
I'm not small in my own right, but
right? No, just
I'm sure that this dude that grabbed me by the collar thought that he could take me down, and I was like, I was calm. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
right.
However, if
If
somebody
anybody
wants
ever
to
touched
fight
you,
me,
no, I'm just saying, if anybody touched me like that, the fucking hand would be up his fucking ass. Just so you know.
yeah, I thought it was funny. And my brother was there, and he came and broke it up, which was fine. I didn't need him to, but he was like, you guys are arguing over the shape of the Earth? Are you guys kidding me?" I'm like, I'm not arguing. I'm telling him what the shape of the Earth is. I don't know what the shape of the Earth is. I know that it's measured flat. And this guy was fuming. His freaking eyes were red and his head was hot. And he grabbed me by the shirt and he said, "Oh, you want to go outside with this?" I'm like, "Because I told you the Earth is flat? Maybe. I mean, if you wanna. I mean, that's weird, but all right. Don't rip my shirt. This is my favorite shirt, man." Yeah, no, I'm pretty calm with it. I do talk to quite a few people in my regular life about it all the time. Like, and they know who I am. Most of the people that are close to me know what I think, or know what I believe, know what I know. I know what I know. Belief requires faith. It requires something that you don't really know. You have to really grasp for some belief. I don't have to grasp for any of that. I know that the Earth is flat. It's measured flat. It's navigated flat. It is walked upon flat. It's observed flat. I mean, everything that we see. How could we even believe? Like, believe. That's a freaking crazy weird word for me. Believe. Believe. I attribute the word believe to like religion. And religion is what they all have. They believe the Earth is a ball. Yeah, no, good for you, man. That's of course we all believed that at one time. We were raised to believe that. Doesn't affect me much. I mean, I want you to believe in truth. I want you to know the truth. It's kind of what set me free a long time ago. Like, I don't know, you guys probably heard it too much from me, but you know AV. You guys all know AV, and yeah, he's like my best friend. He's been my best friend for about 15 years. I've known him. I mean, he lives in my town. He moved away now, but I still hear him in here all the time. I mean, when he brought flat Earth to me, I thought that he had gone off the deep end because we were into conspiracy theories and other things, all the time. But AV, we call him Miggy sometimes. We used to have Taco Tuesday at his house all the time. You probably all guys that know me have heard this story before, but dang, it's been good 10
yeah,
years.
friend. I know he's your friend, but that's not one of those people I like. I know Miggy for a while too. I just don't like how he talks. Okay, like you can talk all you want. He's your friend, but I'm getting fucking tired of you saying the fucking name. Just so you know.
All right, no, and that's fine. We don't really care. But
No, don't worry.
that's where I became. That's where
I
I
just know snakes in
became.
the grass when I see them. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, then you're off base there. But yeah, no, I know him personally.
No, I know you know him personally, and if you know him personally and you like him and the way you talk, whatever, then yeah, I know. You what do you call it? Fucking
Really good
birds of
guy.
the same feather flock to fucking that together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, really good guy though. I mean, I know him. But whatever. Yeah,
but
no,
that's your opinion, and you can have your opinion. But I best you not fucking talk about people in here, especially when they're not here. Okay?
well, I can talk about my buddy in here if he's not here.
No,
I
but
know
then you're
him.
gonna have people like me that are gonna talk shit about your buddy because I don't like your buddy. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, he's a good guy.
Yeah, you can say whatever the fuck you want, man. But I know people talk shit behind people's backs, and Iggy's one of them. Okay?
Oh, that's fine.
Right. So I
Yeah,
suggest
no,
you fucking stop mentioning his fucking name, and it'll be easier for you.
will it?
Well, then you're not
Because I
gonna have
said
to hear me talking shit about him. No, I just listen, bro. I'm getting fucking annoyed. You named him fucking all this hour, and you can't stop fucking talking about him, bro. And now I'm getting fucking really pissed.
So you don't like Alpha Veritas?
Yes, yeah, I fucking hate this guy. You don't even know how much. Every time I hear him, I fucking leave the channel because he's a fucking annoying prick.
Oh, that's fine. I guess
Buddy, I'm
everybody's
telling you,
got their own.
birds of the same feather flock fucking together, and this guy's not the same feather as me. I promise you that.
No, I'd still be in the dark. I'd still be in the dark if it wasn't for him. So that's all I'm saying. We can
That's
drop
fine. He
Alpha
came.
Veritas.
Listen, that's fine. I was in this channel before that fucking guy ever came in here. Okay, let me tell you what.
I don't know about that, but okay.
No, I know about that. I was in this fucking channel doing the fucking before this fucker. This is the number 2 version. I was in the first fucking version. I promise you that. People know me before him. I promise you that.
Okay. No, that's fine. I'm not making any problems here. I just
Buddy,
telling you my
Indio,
experience.
when I came in here, Indio fucking called me out by my real name. Just so you know that. AI knows me by my fucking real name. All these older guys, they know who the fuck I am, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of fucking bad blood within the fucking community. It's best not to talk about people because I can mention more motherfuckers that I hate that Alpha Veritas was friends with, but they're no longer in here because they're fucking banned. But Alpha Veritas was fucking stroking their cock the whole fucking time. Okay?
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I do. And that's
There's
fine.
multiple people, so please let's drop it, right? Because every time you mention this, please, stupid.
All right.
The motherfucker couldn't debate himself out of a fucking bathroom. I don't know, man. Trust me. That the fucking all his arguments are fucking built on other people's shit. Just so you know that.
Against a
Fucking
Glober?
Buddy, the 3 points. You know who was the first motherfucker to do the whole 3 points? It was fucking me. Every time a fucking Glober would come into this fucking channel and they would pretend to be a fucking flat earther, I'd be like, okay, give me 3 reasons why the earth is flat. And guess who fucking stole that shit? Fucking Miggy. Don't fucking start with me, bro. A fucking snake in the grass.
All right. You tell me to drop it, and I'll drop it. That's fine.
Well, you know how your friend is. You know him for 15 years, but you don't really fucking know him. That's the crazy part.
Oh no, I know him really well.
You know people for 15 years, and they don't really know them for fucking that well. Trust me. A lot of people are fucking snakes for 15 years, just so you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, before there was Flat Earth, there was, 15 years. We haven't been Flat Earthers for 15 years. I've known him for longer than Flat Earth. He's been a good buddy of mine for a while.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah,
Like I'm telling you.
fine. It's fine. I'm not going to argue with you. It's not for me to try to get
Trust
you
me.
to like me.
Trust me. It's best not to argue. Like I told you, I'm like fucking Flat Earth's final boss here. Trust me. I promise you that.
Yep, and that's fine. I appreciate you, and I like you. So far, we've had a pretty good conversation. I don't want you to get.
Yeah, I know, and I'm just telling you, it's best for you to fucking stop fucking dropping name like that because there's gonna be people like me that will tell you otherwise. Okay, so be your own person. fucking, you know what I mean, and talk about yourself or the flat Earth or whatever. But don't bring in my best friend is my best friend. It's a fucking gay
No,
shit,
I mean,
okay?
yeah, no, I am my own person. I'm not like, yeah, I'm not, I don't like does or even come in here like he does. I listen to him a lot, but
Yeah, well, I
no,
can't stand listening to every time he opens his mouth. I fucking leave the channel. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I can't stand listening to that fucking voice. Horrible.
that's okay. That's fine. And I still listen to the dudes that you were talking about that are banned from this channel, like
Yeah, and
daily.
those dudes, I don't listen. I don't listen to any of these motherfuckers. Trust me, I promise you that, because there's no reason to listen to these people.
Like I said, I'm a truck driver. I drive truck like 13 hours a day, so I gotta have something to do. And it's really built up my my flat Earth knowledge, I guess, or the truth about the flat Earth has come from a lot of you guys. Like I'm saying, not just I'm not dropping names, not just anybody like that. I'm saying like, I mean, even I don't know if you're at odds with Indio either, but I mean, he's taught me a lot of stuff. AI that was in here earlier. AI,
Like I told you, AI in India are trying to keep my real name in this fucking channel here. These are the people that I respect the fucking time. Never had an issue with India ever. Never had an issue with AI. You know what I mean? Even with my fucking personality.
right. Like I'm just saying, like a lot of the people in here, Jedi, any of the other dudes that we got. What Yoder is in here all the time. He's great flat earther. I mean, a lot of these guys, not just who I said before, which I'm not dropping his name again, because evidently you don't like him. That's fine. I know a lot of people that don't like him. You're not the only one, right? But it's fine. I'm not sure that it matters who likes who. All I was saying that is, if it wasn't for said subject that you don't want me to drop his name, then I'd still be in the dark about a lot of stuff. And maybe because of that, you might still think that I am in the dark. But like I said, it doesn't matter who brought me out of the dark. Just telling you that that's what happened to me. No big deal though. I'm here to listen to flat earth debates or globers that come in and get destroyed in here. Makes me laugh. Makes me happy. Makes me smile. I like it.
But you know, I've been doing this for like over 10 years, I think now, even more, in these channels. So I've been here, heard it all. Заходи нахуй, блядь, сука!
Yeah, me too. It's not about how long we've been in here. It's not about really how long any of us have been in here.
No, it
It's
actually
about
is, because when the amount of time you hear this shit over and over, it's the amount of times you don't want to hear it anymore. You know what I'm saying? The only reason I come back here sometimes from time to time is because I want to talk to some of my friends from the past. You know, otherwise I don't want to hear shit like, oh, why is the earth flat? And all that shit. I've heard it a million fucking times. I don't need to hear it 100 times more.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I've gotten to that point as well. I'm just saying, you know, no big deal. It's not a big deal. I actually like it. I think that you're genuine and you
Everybody
have
likes
something
me,
to
bro.
say. And you say it.
Yeah, everybody that knows me, that fucking knows my personality, they like me. They know I'm abrasive. But the thing is, I don't sugarcoat shit. Right? I'm honest, and that's the best part about me. It's the hard, cold truth.
It's probably the thing that I like about you most. You know.
That's what most people like about me. I know. Thank you, and I appreciate that because that's. I think honesty is the best policy. Speaking the truth, no matter how hard it is, it's best to do it. Cut it right at the pass. You know, don't fucking string people along. You know what I mean? Always be honest. That's it.
Yeah, dude.
Why would
I
I want
agree with
anybody
you.
to do that to
I
me?
mean, because of the way I was raised in this thing. I
Иди
mean, it
сюда. Иди ко мне.
has no.
Иди сюда. Блять, сука нахуй. Sorry, I'm talking to my dog. Fucking dog.
Were you talking to your dog in French? Was that French?
No, Russian. It's
Oh,
Russian
good.
dog.
Okay. My dog only
No, I
knows
do.
English.
I know. I speak French too. I fucking. I'm a trilingual guy too.
Yeah, I
I
figured
speak Russian,
being from
English, and French.
Toronto. Being from Toronto, I figured you
No,
spoke some French.
Toronto's English. No, French is in Montreal. But I did grow up in Montreal. That's why I know French. It's all Montreal shit.
Didn't they used to make the
Uh,
kids go to public school and learn French if they didn't know it?
Yeah, but I landed in Calgary first, so my elementary school was English my first 5 years of Canada, so I had the exemption where I didn't have to do that shit in Montreal. But I did it nonetheless for like 4 or 5 years in a French high school, so I learned that French shit anyway. But yeah, but I finished my high school in English in Montreal. So.
French girls, huh? Yeah, French girls, huh?
They're all whores. They're all fucking whores. Anyways, don't get me started on these whores, man, because yeah, bro, I have too many of them. Even
There's
now, I
always
have a fucking.
she's
Even
French.
now, I have a nice little 26-year-old fucking half Serbian, quarter French, quarter Italian, sexy girl, bro. But she's a headache, bro. You know, the hotter they are, the more of a headache they fucking are. I don't know why.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's like because no matter who it is, somebody else rejected her.
Nobody rejects this girl. She rejects everybody. This girl's too hot to get rejected.
She's the rejector then. All right.
You want me to show you a picture of her, bro? You're gonna be like, oh no shit.
No.
I promise you, this
In one
girl is
hot French,
fucking.
I've seen one hot
No,
French girl at St. Paul.
no, bro. She's beyond hot. That's what you don't understand. She's like top model hot. Like she's smoking fucking hot. That's the problem, and she gets attention. Like, bro, she only has like maybe 5,000 followers on Instagram. But you know, I told her, yo, show me your fucking views. How much views? Like, you go into the profile and see how much views you get. Like, how many hits a month? In 1 month, she gets 150,000 views.
Wow,
Just
she's making money then, right?
no, man. And I'm telling you, yo, bitch, why aren't you monetizing this shit? You can get fucking money from this. But she's too stupid to
Exactly.
do it. No, she's done, bro.
You could monetize everything.
Fucking daddy issues, all that problem. You know, like that's the thing with these girls, man. Daddy issues and all that shit. Fuck, man. No, yeah, bro, but I'm in love, man. And it's just me and her, like we're soulmates and shit. And they're like, I can't do nothing about it. She's in my life right now, and it's just it's some of the best times of my life and some of the fucking worst times of my life, man. She gave me so much heartache, and she
Is
also
part of
gave
your
me the
name?
best times of my life. It's fucking insane, bro. Like I never had a better time. It's crazy.
Is part of your name with the frost at the end? Is that because you're from Canada? Because there's a lot of frost up there, or what?
No, Deacon Frost is just like a deacon of frost. You know, it's like a religious figure. It's a game name, man. It was my gamer tag in the beginning when I was young. I just stuck with it. Might as well say it's from Blade. You know Blade? You know the vampire,
Yeah.
Deacon Frost, Blade 1? Yeah, there you go. Just keep it as that. That was my inspiration.
No, the the little
My,
picture,
my name is
my little
Vladimir,
picture up
right? So Vladimir the Dracula. So I'm a vampire. So
from
I'm just
Canada,
joking.
you
That's a joke. I'm not a vampire, bro. Fuck that.
Not like that. The little
Anyways, I'm gonna
picture
have
on
to
the
let
right.
you go. I'm starting my stream right now. I'm gonna go play Battlefield 6 Red Sack with my buddy. So I gotta let you go.
Very good.
And
Yeah.
I'm gonna
That
go have
little.
some fucking shoot some heads, man.
All right.
Hell
If you
yeah.
see me again, think nothing bad about me.
No. I
I'm good.
like you. Trust me, I like you more than Miggy. I promise you, because you talk better than Miggy. Miggy's just an asshole. No
See,
way.
I'm different. I'm different than
N-
Mickey. He's
yes, yes, but the thing is, it takes beers for you to talk like this, you know. So it's unfortunate.
well, no, it takes beers for me to talk up at all.
Well, there you go. That's
Otherwise,
the
I'll sit
problem, you
back
know.
and listen.
So
I know it
yeah,
is a problem.
that's
I like to just.
unfortunate.
Yep, it is
You gotta fix
unfortunate.
that. You gotta fix that.
I am going to try. I'm trying to do that. I'm working on myself.
Yeah, I'm sober as
Hopefully.
fuck, and see how I talk. I can just keep going.
Yeah, I like it. All right. Well,
Anyways,
yeah.
it's been
Have
a
a good
fun
night then,
time.
bud. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
big guy. You too. Everybody else, have a good time. I hope you guys enjoy this conversation.
Sure they did. Dang. Anybody out there that thinks the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Water is the globe killer, really. I mean, it has to be curving at a specific rate. Like any large body of water anywhere on the Earth would have to be curving at pretty much a specific exact rate over distance. Okay, so 10 miles is going to have approximately 66 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe. And it's just not there. So I get your question when you're talking about they have an explanation for a whole bunch of questions that people have because they're making a specific shape claim. But flat earthers could just make up some shape, right? And that would be more ridiculous than being honest and saying nobody knows that, right? Nobody that we can verify has ever just kept going south to see what happens. You probably know about the Antarctic Treaty as well, right? You can't just keep going south and work out exactly what happens. It's dangerous, and it's also illegal to do it freely. And if you get the permission to do that, then there's a whole bunch of crazy rules that come along with having that permit, which basically make it near impossible. Now, you would think that someone would have just kept going south, right, and circumnavigated the globe and come back around to where they started again, if it was a globe, right, considering countless people have done east to west circumnavigations, which would work just fine on a flat or a globe Earth. But not knowing the shape of the Earth, it's not saying that it's not a shape or that it's infinite or anything like that, right? It's just being honest and sticking with empirical evidence. Now, we can easily debunk the globe because we've got thousands of long-distance observations, laser tests, and things like that, which you've seen obviously some of. But explanations don't mean anything if you can't back them up with empirical evidence. Surely you agree with that.
Right, and I think the evidence for going around the globe is fairly, inconsistent because there's way less documented going around north to south than there is east to west and stuff, if
Yeah, there isn't any. There isn't even any claimed proper, like no one's ever done a great circle north to south. The only ones that have been claimed have been ones like One More Orbit in 2018 or 2019, where they went down from the north down to the south, and then they turned around and went back up again. That, and then they got given the, circumnavigation.
If it was so doable, they would do it today. Just since they have thousands of airplanes and stuff, they would just do it to prove it to flat earthers. Why don't they just do it to prove their point and end the argument? They don't do it probably because they can't.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Exactly, and also just right, not being able to find any curvature. There's just so many long distance observations that just completely destroy the globe. They're impossible on a globe, literally, and they don't have one observation throughout all of history that actually matches up, right, with the curvature of the Earth and says, oh, look, here's an observation over 20 miles, here's the curvature, here's the horizon where it should be, and so on. We've accounted for all of the weather conditions, blah, blah, blah. Here's consistent observations that match the globe. Like, there isn't one. Not that one would do the trick, right? They would need to be repeatable.
Good point. Because I always think, sometimes there's flat Earth calculations of this building is this high and you can see it. Well, if the globe was true, anywhere you go on the globe with any building or any mountain or anything, you should be able to calculate if I'm, 200 miles away, I can only see the 20% at the top. Or if I'm 300 miles, only the 10% at the top. And they would just make photographs with these numbers, but there's like zero of them that I know of and stuff. Seems to show quite obviously that they can't do globe Earth math, even on this planet, which they say is the globe Earth.
Yeah. So they do claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? And that's cool to have an answer, a response, an explanation, but it just falls on its head because the pre-requirements to have that globe aren't there, like Earth curvature.
experiment all the time and prove you can see something that's too far. Shouldn't a globe earther be able to do an experiment that says you see 50% at this distance, 75%? But there's zero examples of people posting that information on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. That's because when you actually go out and test, which is what we encourage people to do, you either become a flat earther or you just kind of bury your head in the sand or don't release the observation to the public because it didn't work out for the globe.
Right. The only
I'm sure
pictures
that-
of curvature are those that they present from outer space, allegedly.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's true. It's always from a satellite. The planes and people on airplanes and mountains, they never see any curvature.
And
No, they'll show you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, ATG, I didn't mean to take over.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
They'll show you images of inferior mirages on a horizon and try to pass that off as Earth curvature all the time. And we can prove that those are inferior mirages, which is what you'd expect to see on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Anything from boats to windmills to mountains to you name it.
Yeah, mirages are everywhere, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, think about it physically, geophysically. You're staring, you're gazing far with a very narrow angular field of view onto the horizon. How much information is packed into that very, very narrow angle? Let's say it's maybe 2 or 3 degrees. How much information is there? You could be staring tens of miles away, which means there are potentially, like thousands of feet squished into that very narrow angular size. What information about the Earth is happening within that narrow band? You've got a warm surface that's heating up air molecules, causing evaporation. You've got water vapor that could be condensing if it's getting cold. You've got a gradient stack of temperature, potentially several thousand of feet high, that goes from, I don't know, let's say 80 degrees at the surface to 40 degrees to the tip of the peak. All of that is being compressed into a tiny narrow field of view. And all of that is affecting the path of light to your eye from that tiny narrow angular field of view. And the literature is quite clear on how this affects what we see. You've got a temperature inversion that is happening in a very small angular field of view. You're going to see all kinds of wacky things going on. Turbulence to start, potentially multiple instances of total internal reflection depending on what you're looking at and your angular relationship to it. And all of this is contributing to what is ultimately an image that isn't true. And the very fact that you can see it is killing the globe. The very fact that they can't show you that this is Earth curvature is killing the globe. You know what nobody ever sees? A refracted horizon of a boat going over the curvature of the Earth. Nobody ever sees a mirage. Maybe a superior mirage of a boat going over a curve, or an inferior mirage or Fata Morgana of a boat going over the curve. Nobody's showing that. Within surveying literature, using theodolites to survey the Earth, they tell you, listen, these things aren't built to go measure distances, angular relationships on the horizon. The air is just too freaking chaotic to do anything useful with. You're supposed to use incremental steps, leapfrogging.
Try telling Jessica at the live that.
Yeah, I know. Their own manuals. I got this thing from Harvard from their geophysics department or whatever it's called. on surveying techniques that outlines this exact process and says you're supposed to use a graduated scale. You're supposed to basically take surveying rods and survey the distance to each of those rods from each of those rods going out, so that you have an incremental measurement and not this entire measurement without that incremental scale in order to increase your accuracy. So our argument is and always has been that the horizon and the effects that go on is optical and subject to meteorological effects, geophysical effects that cause distortions, and the globers hijack this and say that's proof of Earth curvature. We say, well, okay, if you got Earth curvature, show the Earth curvature plus the known meteorological distortions, optical distortions that we see on the horizon, because both must be present, and they can't do it. And some of my favorite observations are done with infrared, which just cuts through much of this distortion, the vast majority of it. You can see through the haze. You can see light from where it actually originated instead of the altered path that it takes.
Isn't it supposed to be backwards, Yoder? Isn't it supposed to be backwards on infrared? Like you're supposed to see less instead of more? Because of the wavelength of light that...
Yeah, on a globe, you should be able to, it should be limited by the curvature of the Earth. Your distance, right? Because they claim that without infrared, we're seeing a shorter wavelength of light, which is subject to greater optical distortion, which allows us to see further. So if you pop on infrared in the glober's mindset, maybe you should be able to see less. Maybe your vision's now being obstructed by the Earth curvature. But that's not what happens. We see way further in infrared instead of shorter. It's insane. And everybody knows, right? Like, listen, if you're doing a measurement, or if you've got like a military weapon capability, or you're doing some kind of communication with optics, you want to use longer wavelengths. You want to use infrared because it just doesn't give a shit about what's in the way. So yeah, I'm still waiting for Globies to show us infrared long distance observations of beautiful Earth curvature that should be popping out in all of its glory, and it's never been done. Instead, we have hundreds of examples of the opposite.
Okay, you got me. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Infrared seeing further and further. If the normal doesn't see it, infrared should see it. If infrared doesn't see it, there's probably better systems. Where is the curvature of the Earth in any sort of photograph, photography, or video?
Yeah, it's never present. One of my favorite discoveries I found this about 2 years ago.
Good point.
There's NATO. There's a NATO contract called NATO Sapphire. Sapphire contract was funded by the U.S. Department of Navy, and this was for NATO's benefit, where they had two teams of military surveyors come out, one from Germany, one from the Netherlands, to the Chesapeake Bay, which is kind of like outside Baltimore, Washington, D.C. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to examine the optical distortion that takes place just above the surface of the water, so that they could develop better models to develop better predictable paths of light that propagates just over the surface of water. I can only imagine what this might be for, like, maybe satellite communications with submarines or something, or who knows what. But anyway, they wanted to study what's called the marine layer. And so these military surveyors went out and they took infrared cameras, infrared theodolites, and infrared flashlights. And on one side of the Chesapeake Bay, they set up a tripod purposefully to be just behind the curvature of the Earth. And they called this their control. And then they had a tower. It almost looks like a ranger tower, like you'd see in an observation tower in a national forest. And they mounted lights going up this at various heights. And they set up their theodolites to measure the distance. And then they set up an infrared camera to record everything, daytime, nighttime, 24/7. They said in their report back to the government that the situation was cursed. The control light that they set behind the curvature of the Earth was visible in conditions that presented no reason for there to be any refractive effects whatsoever. They could see the damn light behind the curvature of the Earth in infrared. And they couldn't make it go away. And this is fucking up all of their mathematical models. They said in their own paper that in order to account for the curvature of the Earth, they had to artificially inflate the difference of temperature between the water and the air just above it by 1 order of magnitude, by a factor of 10. The real measured differential between the air and the water was 0.1 degrees Celsius. It was really cold. It's like the dead of winter. But they had to say it was 1 degree Celsius. They had to move the decimal over one place in order to make the model work. They had to backfit the data, the observation, into a model, dude. And this happens over and over and over again. You can go into our search bar on our server and type in Sapphire, SAPPHIRE, and probably find my posts on this stuff. I've got all the PDFs, I've got screen caps and everything else. And it's just illustrative of what's going on. You know, people say, why would they lie? I don't really know if lying is the right word. These people aren't like secret flat earthers trying to deceive people into the globe when they go out and do this. These are people who just believe in the globe and they're like, what the hell's going on? Well, I guess we don't fully understand the nature of Earth and we can just backfit our data into a model and call it a day. So,
yep.
Yeah, this is a problem, dude. It's almost worse. It's almost worse than a conspiracy theory. You know? What makes it almost worse is the fact that I think it's more of a black pill that the whole world has gone mad with this urban myth of the globe. You know, and to deny what's right before them in their very eyes in reality. I think that's worse than being controlled by a cabal and a back-filled, smoke-filled room.
You're crossing me just a little bit because you say the whole world has gone mad with the urban myth of the globe. And
yeah.
I believe that, except for that, you know, the smartest people in all of science are involved in the lie. Are they smart because they're liars?
What lie?
Involved in the lie?
What lie, dude?
How could they all be mad about the lie of the shape of the Earth?
I don't think it's a lie. That's what I keep trying to say. Like,
well, like, I'm
shift
sorry.
your thinking.
I probably didn't say what I was trying to say just right. So, you think the whole world has gone mad and they believe this urban myth, but
yeah,
surely some people are smart enough to know whether it's true or false and are easily likely passing off the false story as true because it gives them some benefit. Like NASA, for example.
Yeah,
as long as people
well, some people at NASA probably know.
Planets, they'll pay us to go to the other planets.
You know, you're talking to some of those people right now.
Okay.
People, yeah, those people you're talking to in this chat right now.
The people who believe.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
People who believe.
The people who realized something was effed up and didn't speak up about it and just took their paycheck and went home.
Okay. I believe that. I think people can just go with the lie, whether or not they know it's a lie, just because they think this is easier. I'm not going to harass people about it. And other people might care about truth and stuff.
Yeah, but so what about those guys? I mean, we only care for those who like actually want to come forth and have a discussion about it. Like, I mean, of course the world's filled with those types of people, but you have to be one to stand against that. Like, I mean,
right.
You know, you can't really fault their character too much because they're surrounded. Okay, there's one part of them that feels maybe a little bit scared for speaking up, and another part of them that has tried to be humble, adopt a tone of humility. An entire industry of people who think otherwise. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong. I mean, to me, that is a positive character trait. And it keeps people from speaking out, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. People don't want to speak out and, be questioned about their beliefs and stuff when it's much, much easier just to pretend that you're like everybody else and believe what you believe.
It's called a sunk cost fallacy. So everybody who's doing that, they can't turn back anymore. Like there's a gentleman who comes in here every now and again. His name is Josh. I don't know if you heard of him or not, but he works with the Kuiper program on Amazon, and he challenges what we say in here. But I think the reason why he likes coming back here is because he kind of does deep down inside know that what we're saying is true because he's been challenged many times. He doesn't know how to prove to himself that and to any of us that the earth is a globe, which is an extreme challenge for him because of where he works, so like what else is there to do like in somebody in his position other than just like kind of hope that some breakthrough happens and they come out with it and said that the earth is flat or something, but other than that, like he just, I don't know, keeps coming back in here, never really has much more other than what he's presented, and it's kind of sad, I think.
It is sad. It is sad. And people don't really understand what the open, unclassified history of NASA is all about. A lot of flat earthers you'll talk to and you'll hear from almost talk as if NASA's primary mission is to hide the flat earth. And I don't think that's the case whatsoever. I think that is an outcome of what they're doing, but what they're doing is completely different. What they're meant to do is completely different. I think NASA is full of people who believe in the globe, and at the very top, there are people who know that they never succeeded in orbiting a satellite around the globe before. They don't know that the Earth is flat is the reason. And they're still trying to work on doing that today. And secret little projects, compartmentalized, are still trying to figure this shit out. But they haven't done it in the way that they describe it.
Figure out how to do it, or that they're gonna eventually figure out that it's like impossible. Because people like us, we are not scientists, we are not mathematicians, not all of us, maybe some of us, but most of us aren't, and we find it unbelievable based on some stuff we read on the internet about the math or about the physics that says it'd be impossible to fly in space and stuff. If we lay people without, any schooling about, rockets and gravity can say it's obviously impossible. Shouldn't people who learn a lot be able to tell it's impossible, or are they like tricked because they learned the wrong thing?
Well, let me give you an example, okay? There's a symposium in the 80s, and this is absolutely relevant. A symposium given by a doctor, a professor of astrophysics. Not really astrophysics. He's a professor of like a plasma physics, magnetophysics. Dr. Hannes Alfvén was his name. I think he comes from like Sweden or Switzerland or something like that. But he gave this conference called Double Layers in Astrophysics, and there's a PDF called Double Layers in Astrophysics that came out later that captures basically what they talked about. And it shows who, within this document, by the way, is a plasma model of Earth that's flat to simulate the plasmasphere, but that's another topic. He writes here and says this when he spoke to the audience. Dr. Azar, this is just some other guy, has studied how a number of the most used textbooks in astrophysics treat important concepts like double layers. This is the plasmasphere, right? Critical velocity, pinch effects, that has to do with magnetic field lines coming together, and circuits. He has found that students using these textbooks remain essentially ignorant of even the existence of these, in spite of the fact that some of these astrophysics students have all been well known, or all these that all of these effects have been well known for half a century. Okay, so these astrophysics students come through schools, he says, and they don't understand the basics of like electrical and magnetophysics, magnetohydrodynamics. He writes further, the conclusion is that astrophysics as a field is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data, which space telescope data, right, must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39th power times stronger than gravitation. He's addressing NASA people right now, telling them that your self-orbiting gravitational satellite bullshit is all a fraud.
Yeah, it is. Why do people fall for that at all? But you know, smart ass people in schools, do the schools teach them to lie, to have the fake version in their heads? Or are people who graduate school really not that smart and just fucking fall for this shit and believe, what the mainstream is putting in their heads for reason of lying about the earth?
Yeah, it's idealistic. These are idealistic constructs, man. They're mathematical constructs. They don't have no coherence in the physical world. So like that's what Yoder is saying. He's like, basically, if this guy was actually talking to the folks that would realize that what they're looking into with gravity and that is not real, then they would apply I don't know, like how does that even go about, Yoder, that he even proposed that to them and they denied the fact that it had any merit? Like I don't get that. Like why would they?
What I've seen is this. Like you go through school, maybe you take like AP chemistry, AP physics in high school. And if you're lucky and want it badly enough, maybe you get into physics in college and take first, like freshman or sophomore courses. What you begin to find out is things start to get really weird and confusing. If you are smart and paying attention, you're going to be bothered by the fact that there are multiple definitions of mass that aren't very clear, that conflict with each other. There are multiple definitions of gravity that conflict with each other and aren't very clear. You move from wanting to learn and critically examine what you're thinking into a mindset of trying to memorize formulas and pass freaking tests to get through it. And you accept potentially with humility on your part that you don't really understand this stuff. You feel maybe inadequate next to your peers who pretend to. And if you're lucky, you come out of these programs on the back end with a degree. Potentially you move into engineering where things are more practical and more hands-on, and you don't have to revisit these concepts in such a way ever again. That you move more into the applied part of it, and everything starts to make sense a bit better again. But some people stay within that abstraction of physics and maybe become like astronomers and shit.
Yeah, that doesn't sound efficient at all, man.
But a lot of people get frustrated and they quit. They wipe out. They're like, maybe I'm just too dumb to understand what the hell mass is.
Yeah.
How come I read in some formulas, it looks like gas molecules are affected by gravity, and in other formulas, it appears that they aren't. Why does it seem that gravity can violate entropy in some cases, but in other cases it doesn't? And so people have these questions, students debate with each other, and some people just get mad frustrated, say, you know what, fuck this, I'll go, go into computer science or something.
Mm-hmm.
So how many good potential physicists and engineers have been turned away by what this has become?
Yeah, they are almost like people who say, oh, I'll never commit any sins. I'll be a good son or daughter, mother or father, because, sorry to be creepy or weird, but, people who just fucking follow the Bible, or not follow the Bible, but they're just gonna lie and say whatever it takes to appease whoever might, take away their privilege to go out that night, or graduate, or get dinner or food. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean. Let me read to you two passages, and then I gotta go. I'm already a bit late. Two passages from National Security Council Memo 5814. This was in 1958. It was one of the founding documents for NASA. The scope of this policy. This policy is concerned with U.S. interests in scientific, civil, military, and political activities related to outer space. It deals with sounding rockets, Earth satellites, and other space vehicles, their relationship to the exploration and use of outer space, and their political and psychological significance. Next paragraph goes on. Outer space presents a new and imposing challenge. Although the full potentialities and significance of outer space remain largely to be explored, it is already clear that there are important scientific, civil, military, and political implications for national security, including the psychological impact of outer space activities, which is of broad significance and national prestige. You think it stops there? There's another section that I want to pull up. Further down, there's actually a paragraph titled Psychological Exploitation. The last sentence of this reads, in the near future, while the USSR has superior capability in space technology, judiciously select projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Next, on reconnaissance satellites, further down. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, which had been invented yet, seek urgently a political framework which will place the use of U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States.
This is NASA documents?
Yeah, NSC 5814.
Well, it's National Security Council, not NASA, but yeah, close enough.
No, this is before NASA was founded. Includes, I got a suite of other documents where, the first panel that met together was headed by freaking CIA staff officers. This was organized under the President's Psychological Operations Board that was formed after World War II. That's what NASA flowed out of. It's all about projecting power, technology, and capabilities that put the U.S. in the most favorable light. Do whatever it takes. And you can read between the lines. I got to step out, so I'll talk to you later.
Use that word to step back from saying we'll do it for real. If it's psychological, then it just has to be what they believe, not something we really did.
Counterintelligence. Stay blessed, Yoder. We'll see you around, man.
Later, Yoder.
Yeah, just to go back to what you were saying earlier, Shine, about why don't some highly educated people, or the vast majority of so-called highly educated people, know about this? It's because they quite often get their degrees from learning textbooks, right? Repeating, memorizing, regurgitating information that they were taught at university by their professors and from their textbooks, not necessarily questioning the core fundamentals of their textbooks, right? So they already thought the Earth was a globe, reinforced from a young age all the way through university, and now all of a sudden they're studying some hyper-specific topic related to a specific subject. They're just going to go deep into that. They're not going to go to their professor and say, oh, how do we really know that the Earth's a globe in the first place? Who actually went and measured that? Right? That's not something that's going to come up. That's probably nothing that they're even going to think about. And when they come in here occasionally, or when we do encounter them, they don't really know these questions any better than most people. They're not that good at answering the specific questions that are related to this topic for the most part. Sometimes they'll be more honest in admitting what they do and they don't know as well, and what scientists do and don't know. Whereas someone that's less educated might think that certain things that haven't been scientifically proven actually have been, right? And they'll argue that to the death, even though like a mainstream scientist will actually say, well, this is the best we can come up with. We don't actually know for sure, but this is where we're at, right? This is our current understanding of this.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think is the significance of all that? Do you think that like what do we have to trust if we can't really trust our schools to be making people smarter and stuff? Who do we go to? What do we do? I mean, like
No, that's too broad, though. I don't think anybody's saying that. That's a bit much. We're saying that the information concerning the Earth being a globe. So when you say that was a bit too broad for it to be like a general statement, like why, trusting school, like reading, writing, and arithmetic, that's like important information that you need to learn while you're going through school. Language skills, that sort of stuff.
Or whatever, because I liked, elementary school subjects that felt useful and like they contributed to my knowledge, and stuff beyond that mostly just felt like, oh, it's like a very specific fact that only some people know. Oh, it helps you in this, but not in that. And it just felt kind of like, man, these things are a waste to teach people in school because it's not even that helpful. Everything I learned earlier on, I've used my whole life long. Stuff in college and stuff, it's, yeah, interesting knowledge. Some of it's specific and helpful, but it's not like stuff I use every day, unlike stuff I learned very early in my life. Math, history, language. Stuff in college was more like philosophy, history, technical style, and just nobody seems to care about it unless they studied the exact same stuff that you studied in college. Most people don't even like care. It's like the most useless knowledge in the world. Anyway.
Well, yeah, it gives a person a more broad understanding of the world around them, isn't it? So it's not just specifically those things that I mentioned earlier, but like the ones you mentioned. That's helpful in like creating a person's character. Like because you know a little bit of history, you know who you are, like in this country that you live in, or supposedly, right? Because everything that we hear about, we at least have to know like things about our world. So that's what it's doing. It's helping us understand who we are, building our character. So education is not a bad thing. It's certain things about it that are bad, right? So like that's what we would say. So in and of itself, in a general case, I mean, obviously you want somebody to be more learned than not, right? That's everybody should advocate for that. Anyway, I don't like the whole, don't send your kids to school because the school is the devil and that whole thing. I don't know. It doesn't jive with me well.
Where do you live? Like, is where you live somewhere where the government might have conceivably like rigged all schools to discriminate against truthers or something like that? Because I live in California. It feels like, yeah, Democrats run the whole state. They probably also rig your experience in college and stuff, and the teachers are part of it, and the administration.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I know what you're saying, but
politics graduate.
I mean, but that's why people that are capable can disagree with that, right? If you
are you from somewhere else?
This world that we live in the U.S.
University, if it wasn't just California's universities.
Yeah, one thing we shall say though is that there should be a robust environment to have a disagreement with somebody and not just like all be one-sided one way or the other, right? That's not what we want.
Yeah, I also agree, but I don't think college let me do that. I feel like college was super unfair. Did you go to college somewhere where it was super fair?
No, I never went, but I know people who have, and their experience is kind of like what you're saying too. Like I think it's more like the general case that everybody feels like, well, what are you studying for, right? Like, but other subjects, like that they study for, it's like, I don't know, it's not. It's really just like one-sided, one way to think, and like evolution and the cosmos and all that's being taught to you just kind of like a standard model. You don't get to freely think about it for yourself. It's a curriculum.
I don't know if you care to learn what I learned in college, because a lot of it, especially in science, was BS stuff, in my opinion. It wasn't shown through any experiments, was taught through packets and textbooks and stuff, and the students didn't get to ask a lot of questions. When it came to other classes, there was more questions and stuff, but no, not a lot of questions in history and science. I guess you just have to take what they say for it. It was very disappointing, and I thought it was less informative than high school.
You got to treat the education system like the welfare system, okay? It's just because they're giving it to you doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's good for you. You have to. Yeah, life's not fair. You have to get out there and do it yourself and take care of yourself. And if you just assume that the welfare system is going to teach you the right things and give you the food whenever you need it, then it's not going to work out well for you.
Yeah, I mean, we had to learn about, red shifts, blue shifts, planetary history, elements in space. This was all in a required course. It wasn't one I didn't pass or anything. No, I didn't pass, other courses, but science labs, I could do it, especially when it was in my first few years of college. But I just felt like the information was kind of BS. It was just all in the packet. We did a couple of experiments to prove a couple things, but it's not like we were about to prove the red shifting of stars or, gravitational pathways of planets in the class. So it's not like it proved astronomy to me or anything. Just a couple of scientific facts, and then a couple of scientific, made up facts, and then they pack it into a course and say everybody has to take this and stuff. And of course, you probably learned the fake scientific facts even earlier in other schools and stuff. I don't know, no one was questioning the system. No one was saying, how could that be true? They all just said, yeah, this is what we're learning. Sounds true enough. Okay, we'll go with it. But in specific classes on specific subjects, people did sort of question the information and say, is this really right? Is this the best way? What if my own interpretation is better? It just didn't happen a lot in science labs or classes about, macro topics like the whole universe or all of history or anything. I don't know. It was disappointing, and for many, many reasons. But one of those was, yeah, I've always had stuff to say about everything. And people in high school and elementary school cared. In college, everyone said, shut up, you're ruining it by talking. It was like, we can't do anything we want anymore. We can't take this where we want. I thought this was supposed to be like the land of intellectual freedom or in a university to discuss higher ideals. But it was like worse than high school. It's like, oh, you really got to shut up about this or that. Oh, you can get in real trouble instead of just high school trouble and stuff. It's like they were just threatening us with ruining our lives and trying to ruin our lives. Maybe it's different if you don't go to college in America or California or anything like that. I don't know what college is like for other people, but for me, it felt like a big trap for people who thought they might have important things to contribute to the world, a way to like find them early and stop them from becoming all that special or anything. And it takes kids away from their parents and stuff. It's got to be one of the worst things. Like, if kicking out your kid at 18 was good, some parents do this. Their kids, do drugs or drink. They're like, we're not providing for you anymore. Well, college just isn't that different. It's like, yeah, you're still our kid, but have fun doing everything on your own for 5 years when you're just out of high school. It wasn't that fun. It was hard. Anyway, what are you guys all thinking about?
I was going to say, I have a different perspective.
Once I left college. Do you think it's unfair because they want people to lie about space and stuff? Do you think it's unfair because they don't accept questions? I mean, look, YouTube and stuff doesn't accept questions. I've been trying to get them to like tell the truth about space and stuff, but the way the videos are, it's never telling the truth.
Yeah, that word truth. Yeah, you're going to find out that it means something very different to a lot of people. So to you, it might mean, why don't they just come out and tell people how like it is? To them, it's like they want to tell you about the narrative, and that's truth to them. So, that word, it for everybody that's using it has a different connotation. It shouldn't have a different connotation, but it does. But what were you going to say, Josh? You were going to tell us about your experience in college?
No, I'm just saying I really enjoyed school, and I found that it was there was definitely tons of opportunities to ask questions and debate with the professors. But I'm also pretty biased. I did 8 years of college, so.
You like school? I mean,
what was younger school like? Was it the same? Because for me, it was a downgrade from high school to college.
But I also went to like the second best aerospace engineering college in the country. So like, sorry, what?
Was your elementary school and high school better or worse than your college? You sound like you had a good time in college. You see, I think I had the opposite. I think where I was, college was the thing that was mostly rigged and stuff, and elementary school is and high school where you got to speak your real mind. And then after that, it was like, the whole culture is just trying to identify individuals who might be hostile to liberalization politics here.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, I took like tech policy courses where it was all Socratic seminar, like it wasn't even a lecture. It was just, hey, you need to be prepared on this topic, and we're going to just discuss and debate opinions on like the role of the federal government in basic research and development funding, and why is the budget of NASA the way it is? How do we quantify the economic and societal benefits?
You guys talk about that?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Well, can you enlighten me on that topic? Like, what was the discussion that you remember? Anything about it?
Specifically NASA or the role of federal government?
Yeah, well, NASA and their funding, their useful, their money. Like, what were you guys thinking of?
I mean, on one hand, it's a jobs program. On the other hand, sorry, I'm like trying to wolf down my breakfast. On the other hand, it's a lot of basic R&D and patents and inventions come out of NASA. So it's it's an economic multiplier, like Velcro, memory foam. There's a ton of material science benefits that come out of NASA funding. So it's the combination between those two make up the vast majority of the economic.
Yeah, was that done by engineers like in space flight?
Stuff that Yoder was talking about.
You lagged there for a bit, so I jumped in by accident.
No, you're good.
Most of their funding, was it done to fund like those products that were made by, you said engineers, right?
Yeah. So it's like NASA.
All that stuff.
This is like the Science Mission Directorate. There's the Space Technology Mission Directorate. Like the way it's organized is they have like their own missions. They do a bunch of ground testing and like figure out if the payload works, and then they work with like the astrophysicists to figure out what type of science they want to do, what questions they want to go answer.
Hey, Josh. No, I mean like the products that were made, like the ones that you just discussed, like foam and all that stuff. Like, was that useful? Was that useful? Right. Was that made because they went to space, or has anything to do with that, or
correct?
Was it just something that they really? Go ahead.
So there's an office within NASA called the Technology Transfer Program, so basically anything that's federally funded. If they come up with something that could be useful in industry or like commercially, there's like a whole program where you're able to like transfer the IP over to the public or to like the inventor who was a civil servant at the time. They like let you keep your patents, etc. But yeah, no, Velcro was made to like stick stuff to the walls of the space station without it floating away. Like it was invented for the ISS.
Really? Who was the inventor of it?
I have absolutely no clue. But the patent is held by I think it's public domain at this point, but the original patent was held by a NASA employee.
I mean, you could use Velcro like on a hunting backpack whenever you're hiking up a mountain to hold your water flask to your backpack. Why is it only designed for the ISS? Like it doesn't make
Originally
sense.
designed, like it didn't exist before that, right? Like Velcro didn't exist prior to it being invented. Like the concept of having a bunch of little plastic hooks on one side and like fibers on the other. Like it was, I can dig into it later today if you'd like, but it didn't exist prior to it being invented at NASA.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, college was great. I dove in head first and really, really got into the nuts and bolts.
Could have been a professor.
Nah, fuck that. I don't get paid enough for that shit.
Yeah, but you're not doing it for the pay, dude. You're doing it for, the satisfaction of teaching younger generations.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, if money was no object, like people ask me, like, if you won the lottery, what would you do? I would definitely be like a high school physics teacher. That would be my jam. But no, you have to get a doctorate to get to be a professor at most places, or unless more than an adjunct. But so I have the ability to adjunct at Georgetown and GW here in DC. So I'll go in and guest lecture once or twice a semester for different classes. But no, if I was going to teach a full class, it would either be, I don't know, when I'm empty nesting, the kids are out of the house. At some point, yes. I just don't have the patience to go get a doctorate. Like I just got master like a bunch of different master's degrees. I didn't stick around for a PhD.
So you have a bunch of master's degrees. How many do you have exactly?
Teach the flat Earth in a class, anyways. It would be against the rules.
No, that's not true. We talk about reference frames and projections and we talk a lot about it. We took there's a class in undergrad at Georgia Tech called Spaceflight Operations, where we covered a lot of that type of stuff about how you get from the model to what you observe on the ground.
They wouldn't let you say flat Earth or talk about flat Earth at all if you had a class.
No, I disagree with that. We fundamentally have those conversations.
How does it end whenever you're trying to find the curvature, by measuring the ocean? Like, how do those arguments end?
From a human perspective, it's flat. I concede that point. But
So
no, it's three degrees to answer your question.
Okay, nice. But how could it be from a human perspective? Like, is there another perspective that it eventually becomes a ball?
We're too small.
From the astronaut perspective.
Yeah, you gotta take a step back from the painting.
Oh, so you just have to go higher. So you can't see the curve from sea level, but you can see it whenever you go up in a weather balloon.
No, further than that. Y'all keep asking for the exact height. I really should actually do that research, but it's.
Yeah, you should. Elon Musk, or not Elon Musk. Nope.
Hey, so
go ahead, Dan.
I mean, he said he was an aerospace engineer. I mean, I thought that they would know that like right off the top of their head, like boom, boom, boom. Here it is.
Whoopsie.
No, because focusing on the curvature of the Earth is step 2, right? And we spend most of our time working on like step 8.
We can pass their class, but they can't.
Oh, Josh. Go on now, you.
But
no, I'm just saying I haven't done the research.
You gotta be a special person to get the job.
Oh, we talked about that in nepotism in here and like who you know, etc. Like, I told AV I've never applied for a job in my life.
Look, if I was in Josh,
yeah.
I would feel the same way because he spent so much time and money on his education, which is fine, and he probably is going to have a great job and all that. But for somebody to try to crush his all of his investment into this by saying, "Where is it curving?" I mean, yeah, I would probably be doing the same thing. I mean, that's why these professors flip out and have like a spasm or a heart attack whenever these kids are like, "Where's the curve?" Because their whole life they've put into this education, into their job and their tenure. I mean, that's the whole thing. That's why the world works the way it is they compartmentalize us. It's all a part of the system.
You can't say it any better than that, Dib. Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm done.
No, I mean, the man's making bread, right? We know that. Josh is making bread, but outside of that, he's got to live with the fact that even if he does know that the Earth is flat, and whatever we present here can't be proven that the Earth is a globe, he still has to go to work in the job that he's doing, no matter what. Like, because he's committed, right? He's given a lot of time and effort into this. That he's no turning back now, right? He can't turn this ship around, bro. He's on a one-way direction. That's it. There's no turning back. So he's going to have to do his hardest to keep the same, facade going for as long as he can.
I mean, if I really wanted to do self-preservation, I wouldn't be having this conversation with y'all.
Yeah, well, dude, that's all mental, Josh. That's all mental, bro. Like, yeah, you would. You're doing it right now because you know that if there was some reason that you couldn't be able to do it, like you couldn't live with yourself, bro, because you've invested so much. You're doing everything you can right now to show yourself that there's a reason to believe the Earth is a globe.
Do you find it weird that I don't crash out nearly as much, or
No, well,
like the other
when you
Globers?
first came in, here, you did. I guarantee it, bro.
I gotta establish some boundaries.
Dude, you're a
feel
weird
y'all
one.
out. Make sure
You're a weird one.
make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and all that jazz. But like, for as long as I've known you, like because you've been here a while, I think you would relish the fact that if somebody would come in here and give us the what's for sure. If some PhD or some other academic came in here and stood like side by side with you, I mean, you would be like eating popcorn, dude, because like you don't have that right now. You're the guy essentially. Like, and we're asking the group is like, is there any other satellite engineers in the room except for Phil Bellum? Because that guy's he don't know what he's saying. But
well,
yeah,
I mean, I've seen like NASA's chief scientists get into these rooms. Like I've conceded the point that there's nobody. I don't think there's anybody on planet Earth that could satiate y'all's y'all's questions. So I don't think there is like a person that could pop in here and like, oh man, they're gonna dunk on these people. Like no, I don't think that exists.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm hoping somebody comes in here and does that one day because I want to hear some. I know all the evidence, and we know all the same shit they say every time. But I want to hear some new shit. Where's the new shit at?
Corrupt everybody and make them argue the opposite.
The new shit is you can measure the height of the building by dropping a barometer off of it.
Oh yeah, that was like last week though, bro. What's new this week?
How about this guy saying that he's this teacher and scientist and that it's all fine if the Earth is, a globe, and I don't know, he shouldn't even be in this discussion room. He's against the flat Earth. He doesn't believe it.
I'm against the flat Earth. I'm not against flat earthers.
Shove it in.
Yeah, he's fine. He can stay in here. I think the reason why we like to have him in here is people need to see what people like him talk about. And he doesn't bother me unless he bothers you.
And we don't push people out because they don't believe in flat Earth. That's not what we do.
Yeah.
So, Josh, you don't think if someone came in here...
You got to be able to know it's true.
What's up, India?
So, Josh, you don't think that if someone came in here with actual, like, measurements of curvature that we'd be satisfied with that? think we would just go, nah?
Yeah, I
You
mean,
said you don't think we'd be
no,
satisfied by anybody, but what if they like?
I don't think so.
Really? Why not?
Yeah. Well, I think the goalposts are on ice skates.
Well,
Like,
well, the question is, why has nobody? I mean, I remember like 6-7 years ago, a guy came in here.
Nobody gives a shit.
He's got to do a simple ass laser test. So we actually had a guy. We had a guy, a go over there. He's like, one of my professors and one of his associate professors are going to go out and they were going to do it in somewhere in Oregon or Washington State, and they were going to go do the laser test. And the weekend they did it, well, they've never come back with anything. So we've come over this time and time again, where someone says they're going to go do it, and they either did it and didn't get the result they want and disappear and vanish, or they just don't do it. So, talk is cheap, as they say. You can say nothing would satisfy us, and no one's done anything. All they ever do is point to a screen and look, trust the screen. That's it. That's all we ever get.
I mean, they took a whole crew to Antarctica, and y'all are hyper fixated on a vape. So like,
no, who's you?
The royal you. Apologies.
Okay.
Freaking y'all! What the hell?
First of all, this dude Duffy was told well before he ever did anything that this type of test is not dispositive of anything. Well, before.
Remember, everybody, it's the ground that we're looking at, not the.
Yeah, I mean,
the
you look at my
sky.
ex dialogue with him. I said, how would this prove a glow? How would this falsify flat Earth? You know what he said? He said because the Earth has to be symmetrical. What? It doesn't even make sense, dude. Why would it have to be symmetrical?
Like I said, I'd be hard pressed. Like I would like if you wanted to be satiated, I would love a very hard definition of exactly what you want, and then like I need this to be assumed away.
How do you not know after all this time?
No, I understand. It's just it's.
How do you not know after all this time you've been in here? We say it all the time.
At some point,
Measurement of drop.
Double talk.
Measurements of drop over distance. Really simple. It's really simple, Josh. It's not complicated.
Yeah, drop over distance assumes Cartesian space, right?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
That x, y as opposed to r, rho, and phi, or theta.
Hey, it's just your human.
Your beef is where you're not using polar coordinates. Are you crazy? Like, have you lost your marbles?
Thesis. It's just that drop over distance assumes that quote unquote drop is relative to the local flat plane that you're standing on, right? Whereas, on a globe, it would be an arc length, not a x over y down.
No, we're talking drop from the tangent, dude. The freaking curve that curves down.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Like a ruler on a bowling ball. Right? The bottom of that ruler and the surface of the ball get farther apart. That's what we're talking about. That would prove 100% one way or another.
But it's not possible to have a straight ruler while you're standing on the ball.
Why not?
Is that
y'all claim you measure 1,000th of a proton radius? Why can't you do that?
I'm just saying there's because it's wait repeat. Was that CERN? Were you talking about
LIGO?
Like a particle accelerator? LIGO.
LIGO claims they measure 1,000th of a proton radius.
Yeah, that's in a vacuum tube, right? So a laser test, long distance observation, all that is light traveling through a medium, so you can't get it perfectly straight. So that's why I say the only way you can measure is by taking a step back and going up.
Well, so check this out. I mean, there's going to be a distance where the curvature of the beam, even if there is some, is going to be so different from what the surface of the ball would be, is that you don't need to be that precise. Unless you're positing that you can have a beam whose ray just like goes completely in a circle back around.
No, because then you'd have to understand the conditions of the medium on every step along the length of the beam, right? So I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're trying to make it
I
impossible,
concede.
unfalsifiable nonsense.
Oh, I'm just saying I don't think it's measurable from the surface.
The globe is copium.
Now,
Indio,
hear
before
really
you
close to
joined,
what
he
he just
said,
said. It's not
no,
measurable.
he said this before you joined. He said, it's the human perspective is where you can't see the curve.
Like a
You have to
floor,
go into outer space.
giant flat rectangle. All the Earth is flat, like it's a giant flat circle, but that makes sense under your feet and stuff. As you go up, you see in a circle, not a rectangle. The whole Earth is flat.
Josh, you sound like the Pope. Only the Pope knows the true word of God. Only the Pope can interpret the Bible.
Whoa! That's
You're
assumes
just
the
a human.
Catholics are right. Jesus Christ! You're just assuming I'm Catholic.
No,
I
I'm
take
just
offense
saying
to
it's
that,
just
Indio. Come on.
it's an analogous argument
Yeah,
where
no, I'm just fucking with you.
we can't do it. We have to trust some other authority to do it.
I think you're atheist, isn't it?
No. I'm 100% agnostic. I think atheists are dumb.
He's 100% certain that he's uncertain.
100%.
100%.
I'm not uncertain. I'm certain in my uncertainty.
Yeah, really.
This is
how does that circle jerk work? I mean,
certain.
Oh, I'm 100% certain that nobody has the right answer.
Really? How are you certain of that?
I haven't had any firsthand evidence of anything greater than humans. Therefore, all religions must have been creations of humans, and therefore they're infallible because no humans know know the context of their.
Yeah, where did the first thought? Yeah, let's put it this way. Where did the first thought come from?
A human.
Apply that to NASA.
Yeah. Were they the Were they the originators of the thought?
Yeah, it's infallible.
Yeah,
but I'm saying
prove
from my
it. No, prove it. No, wait a minute. Wait.
No.
Prove that the first thought was from a human, like that they came from them.
I have no idea. I don't know.
How could you? Yeah,
Hence
exactly. That's the. Yeah, I mean, your uncertainty, dude. Your uncertainty goes all the way back to the place where you think you were certain on something. You're going to be uncertain. There's no way you can derive certainty from the uncertainty that you're telling us that you believe in.
I disagree.
It's a huge. Well, you can disagree all you like, but it's just true. So if you're saying that you're certain that everything,
the first thought came from a human or didn't come from a human.
So here's the thing, though. You think that things that are thoughts, you can actually say that you're uncertain. You're 100% sure about your uncertainty. You can't be 100% sure in a realm of being uncertain. It's just like a snake eating its own tail. So there's no way you can.
Definition of faith, isn't it? Right, deriving certainty from the uncertain.
Yeah, but how can you be sure, being uncertain, that you're certain?
You just said you can't have a flat ruler on a curved Earth. How do you know the Earth's curved? I mean, it's like it's a circle jerk.
Yeah. It's a big circle jerk.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
But I'm trying to get him.
Josh said he's seen no evidence. Right? Do you accept anything other than material world things as evidence?
I don't believe in the metaphysical. No.
So there you go. You will never accept anything that is not material as evidence when we're talking about things that are immaterial. So even if you had something immaterial as evidence, you wouldn't accept it. So you basically set up something impossible to do.
If there is a God,
something impossible.
If there is a God, they are material.
Well, says who?
That's just my perspective.
Yeah, your perspective, and how do you know you're right?
I don't know I'm right.
So then
Josh,
you're uncertain. You can never be certain about your uncertainty, ever.
Okay.
Are there things that exist, Josh, which are not material? Or the only things that exist in the world are material?
I mean, that could be true. But I'm just
okay,
cool. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any proof of any claim that makes me think, okay, yeah, that's right.
There's things that exist which are not material, which are absolutely true, and this is easy to prove. All abstract ideas, such as math, logic, truth, things like that. Those things Those exist, but they're not in the material world. I can prove they exist. I can prove the log of identity exists. It's simple.
Yeah, because
It
you're
don't exist in the
communicating it
material
to
world, though. So you just like jettison logic, reason,
no
mathematics.
socially acceptable immaterial things. Like I can vibe with that, but I understand the social context of their creation, right?
You think the law of identity is a social construct?
Because you're communicating it to other monkey brains that I observe the same laws of logic that you do.
They're independent of human beings. They still exist independent of a human mind.
Have you ever demonstrated to someone who doesn't have a human mind? Like I don't like.
What do you
How do you know that's true?
You don't know any of that.
Josh, I didn't say brain, I said mind. And the very fact you're referencing a mind.
You just believe in the higher concept, the spirit, the thing that occupies that idea of belief. But those things aren't proven on any sort of physical level.
Hey, you gotta believe.
No, but they don't exist either. Why would you believe in them if there's literally no like physical proof?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just here not
everything.
Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. Like lift others up around you, and then you're good. You don't need anything else.
It's physical
stuff. That's the question.
Physical stuff.
Oh, you just asked the question. How do you know if it exists? It's not in the material world. We can know things purely through reason.
The rules every time. So, and you don't see it. Not
hey man, you're completely talking over Indio. Like social cues.
But not reality.
Well, I mean, let's put the handbrake on this because fuck the metaphysics, right? So.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good.
Back to curvature. I mean, so your claim is that it's immeasurable. That's impossible to measure.
Lord.
No, let's get back to that, dude, because you said that we wouldn't accept anything, and you're claiming that it's not that we wouldn't accept it for some other reasons, simply because it's immeasurable. Or you're saying even if it was measurable, we wouldn't even accept a measurement. Which one?
I mean, you can go look at the Porchart train, like power. Power lines over and down in Louisiana. Exactly right. Like,
no, hold on.
Goalposts, right?
What was measured?
The fact that they're all the same height moving over water and they look like they curve outside of just straight vanishing point perspective.
And Josh, have you looked closely at those images? So at the end of the power line one, it's an inferior mirage. You can clearly see it's an inferior mirage because it splits in half and there's a mirror image of the tallest tower that's at the end. Okay, and then if you go and look up Lake Pontchartrain data on what the water temperature versus air temperature is, they have 2 temperature inversions a day. So they got buoys in Lake Pontchartrain that measure the wet water and wet air temperature every 6 minutes. So on that day where he took that photo, there is a temperature inversion. You know why I know that? Because I have the data. I have the historical data for that day because I know the exact date he took the image.
And now we can have this discussion because it's putting through a medium. The light's going through a medium. Therefore, I think
that's why we're measuring. We're not just looking at it. That's why we're measuring. We're not just simply looking at it and making it a subjective opinion about it.
Why is this guy just talking? I dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. It's just the photograph you chose to use to describe your example is an easily provable fake.
Dude, that's great. That's great, but don't interrupt. Just
water
don't
mirage bends the light into
nothing.
It's not a fake. It's a real photograph. Okay, it's not a fake. Okay, it's a real photograph.
Curve that much in like 1 mile.
Shine. Can you put yourself on mute, please?
Okay.
Okay. So Lake Pontchartrain has 2 temperature inversions a day. The water and air temperature are very close to each other, and they flip back and forth because Lake Pontchartrain is very shallow. It's something like 11 feet deep. So people have taken plenty of video and photos of it not looking like this. So why don't you think about it for a second? 30,000 cars go over that bridge every single day. If you could see Earth curve there, right, at that location, they would have set up a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge. Come to Lake Pontchartrain and see Earth curve. No one's ever done that because this is a rare temperature.
I don't think people give a shit about y'all. Like they think that even admitting that there's
people give a shit about money. People give a shit about money. And if you could see the curvature of the Earth at Lake Pontchartrain, there'd be a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge, so you could go there and see the curve of the Earth.
I mean, that's assuming that there's enough, like the social benefit or the economic benefit would be worth the social ostracization of like of catering to flat earthers.
No, they would have done this years ago, bro. It had nothing to do with flat Earth. People would just do it just because it's a novelty. Okay, that's why they would do it. But the fact of the matter is, Lake Pontchartrain has been thoroughly studied. In fact, on one side of Lake Pontchartrain versus the other side, they have actually different climates. The USGS studied this area. It is literally the worst place in the world to do an observation. The worst. You literally could not pick a worse place.
Okay.
Which is why, like the one of the bridge, that it looks like the hump that's in the middle, that they're coming straight down at like a 80-degree angle, like they're falling off a cliff. The bridge don't look like that. I don't want to know why you would pick that place. I really don't.
Well, yeah, it's just from a globe perspective, that's an easy win, and obviously there's more nuance there.
It's called grasping. It's called grasping at straws.
Do you want me to post all the data? Because I got graphs of all the data of Lake Pontchartrain.
No, I get it. No, I understand.
Graphed out for 45 days. I got a graph for that day, right? I got a graph specifically for that day showing the temperature inversion. And I have computer simulations of atmospheric refraction from the 80s that show that exact same phenomenon. That a flat surface that they used, and they simulated a temperature inversion, and it makes that flat surface look curved. And I have someone doing it for real with sugar water in a fish tank with a camera at one end and a background on the other end of the fish tank. This is on Action Labs, of it making the exact same visual effect. So this is an Earth curve, okay?
Period. Yeah, exactly. It's traveling through a medium. Like that's what I'm saying.
Weird?
Like from a human perspective, I don't think there's anything conclusive that could be used to prove. Like I think there's too many variables to have it discussed unless there's.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Didn't you say that it looks flat? Didn't you say it looks flat earlier? You said that earlier. You say it looks. Well, why are you showing Indio this picture where it looks like it's curving? That goes against what you said earlier.
You thought we forgot.
I'm saying that it's traveling through a medium.
We didn't forget.
No, I'm saying,
does it look flat or does it look curved? Does it look flat or does it look curved, Josh? You need to pick a lane.
I'm saying it looks curved, but obviously there's more nuances there because the light's traveling through a medium.
Okay, so your earlier statement that it looks flat was not true then.
No, I'm saying for the vast majority of things, like the human perspective, the Earth is flat. I still stand by that.
So then why are you standing by this?
I'm saying it's saying from a glober perspective, from someone who says that.
What are you trying to do? What is the difference between a glober and a human?
What I'm saying it's low.
You said from the human. You said from the human. You said from the human perspective, it looks flat, but from a glober perspective, it's curved. What the fuck is that?
The human's just out there looking around with no preconceived notions of what they're looking for. A glober is looking.
Oh, so that's the difference. That's the difference.
Yeah. That's what you asked me for.
So you would put that Lake Pontchartrain image in front of a human, and a human would be like, "Oh, I'm not looking for a curve, but there it is."
Does this dude just say that globers aren't humans?
I don't know. He said this. I'm just following his logic right now.
Yeah. No, okay. I digress.
I apologize. I'm saying from the royal you, the human race, like you walk around, looking around, it looks flat.
But you said earlier. Yeah, there you go. See, he said it again. So it looks flat, but then when you look at the Lake Pontchartrain image, you're like, oh, it looks curved. Right?
It does. And that's due to the
Okay, so are you going to pick a lane?
Indio just pointed towards.
Are you going to pick a lane, whether it looks flat or curved?
One is my own personal opinion, and one is not. Like, I
my God, bro.
There's nuance here, and
So okay, when you're telling us from the picture that you're looking at, is it from your perspective or someone else's?
From my perspective, it looks curved because I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so it looks curved. So now you're choosing curved.
Personal perspective. from my personal perspective. I'm saying from
you
engineering
know no such
perspective.
thing, brother.
So when it looks flat, when does that happen from your perspective? When does that happen? When does that occur?
I mean, almost everywhere else.
Okay.
Bro, there's only males and females, and it's either curved or flat. Okay, come on.
I'm gonna hand this back to you, bro. I just wanted to get him on that point because he was double speaking. He's double speaking, as you can clearly hear.
Yeah, I am double speaking. One is me and one's not me.
Oh shit, dude! What are you having an out of body experience? What the fuck, bro?
No, you're allowed to talk about a reference population that's not your own opinion. Like I apologize.
Dude,
we got mixed up there.
So no, we're not mixed up. You're double speaking in the sense of saying I look at the Lake Poncho. I was glad that you identified that. Like that clears up a lot.
You're getting caught up in an aha moment, Josh, and you just don't want to. You don't want to look like you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm double speaking. I didn't explain clear enough that I was talking about me in one stance.
No, bro.
You
didn't have to explain, bro. You didn't have to explain clearly. We understood you when you said it looks flat. We know that that's what you're saying when you look at the Earth. But when you look at the picture of Lake Pontchartrain, your brain wants to make it look like it's a globe from the ground level.
Yes, agreed.
There you go.
That's exactly what we're saying. Okay, that's what we were talking past each other. I apologize.
No, we're not talking past, brother. We're not talking past each other. I hear you very clearly.
Okay.
So does the audience.
Regurgitated back to me what I intended to say, so we are good.
All right, carry on.
That's all good.
Well, just quickly, because I just wanted to address what Josh said before, like the Lake Pontchartrain's an easy W for the globe, but you kind of like doubles, like you're contradicting yourself when you're saying, well, now you know it's just a miraging effect or an atmospheric effect that's taking place. So how would that make it a W for the globe? Like you said earlier?
From y'all's perspective, right? Like if a glober walks in here off the street and says, "Go look at Lake Pontchartrain," like that's it looks curved. Therefore, it's they don't give a shit about quote unquote superior miraging and temperature.
How would that be an easy W?
You're straw manning my position and what I said. I said measure. I didn't say go look at it and see what it looks like.
Oh,
I never said that.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Well, there's a difference, right, between just looking at it and making a subjective evaluation and taking out a fucking tape measure. I think there's a difference between those two activities.
I think that a glober coming in off the street wouldn't understand that. Yes.
Well, none of you guys seem to understand it. You guys think calculations are measurements, think looking at shit is measurements. You think everything is measurement but measurement.
What's a glober coming off the street? There's globers coming off the
they come
universities
all the time.
they come out of the
one of them. You're one of
you
them.
come from?
Your level of understanding of the claims when it comes to the bending of light and refraction and whatnot are just as bad as the glober that comes off the street that you're trying to put shit on right now.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Like,
so Josh,
that's why I don't usually talk about long distance observations because I don't know jack shit about that.
Okay. So Josh,
aren't you like an aerospace school?
Yeah, space. The whole reason I did space is because I didn't want to deal with the medium, right? Like I took thermodynamics and I had to start dealing with like humidity and gas fractions, and I'm just like, fuck that. I want to deal with vacuum.
Why are you saying fuck that? Because it didn't make sense.
I mean, no, it's more complicated, and I didn't really enjoy chemistry. I'm much more of a mechanics guy.
Probably complicated because it doesn't make sense in the real world.
I mean, it's just I didn't enjoy it, so I didn't want to do it.
So you enjoy learning about space, which nobody knows anything about, and nobody ever will unless you are Elon Musk.
No, he don't know anything either, and neither does Josh. You're relying on other people.
I still don't get how Pontchartrain is a win for the Globers if we apparently see an apparent curve that's way too pronounced to be Earth curve, and they claim it's Earth curve. That seems to be a big L.
Yeah. Holy smoke is drinks,
it's a
dude.
win
What's up,
for
bro?
the Globers off the streets. We're off the streets, son.
You buckle up.
Oh, geez, come on. Y'all see an
Grace
English
is here.
hub come
Buckle up.
walking in and they say y'all are stupid and they
But,
troll.
Drace is here. We're going to have to let him talk to Josh for a little bit, see if he can...
Can break me, man.
Yeah,
No,
Josh.
I asked you, like, tell me, how is it a win?
Oh, it's like easily digestible information, right? It's a meme.
You mean it's wrong information being parroted incorrectly, and how is that a win?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's very similar to the memes and things that y'all post in the side chat.
No, it's not. So do not try to jump away from the actual thing here. You're trying to justify your position, not trying to strawman it with something else. Like you might have seen a meme that's not indicative of our position as a whole, because we're not a collective like you. We don't have a position like you that is dependent on belief in a greater system. We just have the mechanics of how things actually work, like light refraction.
Okay, I apologize.
So Josh, what it sounds like to me is that you're like, well, we have a meme like punch chain. It looks like Earth curve, so it's a W because even though that's not actually Earth curve, people continue to believe it's Earth curve, and all we want is for people to keep believing the Earth is a goal. Is that your goal? Believe it no matter what, even if it's based. Do you want people to believe it, even if that belief is based upon bullshit?
I mean, you can invert that for many of the memes that are posited by flat Earth.
Don't say what about you, dude.
No,
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, you're also misframing. Like when we post, for instance, a meme, I posted, for instance, a picture of like puncture train with no refraction, so the pylons are completely straight and you can see the shore on the other side. So that is an image that contradicts the other image. So now you have to start to think about your claim, which is that in your first image, that curve you see is Earth's curve. That's all it's meant to do. The difference between the images, or what you call memes, is that the claims that are being presented with them. Do you see the difference?
Even the straight picture still has refraction. The light is still moving through a medium and it's refracting.
Yeah, bro, that's not how.
Constant temperature as a function of altitude and distance.
Bro, there's always going to be some slight variations, but refraction is not. If there's no optical density difference in the medium between the targets, or if it's normalized, there's virtually zero refraction.
Yeah, that's not possible. That's not possible.
Yeah, it can be normalized. Yes, it can be.
I disagree.
Yeah, you can, but that doesn't change anything.
Bro, where did you get that idea?
That's fluid dynamics, man. Every single molecule in a volume, like there's no such thing as a uniform temperature and pressure in a fluid.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's uniform. It's the atmosphere is anisotropic and inhomogeneous. The problem is when you have the light traveling from one point to another point, and those differences balance out, the light is not going to be refracting up or down by much at all. So it's going to reach the other end.
All is not zero.
Yeah, well, that refraction up and down, the refraction up and down, then balances out. That creates a pretty straight standard.
Pretty straight standard. You're using weasel words here, man. Zero refraction is not possible.
You're saying minuscule differences that are undetectable are something that's gonna change anything.
How can you prove that they're undetectable? Do you have a sensor?
Because you cannot detect them.
Square inch. What I mean, do you have a sensor at every single square inch?
You should listen to Drace explain these things to you, right? Because he has a very good understanding of how this works. And if you just would actually listen to him, you'll actually learn something off him about how this works.
I understand.
You don't understand. You don't understand. You should be listening. You're the student right now. He knows a lot about this.
I just want to make it clear to everybody that zero refraction is not possible. It
is easily.
We're trying to listen to him too.
Let me give you an example. For instance, a very simple example with two mediums like a fish tank. If you look normal to the surface, this is basic Snell's law. You don't have an angle of refraction, so there's zero refraction.
Yeah, but it's not basic Snell's law.
Yeah, but weasel words.
It's no. I'm saying you need to deal with differential Snell's law here, not basic Snell's law.
No, it's very much principle, actually. And the thing is, when you try to assume modern ways of dealing with refraction in the air is mostly modeling and assuming those models are consistent. And so you keep switching your models until what you see matches the model. But that does not infer that the paths are like that, but that one model appears to match that vision or view. So the problem here is we've been looking into this very deeply. And so for the globe to be true, you need the light to be refracting down around the globe to allow you to see further. So we have thousands of instances where we can see way too far for the globe. And so in those instances, the only excuse the globe has is that light must be bending around the globe to allow us to see further. Okay, so we go and test that. Now, in infrared cameras work on infrared, and infrared refracts less than visible light. And so we should always see the horizon closer in images when we see too far in infrared. So if we see too far in visible light, and we should also see too far in infrared, but just less far because it refracts less, if the conditions of the globe are true and light is refracting. However, when we look in infrared versus visible light, we see further in infrared. So, and when we look at the conditions of the day and we measure, for instance, the temperature, humidity, and pressure on both sides, and or over a frozen lake, we find pretty normalized conditions at times, and at those times we can see straight across. When there's more refraction, we see less. So that is contrary to what is required for the globe to be true.
Do you have any documentation I can go read? I appreciate, and I'm following, so I do appreciate the information. But you had to have gone from a layman to knowing what you know now. Is there any good material you could send my way?
There's a ton of material. First of all, where to start? There's of course.
It doesn't have to be now. I'm just saying, like, if you come across something, like,
let's start here. You are aware that refraction is wavelength dependent, right? It has a wavelength dependency.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's why you get the prism, right?
Yeah.
For,
yeah. So it has a wavelength dependency, and that is directly related to the absorption. You might not know that. That's kind of a nuanced thing. And it's well known that infrared, that's why we use it for, tracking, planes, missiles, people, etc., because it's absorbed less. So the refractive index, the how much infrared light will be refracted as you go toward that end of the wavelength, right? So it's lesser like ultraviolet and blue, and then it's more for ultraviolet and blue, that end of the spectrum, and less at the redder end of the spectrum. There's an optical window in infrared. In fact, the point is that it's easy to just go, hey, if there's less refraction. So what they claim is the more refraction there is, the more something is lifted up, right? The more the ray curves around the surface of the Earth. So in infrared, right? If it's curving less than the horizon, that was a brilliant argument, Trace. I've never heard that before. The horizon should actually appear closer than what it would be in a more refracted day, when it's actually the opposite. And I could actually, there's one I actually know about, the San Jacinto infrared, where the horizon is 5 miles too far, at least 5 miles, probably more. And it's easy to know where it is because of where it was taken, the features that the picture was taken of, where the camera was. You just simply know that the horizon's more than 20 miles, and the horizon, according to the globe map, supposed to be 5 miles. Well, he also has the same in visible light, and you can't even see the shoreline because of the horizon. Well, the horizon should be farther if it's being refracted more in the visible light. than it is in the infrared light. And what Trey said, it's the opposite.
Yeah, the same would also be true with.
It's like how basic do you want it? You know what I mean? Like that's up to you. Like
The same would also be true with like you look at anything at a distance, and if it's too far to be seen, and you can still see colors, all of those colors should be shifting based on the refractive difference between those wavelengths, and so we don't see any evidence of the light being actually refracted when we see too far. We only see evidence of like when the conditions are such that we have a lot of refraction, it lowers how far we see, because when you think about it, if the light is coming from the other side of the lake and the bottom rays are dropping down and hitting the water, of course you're not seeing the bottom rays. Of course the bottom of the boat starts to disappear as a consequence.
That makes sense.
And then there's the other thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say anything in text would love to read.
And then there's dispersion, right? You mentioned it with the prism, right? The rainbow. You should have dispersion in a camera. They would call it chromatic aberration, right? You should have dispersion if you had a high refractive condition out there in the environment. But no one's ever observed this, where you see a blue mountain peak and at the bottom of the mountain it's reddish, right? This difference in color because the light rays get spread out. We do observe this astronomically, though. We do observe this with planets. They actually make chromatic correctors, right? Astronomical chromatic correctors that have a mirror in it that you merge the red and blue image together. So we do see this. It's not like it's not there. It's just not there in any terrestrial sense. Ever. Like never. None of the 200 plus mile ones.
And as for documentation, just read about refraction. There's ton of official documentation where you can read about all this. It's not very complicated. And if you want to see people inadvertently testing this, most of the world record long distance photographs are taken in infrared because they see further. And the best part is they generally take a picture in visible light before, so you generally have that differential. So it doesn't match the physics.
Sorry, I'm reading through the side chat.
You like the big pictures of the moon I took with my smartphone?
The good question is, what is the evidence for refraction, the way the globe says? And their evidence is that the Earth looks flat, which is fucking crazy. Hey, what's your evidence that light curves around the ball? Oh, the Earth looks flat. You know how cuckoo that is, dude?
Yeah, that's also how they determine how much refraction was that day, is by how flat it looked.
Yeah, the flatter it looks, the more refraction. Like, Josh, this has to be your position. Well, I mean, your position is, trust me, bro, but I mean, everybody else's position that why these long distance observations and measurements don't mean anything. You guys have to try and take a big dump on them and try to convince everybody that they don't mean anything.
The worse.
Well, the military would like to have a word with you, okay?
Yeah, in their worldview, the worse seeing of the conditions, the better the observation.
Yep. The worst part is the military uses.
Like that's what people take away.
Sorry. What I wanted to say was that the worst part is the military, like was slightly mentioned earlier, uses tri-beam different wavelength targeting systems to exclude any possibility of the target being displaced, or be able to calculate how much it is displaced by the dispersion of the lasers or through the targeting system. And so we can use the same principles here on Earth, just use the different wavelengths to see how much the dispersion is, if there's any. And so far, we have not seen any evidence that the Earth is curved and light is somehow trying to hide it by violating its own basic functionality.
You solve the whole paradox by simply saying it's an optical effect, not a physical effect. The whole thing's solved. That easy.
I appreciate all the content in the side chat.
Here's a little point. Like, I love arguing with ChatGPT all the time, and there's some misconceptions that a lot of people use. Like, ChatGPT there's a lot. For instance, they claim like downward bending is the norm, but that's relative to, like, if you're like looking at the Earth from outside the Earth in an orthographic view, not relative to you on the surface, though, because under normal conditions the ray would still continue to rise up into the air. That's just the physics of it. So they're quite literally screwed.
Yeah, like I said, I appreciate all the content. Feel free to send me stuff to read. More than happy to. Like I said, I'm very dumb on this topic.
So I sent Jay Tolan Media. So if you scroll up, I sent the infrared and I just sent the visible light. Now, if you look at the infrared and you zoom in on this, you can see what the hell is it? The name of it? Can't remember the name. It's something marina, right? And that marina comes up to the ocean, but it has a jetty, a barrier, and you can see all the way into the marina. And the marina is at 20 miles, and you can see into it where they park their boats, right? So we know that that's at 20 miles. Well, the globe curve calculation is the horizon's supposed to be 15 miles away. But you can see the water surface 20 miles away. Now you can say, hey, that's refraction or whatever. But then when, like Trey said, like I said, I can't say it enough, man, that was a brilliant deduction, is that the horizon is way closer. Way closer. Right? Some of the buildings are cut off. You can't see them. This is the exact opposite of what it should be. If the globe, the globe mechanism for refraction actually existed, we're seeing the opposite of what it would predict.
Yeah, I was gonna say I need to look into the. I haven't thought of doing long range with either infrared or other wavelengths.
Well, the other thing about infrared is like it penetrates through haze and water vapor, right? Particulates in the air. It isn't affected really by infrared as much. And what I've come to find out, because I've borrowed a multispectral camera and I got an infrared filter, is that consumer cameras, their infrared filter doesn't really have a high activation. So the actual optimal window is something like 1200 nanometer or 1500 nanometer. But your consumer cameras aren't sensitive. Well, it's not that they're not sensitive enough. It's that the material they make the sensor out of has like an upper threshold to like, because the radiation has to activate the electrons on the sensor, and in this particular, the elements they use for consumer sensors, there isn't enough. It's not powerful enough. The sources aren't bright enough. But you can do like 930 nanometer with a long exposure, or you just buy one specifically made for that purpose. But they also have what they call shortwave infrared. But those cameras are like thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars. They use a different type of sensor. They're like 1500 nanometer.
I was gonna say I got my phone, and that's about it.
Yeah, well, I made a 30-mile observation with a iPhone 4S, which is a piece of garbage. "30 miles from 15 feet above sea level, I watched a ship sail from 6 miles away, tracked with marinetraffic.com, which tracks, well, at this particular location, they use a radar station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts. And I watched the boat for 3.5 hours sail out to sea, never disappearing, never any of that. I mean, it got smaller and smaller, it was tiny. And then to verify I was seeing what I see, I went on top of a parking garage, which is like 100 feet above the sea level, and could obviously see it more clearly. But even from that 100-foot elevation, I should not have seen it. No, I mean, we could sit here and just believe that the light rays are, curving around the surface of the Earth in such a way as to make the Earth just look flat. How that would work in any conceivable way, I do not know. Like I can't even visualize it geometrically. How you would make a curved surface look flat.
Just imagine how uniform the air would need to be for a vista. When you look out, and you can see 30 miles when you should be at most be able to see 10 miles, let's say. And you look over that vista, if the horizon is refracting, then the horizon you're seeing shouldn't be the true horizon, and the difference in refraction between you and each point of that horizon should be different, unless you're saying the whole air is uniform to create this uniform refraction. Like or not uniform, it's like uniformly in that. I don't know how to say that in English.
I know what you mean, Grace. Like the structure of the air is such that every path of light has to follow a different arcing path.
Exactly. It somehow would have to match magically to create a perfectly flat line. What should be happening in those cases, if that was happening, is that the whole horizon should fluctuate like a wavy line depending on the conditions between you and that point.
I think that's what we do see, though, right? Like at very, very long distances, like even on days.
No, we don't see we don't see a massive difference in the horizon. It's not like an S-like curve. When you put a ruler to the horizon is straight.
But if you zoom way in, you see kind of like these miraging effects. It waves up and down, and as a function of time, right? Because
you can see waves in the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, and smearing of distant objects.
It's a medium.
Yeah, there's shimmering effects.
In the right geometry.
Yeah, shimmering effects are also a consequence of turbulence.
Oh, and turbulence is exactly what we're talking about here at this point.
Yeah, but that's slight variations in the straightforward, and the propagation is still going to be relatively straightforward. It's not deviations that could allow you to see extra 10 miles. And those extra 10 miles would be variant due to the differences. So you would be able to see 10 miles over there, 5 over there, 3 over there, depending on the conditions. But when we look, we see 10 miles too far there, 10 miles over there, all around us.
Well, no, I think it does change, but it's and this is once again me shooting from the hip, but my gut's telling me that it's 9.98 miles in that direction, 10.02 miles in that direction. Like it does change as a function of azimuth and time, but it's not,
Well, how could the horizon look flat?
Right, the molecular composition of air must be conformal to the curvature of the Earth, such that it flattens it out.
The horizon can't be more than one distance away, because then it wouldn't look like a straight line. Horizon means bounding circle. So a bounding circle is equidistant from the observer, right? So that because you're
that doesn't take into account the medium, though.
But we're talking about what it would look like, right? So, and what it would look like if the horizon is equidistant, it would look like a line around you. But if it's not equidistant, it would not look like a line. One part of the horizon would be lower or higher than some other part.
A lot lower
farther
or higher?
away.
No, it would just be a tiny little bit, and it might be imperceptible to the eye. Is what I'm trying to say. Like I don't know.
We just went over. You're seeing over 10 miles of what you shouldn't be seeing. So that should be extra 10 miles of extra stuff added on top of the horizon, being bent above the actual horizon to create an illusion. That's what the Globers believe. They believe they're seeing illusions. Okay, and so. Depending on the conditions between them and the illusion. And so that illusion would shift.
Yeah, shift, but like the magnitude of the shift. Like I'm just saying the dynamic portion of this might be.
Yeah, the magnitude of the shift would be dependent on the conditions. And problem is the Globers do not have the conditions to even create the bending down in the first place.
I can agree with that.
So there's no way to even model this. So this is the funny part, Josh. You know how they actually do model this? They just change the size of the globe.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like computational fluid dynamics, like
No, I'm talking about when they model
molecules.
No, that's not even remotely how they model it. But what they do is they'll say there's X amount of refraction, right? That means like what they'll do is they'll take the curvature of the radius of a right because they're assuming a spherically symmetrical atmosphere. The standard is like 7.6R. So they multiply 7.6 times the radius, and they make the globe bigger. And then they do all the straight ray calculations. They don't calculate curved rays. There's no way. Like think about this, Josh. I have a vertical sensor. It's a flat plane inside the camera. That's what I'm trying to project the image onto. Now I have this curved surface, and there's a horizon which I can't see past. And as that curve gets further and further away, it follows an exponential function. Now I need to map all the rays to my vertical sensor, right, off this surface in such a way as to make that curved surface look like a flat surface on the sensor, right? So each point of distance further, it's more and more and more and more curvature that I have to curve the ray. Like nobody could even, there's no computation that could even do this. You might be able to do it by trial and error or something.
It depends on how granular you want to get, right? Like CFD simulations could do that.
To unfurl the ball. You know how you like unroll a scroll? You know, it's like a scroll. You unroll a rolled up piece of paper. That's kind of what you're doing when you unroll you have to unroll the globe so that it looks flat. How could you do this? Optically. Now we've seen Glovers try to say, yes, it's possible for things to lift up things from beyond the horizon. And what they'll do is they'll take butane or CO2 or something crazy, right? That's super cold. When I say super cold, in the negative digits, right? They do it in regular room temperature air. And they go, look, this thing behind the thing got picked up. Want to know what never happens? You never see the surface. You never see the horizon move. Ever. You might see some stretched object that was partially behind it, right? Stretched out, but it's easy to see that something's happening. Now, the elephant in the room on this particular point is the fact that they're using stuff that is the refractive index is 1.4 or 1.3, and they're using the super crazy temperature gradient. So that alone demonstrates the fact that they're using unphysical, what we call unnatural conditions, and unnatural not in the sense of supernatural, unnatural in the sense that outside in nature, the weather's never doesn't have 70-degree temperature gradients in 1 foot. It also doesn't have like giant fucking CO2 loads or butane floating around, right? So the very fact it takes an extreme special case condition to even demonstrate the possibility should show you that it's not possible, because the refractive index in theirs varies in the 5th decimal place. It doesn't. It isn't in the 1st decimal place. It's in the 5th decimal place. It's in the millionths. So temperature, the 70-degree versus 69-degree temperature difference varies in the refractive index like 0.0000024 versus 0.0000237. So it's a slight variation because you have a single medium. Right? So even if you have a 10-degree temperature difference, you could have a 100-degree temperature difference in a foot, and it still isn't going to change as much as what the difference would be in CO2 in air or butane in air. Right? They're just not the same. The point is to even demonstrate that it's even possible, they have to use these extreme experiments when we can go out and demonstrate that, hey, you can make the horizon appear way shorter than it has to be. We don't need to do any extreme conditions. We can just go out in nature and show that a little RC boat or whatever will appear to disappear over the horizon on something we know has to be a flat surface because it's well shorter than where the horizon should even be. And you have a horizon that's appearing 700 feet away instead of appearing 2,600 feet away. Right? We're observing this in nature. We're not observing it in a lab under some weird conditions that don't exist in nature. So this is really the position of both sides. One side says, yes, X is happening. Well, can you demonstrate that in the lab? Oh, sure, I can demonstrate in the lab. Give me some butane and some CO2. We'll make the butane negative 40 degrees Celsius, and we'll make the CO2 negative 60 degrees Celsius, right? Something that don't exist in nature. Negative 60 degrees Celsius next to 70-degree air don't exist in nature. I'm sorry. But we can just go out and we go, hey, there's a nice freaking smooth lake. There's no ripples on it. Let's just take a camera, set it real low, and sail this RC boat away. And we can observe our contention. We don't need to do anything special.
Yeah, we just test what we're told. Like, we're told to believe all this stuff, and then we go test it. Like, we have hundreds of laser tests over frozen lakes at all conditions of the day. The globe just isn't there, and it's just not enough to just hand wave away all of the data that comes from the world itself and just go with the preconceived notions, because that's what we were all taught. That's the easy way out. It's kind of like when we saw New York City skyline across that water, and people will be like, "Oh, that's an illusion. That's a hologram. That's a mirage." But then Rob Skipa just went on a boat, took his camera out, saw it at one start of the water, and just kept the camera on it the entire time and sailed to the other side. It didn't warp. It didn't change. It wasn't a mirage. We were just told to believe that. No one tested it. I don't really care what shape the Earth is in the end. I just care about the truth. Worst part is I really wanted it to be a globe. And like, this whole thing just kind of, it's kind of a litmus test, like, are you a person who just follows blindly what other people believe, or do you actually go and look into it? And I wanted to have some foundation in my belief in the globe. That's the only reason I'm looking into this. And the more you look into this, the less solid it is, because that's what it is. It's not solid at all. It's in the mind mostly. The little bit that's not is like misconceptions, like you measure the ground flat and then you wrap it into a ball afterwards because of the belief. That's not reasonable. You did one thing right, and that was measuring it flat. And that's one of the things what I love about this community is we go back and look at all of the so-called evidence from the globe side, and we just keep consistently finding that, wait, they did measure it flat. But oh yeah, see, here they divorced reality, are comparing what they're seeing in perspective to this orthographic view to reify into existence the globe, and now they're claiming it's a globe. But in the beginning, they just measured it flat. So that's what we're looking at, the actual data, the foundations that they're building it on, and then looking at why are you adding this? And when there's no reasonable reason for adding it, we can reasonably conclude that this is coming from some preconceived idea that it must be a globe.
Yeah, the thing you ask is, what is the justification? And when we look into what the justification is for adding this refraction thing, there isn't any other than the Earth looks flat. That's their justification. Which to me, it's crazy. I don't know. Call me, like, is that crazy, or is it just me that thinks it's crazy? That, yeah, we know there's globe refraction because of how flat it looks. And the flatter it looks, the more globe refraction there is. That's
I got a question.
Insane, dude.
Somebody earlier said that, you have to see it, then they tell you what kind of refraction is. It's that day, but all I hear is Globey saying they can make all the predictions. How come we can't predict what the refraction is going to be before we see what we see? How come it has to be a post-diction, not a prediction?
Yeah, that's a good question. And then they'll say it's too complex. Well, if it's too complex, how do you know your post-diction's correct if you can't make the prediction? How are you matching these up?
And the funny thing about it is it always comes up to where, we have a stance to say the Earth is flat. It's a little bit lower, a little bit higher. No, it's right where a flat earther would say it's at. So, yeah, it's a very troublesome thing here, this predicting refraction thing.
So what's up, Brian? You doing X tonight?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to probably get in there in about an hour. Kind of just tooling around right now, getting some stuff down. I was listening to the conversation.
I don't know. Josh left. Josh is our resident satellite.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think he bailed. Oh, he's here. Josh Ingersoll.
Did you hear my question on predicting the refraction for tomorrow?
Yeah, he's disavowed that. You say he's not an expert, so.
It's a good question, though, right?
How is globe refraction? And I call it globe refraction because it has to be a globe for it to refract that way. Can't be anything else, right? You have to have a curved atmosphere that curves light.
Yeah, and a globe dropping away from the beam, so that's the problem here is the beam is traveling along the Earth in the same optical density, roughly, because of the temperature gradient, humidity gradient, and the pressure gradient. However, in the globe view, they claim atmospheric refraction exists because the Earth is dropping away from the beam. So the beam is going up into less dense medium, and so it will bend away from the normal. But problem is, that doesn't actually cause the beam to go back down. It just straightens the beam out a little bit, so it doesn't actually go straight into space in that model. It would just not go as straight. It would just curve a little bit. But it wouldn't like go back down, because otherwise at that point you're actually turning the light around. You're not now it's going from less dense medium into a more dense medium, and you have a different based on the angle of incidence, relative to the pseudo boundaries of the different optical densities, you have a different refraction. So they have a real problem getting that beam back to the ground, and so generally what they do is they say, well, it must be super refraction, which has no actual like basis for it other than just like, well, it is like must be bending this much because the Earth is a ball and we can see the beam.
And the sad thing is the refraction gets less as the higher you go up, man. I posted in the chat there the world record photo. You know, we got 275 miles looking at Picus Bard there from 9,200 feet. That whole mountain range should be under 3 miles of physical curvature. But yeah, you can see the whole mountain range. Pretty devastating for the globe Earth there.
So I just posted one taken from 27,000 feet in an airplane. Those mountains are 500 miles. They're between 450 and 500 miles from the camera. Okay, so they should be 9 miles under the curve of the Earth, under the horizon.
Can you post videos in there?
Yeah.
In the chat?
Yeah.
I think I got one. It's a pilot, an SR-71, talking about how he's in around Tucson, Arizona, and he can see all the way the Rocky Mountains all the way up to Canada. You can see the coastline to LA, which just completely destroys. And this guy's the SR-71. Their max height is like 82,000 feet, 85,000 feet, something like that. I don't know if he was up that high, but he was up pretty high. Let's see if I can find it.
Does anybody have a picture of the weather balloon camera that is showing the sun and how it's making like a hot spot of light on the ocean, and then you can see like the moon far off to the left in the same picture?
Man, I had one. I might still have it. It was a sunset that actually disappeared before the horizon.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Kind of like turns into like a puddle blob and then poof, disappears right before.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
I think a lot of this is tied in, like Russia's an enigma. Did you know that the rocket equation was invented before the Bolshevik Revolution? Back when Russia was ruled by a Tsar and they were more like a European country. I mean, and then Russia's technology tree just took off in a different direction than the West. There were things that I think they discovered with their space program too. There are things that they discovered with their research into like high energy physics that might have yielded different interpretations than the West. This allowed them to develop in a different way. So they might be hiding a lot of secrets. I mean, look at how look who controls the magnetic dipole at Antarctica.
It's in the Russian slice at Vostok base.
I remember you were mentioning this as to a reason why, kind of like that most of this information is not disclosed to the public. But still, we still have the fact that it's not disclosed, which gives us like the ability to say, well, we don't have the information that we should have if we're going to answer certain questions that are very specific to the reasons why we don't have the technology to, measure pressure in the upper layers of our atmosphere, or, find out if the Earth is an actual globe with like, technology that, satellites or whatever can produce. Like, airplanes with a black box, the black box, like we don't have that. That information is not given to us. Why is it behind closed doors? I'm still like, that's the thing that these Globers don't understand when they come in here. It's like we shouldn't be in that age of secrets anymore. Not anymore. We got AI, we got all kinds of stuff that we can talk to each other about.
Yeah, they think everything's just on Wikipedia.
Yeah, Yoder's been in here telling them that these organizations or these companies that are holding this information are not going to disclose it. They don't have to. Proprietary.
Yeah, the private sector has been the best place to bury all of this with America's legal structure. Not subject to FOIA. So you have these weird relationships with certain defense contractors that are themselves basically government entities because they always get awarded the same contracts over and over. Like, I shouldn't name anybody, but there are certain companies that seem to always win the award to staff the national laboratories. Lawrence Livermore, Oak Ridge, all these others, where a lot of spooky development goes on. It's always like the same defense contractor too that wins those. The Antarctic logistics program, the Antarctic like security program, that's always awarded to like one of the same two companies over and over and over again for decades.
Dude, I've heard it being said over and over again. Josh says I could really prove it to you if I could disclose it. I think, dude, I've heard people. If I had the ability, you guys would know it's a. No, you don't,
No.
dude. That's not true at all. Like I'm not buying that bullshit, dude. Like I don't care what he comes in here and says. Yeah, I mean, I know the information, but I just can't release it because it's proprietary. I'm like, with that, I'm just tired of that, dude. Honestly, like Glovers that say they have the info, that if we knew what they knew or whatever, like I'm calling bullshit on that until they show it.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's got the same issue. He's got the same issue that we've been reading over and over again, except he's got some fancier overlayer technology that provides more credibility and more belief power behind it. It could be like a classification system. And if only he could disclose it. And if you were to be given the ability to see and have disclosed what that is, you'd be left with the same questions you still have now. You're still not getting to the meat of it. You're still not getting to the actual source of what's going on. And we know what's going on. We don't need anybody to whistleblow or disclose things they shouldn't. We know how this is created. We know how the globe is constructed out of math. It follows a process, a very deliberate process that they describe in their own documents. And this is why I'm like, no, this is not necessarily deception, it's delusion. There might be some key elements of deception that happened more in the past, but I think it's kind of taken on a life of its own today.
Yeah.
I was all about not like, I don't care about knocking down NASA's door, barging in and finding out what secrets they have. I don't care about that. I want them to come out with the information if it's actually the truth. If it's not, like, you can't just be behind closed doors saying, well, sorry, but we have the information, but we just can't give it to you. Like, I don't care about that anymore. Like, they can keep their damn secrets if they want. But then I'm going to keep telling people that the reason why we don't know what we should know is because they're holding it behind their goddamn closed doors, bro.
Yeah, if I could
remember,
ask them one question.
any other information ultimately, right?
We don't. We know what they're doing. They are taking physical measurements and mathematically contorting them to a ball that exists only in their imagination. Over and over and over again.
It's Globers being obsessive and pushy for this information because they don't want to. They don't want to accept what can already be presented that just falsifies everything. You know.
Yeah, and the thing is, we know the truth.
Like, she's too far gone, no doubt.
Yeah, it's like we know the truth, but the thing is, they say they have the actual truth within the confines of like what's behind the closed door, and it's like I'm not falling for that shit unless they can come out with it. Then don't say it at all. Just say we don't have it. That'd be the easiest way, because if you say we have it, we just can't show you. That's like a promise that nobody can fulfill. You can't. You're not gonna like reveal that someday if it's behind some closed door. You're not gonna do it.
Yeah. But I mean, someone, I forget who it was, they were saying